For a third-generation chaebol, you're quite special. Dojun rolled his eyes and scratched his head. Well, I suppose I am a bit of an outlier. Usually, as long as they don't cause trouble. Third-generation chaebols are already considered good kids. But I'm more of the hard-working third-gen type. Kang-sik's tone became serious. Exactly. Do you know how much the higher-ups are on edge? Dojun listened to him calmly. He and Kang-sik continued their conversation. Are you implying that their wariness is what triggered this? That it made this happen? Does that mean they've considered teaming up with me? Dojun asked somberly, how is the situation developing? Kang-sik turned his head and said the intel was ready. The orders for Director Jin Do-jun and Director Oh Se-hyun are just to keep an eye on things. Only Vice Chairman Jin Seo-yeon is left. His eyes flickered with thought, considering it stopped there. It was certain that the prosecutor's office was just a distraction. Do-jun fished for info from Prosecutor Lee Kang-sik. Among the prosecutors at the Southern District Office, how many of them are your boys? He wondered to himself, meaning how many prosecutors will back me up? Kang-sik hesitated slightly. Close allies? There are a few. Do-jun kept pressing with the tough questions. What's the endgame for you and your crew? Gun for prosecutor general? Or blow up a big case to jump into politics? Kang-sik smirked. Endgame, huh? Do-jun remained stone-faced. I know exactly what that bitter look means. He imagined the applause after passing the bar exam and becoming a prosecutor. Who doesn't dream of making it to the top? The memory of being barked at flashed through his mind. But after a life of being pushed around, the man held his head over a pile of paperwork. Dreams slowly fade until you're just looking at reality. Do-jun thought about a law office. The most realistic goal is to become chief prosecutor, then go back home to open a private practice. Kang-sik was stunned. What do you mean? Do-jun said seriously. A lawyer with a massive payday. He became bewildered. A massive payday? Exactly what kind of numbers are we talking about? Kang-sik responded calmly. When someone who was once a chief prosecutor or a high-ranking prosecutor goes into private practice, the retainer for the first year, Kang-sik's eyes widened in shock. He watched Kang-sik's reaction closely. Thanks to professional courtesy and special ties, it'll be at least 50 billion won. And since you've thoroughly scrubbed my personal bank accounts during the investigation, you surely know exactly how much bank I have. He gulped. Kang-sik flashed a sinister smile. To get a paycheck like that, one must take on tough and risky jobs. Do-jun began to reel him in. The more dangerous the task, the faster you climb the ladder. Kang-sik seemed a bit swayed. A swordsman only shines when he swings his blade. A hunting dog must bite hard, so that no one dares to look down on him. He gripped his own thigh tightly. Kang-sik furrowed his brow. Who is the target I need to use my blade on? Do-jun asked implicitly. You probably already know. Don't you? The man's eyes narrowed. Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki of Sunyang, right? Do-jun remained silent, only offering a faint smile. Morning at a major corporation. Young-jun stood up dejectedly. Thanks, Dad. Young-ki placed a hand on his shoulder. You've worked hard. He sat down and inquired, So, did you go greet your uncle? Young-jun immediately replied, Yes, as soon as I got to Seoul, I went to see him. Young-kai offered a word of praise. Good job. You might not know, but since you've been here, Yoon-ki has been a huge help. Suddenly, Yoon-ki pushed the door wide open. Young-jun and Young-ki were startled. Young-ki looked at Yoon-ki, puzzled. Yoon-ki, what brings you here so suddenly today? He frowned and spoke up. Sorry for interrupting your long-awaited father-son reunion. Young-jun, could you step outside for a moment? Young-jun was stunned. Pardon? Young-ki barked in annoyance. Hey, what's with the sudden intrusion? Yoon-ki turned to him in silence. He sat down heavily in a chair. Actually, you should hear this too. Sit down. Young-jun was completely flustered. After a moment, he sat down as well. Yoon-ki requested seriously, Big brother, you must know why I'm here. Let's just end this here. Tell the Southern District Prosecutor's Office or the main headquarters to call it in right now and stop everything. Young-jun was so tense he started breaking a sweat. Young-ki spoke with a mocking tone. Our little brother, you've really grown up, haven't you? Look at that confident posture. He was being quite derisive. Well, your presidential aura is certainly showing now. Yoon-ki spoke up, clearly frustrated. Using your in-laws' media connections isn't a bad move in itself, but using those tactics against your own family? That's a bit low, don't you think? He continued with a frown. The prosecution is the same. Is there anyone who doesn't have skeletons in their closet when you start digging? I guess you think you're the only exception. Are you trying to see who's got more dirt on them? Young-ki let out a nasty grin. He fired back nonchalantly. Come to think of it, you're no pushover either, are you? I didn't expect you to orchestrate all this, with just a few rumors from the entertainment world. To be honest, I'm actually impressed. Yoon-ki stared intensely at Young-ki. That was only the beginning. He threatened in a cold voice. If you don't stop now, brother, I'll make sure you can't show your face in public again. This isn't just an empty threat. Young-ki roared in fury. You think you can? You really think you have what it takes? He raised an eyebrow mockingly. Just because they call you director while you're messing around at that film company, you think you're all that? Do you really think you have any power? Stop talking trash. Young Jun was flustered by the escalating tension. He waved his hands, trying to cool things down. Uncle, I don't know what's going on, but let's all just calm down. Yoon-ki stayed silent, looking away. He crossed his arms and addressed Young Jun. As soon as you arrived in Seoul, you booked a special VIP suite at the hottest hotel, right? You even booked it 6 months in advance. Who exactly is that room for? Young Jun froze. Excuse me? He listed them off one by one. An announcer? A girl group member? Or maybe Lee Kyung-hae, the one you're so obsessed with? A wave of fear washed over Young Jun. Yoon-ki gave him a warning. You should watch out for her. She's marketed as the next innocent star, but she was a runaway in high school. She's been around the block. The silhouette of the man appeared. Her management agency is shady as hell, too. The CEO used to be a mobster. Young Kai knit his brows. What? And I heard she's had some work done. I wonder if you were even aware of that. Yoon-ki bluntly speculated. I bet you two are already mixed up in that mess. Young Jun cried out in a panic. Uncle, please! Yoon-ki raised his hand. A rookie actress doesn't really have much money to her name. Young Jun's face was beaded with sweat. That mobster CEO is probably laughing his head off right now, fantasizing about the massive paycheck he can squeeze out of you. Young Kai gnashed his teeth and snarled through his teeth. Shut it, you bastard! Young Jun's lip quivered slightly. The room fell silent among the three of them. Yoon-ki pushed up his glasses. You know, I'm launching my own entertainment channel in August. Young-ki narrowed his eyes at him. It won't just be movies and dramas, but also celebrity gossip and news programs. Yoon-ki made an announcement. I plan to premiere with a series of exclusive reports on the scandalous antics of certain chaebol heirs. Real rich kid drama, he added mockingly, with Young Jun and Kyung Jun. You two brothers appearing together. I'm sure the ratings will go through the roof instantly. Young Ki lost his cool and asked, Kyung Jun, what does he have to do with any of this? Yoon-ki smirked and countered, You didn't know? That kid is currently shacking up with someone in L.A. Word is he's living with a foreign actress. Haven't you been getting your reports? His eyes widened in shock and confusion. Young Kai clenched his fists tightly. The L.A. branch didn't report anything unusual. The reports I got just said his grades were fine, and that he wasn't causing any trouble. His expression turned grim. To think he's living with someone, and a foreign actress at that. If this leaks, there's no way we can keep a lid on it. Yoon-ki suddenly stood up. I've hired 30 reporters, just to run that entertainment channel. They're all seasoned paparazzi, he added indifferently. They dug up all this dirt in just 1 month. Imagine the tea they'll spill once they start digging deeper. Yoon-ki glared at Young-ki. Can you handle it, big brother? Displeased, he asked Yoon-ki, Are you threatening me right now? Yoon-ki's voice was full of contempt. What, you can't take it when your own kid is targeted? But you're the one who started this mess. He raised an arm. A war over the inheritance? Fine, it's not like I'm against it. Back in the day, power struggles were as big as conquering a whole country. How could there not be any conflict? Yoon-ki gnashed his teeth and shouted, But don't you dare touch the kids. And don't let another word of this leak out. Father is still healthy and he's watching us. He pointed his finger directly at Young-ki's face. Yoon-ki declared fiercely, I'm warning you one last time. If my Dujun gets summoned to the prosecutor's office ever again, all 30 of those reporters will be glued to you, brother. Then he turned around and walked away. Young Kai and Young Jun were left stunned. The veins on Young Ki's face were bulging with rage. While Young Jun was breaking out in a cold sweat, Young Kai spoke coldly. Is that kid for real? He looked panicky, eyes wide. Dujun! Dujun! Young Ki slapped Young Jun hard across the face. You idiot! He clutched his face and cursed. Damn it! Fuming with anger, Young Ki turned toward the phone. Young Ki grabbed it violently. He barked an urgent order. Everyone in my office, now. Strategic Planning Secretary, the Audit Department, and the Business Support Director, too. Young Jun sat there taking the brunt of his rage. You piece of work! Inside a high-rise building, Jun and Se-hwan sat in a room. He offered his opinion. If you want to pull strings at the prosecution, targeting the key players is the way to go. And in Korea, is there any bond stronger than an alumni connection? Do-jun slightly closed his eyes. If Do-jun taps into his alumni network, it'll be a breeze to build close connections, he remarked calmly. But when it comes to the real shot callers, within the prosecution, we're talking about political prosecutors, right? Those guys don't look out for their alumni out of the goodness of their hearts. It's strictly about the bag. When the time comes, you can just buy them off. So there's no need to rush right now. Sehwan smiled and bowed, then suddenly blurted out a hunch. Is it because someone even wealthier than Do-jun is standing behind them as a benefactor? Like, for example, Sehwan brought up a specific target. Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki, perhaps? Do-jun didn't rush to answer. He responded with total indifference. You sure know a lot, don't you? Once they realize I'm on the same level as the vice chairman, they'll naturally switch to my side. Sehwan rubbed his nose. So we'll start with the outsiders for now. Like myself and prosecutor, Lee Kang-sik. Do-jun frowned. This guy was trying to test the waters? What a clown. He doesn't know his place at all. He fell into deep thought for a moment. If there's something to check out, I should be the one getting a taste of it first. Do-jun's lips parted slightly. He called out in a low voice, Manager Bay. Sehwan turned and replied, Yes? Do-jun leaned forward. Even my grandfather, chairman of Sunyang, didn't promise a future to a prosecutor. Just because he was under investigation, that prosecutor had to protect my grandfather with his own power first. Only then would he be given a bright future. His face took on a dangerous edge. But for me, they just need to help me find the necessary evidence. And I've already guaranteed them a future. Sehwan turned pale at this condition. Isn't that a hell of a deal? Do-jun leaned back in his chair completely at ease. Prosecutor Lee. Kang-sik went through all that trouble to bring this merchandise, which means he's ready to make a deal. I promised to pay a handsome price, so let's just get this over with. He was dripping with sweat. Do-jun kept a close eye on Sehwan. I don't need someone playing prosecutor. I need a thorough businessman, he thought to himself with conviction, because a true businessman would never turn his back on a profitable deal. Early morning at a certain skyscraper. Taehyun frowned, looking visibly upset. As expected, the prosecution's move was just a litmus test. The real target is the Financial Supervisory Commission, the FSC, is investigating not just our company, but also you and your personal transactions. They've started tracing the capital back to when the company was founded, Korean Fantasy. Do-jun calmly turned and asked, Is there anything to actually worry about? Taehyun then explained, The amount we've moved is in the trillions of won. Even if we only count the small chunks, it still adds up to hundreds of billions. We call it tax optimization, but to them it's tax evasion. It's a matter of legal interpretation, but if they find evidence, the tax service will pounce. Do-jun took a small sip of coffee and sighed. Well, that is a bit of a nail-biter. Taehyun immediately reassured him, Don't sweat it too much. In the worst-case scenario, we just pay the taxes and the fines, and that's it. We have the money for that anyway. He hesitated for a long moment before saying, You know this isn't just about the money, Uncle. Taehyun froze upon hearing that. Do you really want to go through with this? Do-jun remained resolute. If you draw the sword, you have to swing it at least once. I have no intention of just pulling it out to intimidate and then putting it back. There's no room for compromise. That means the war between the Sunyang group and Fantasy is about to begin. To be honest, it would be a lie to say I'm not worried. Can we really pierce the ironclad fortress of Sunyang? Both sides will take a hit. Do-jun's confident declaration left Taehyun stunned. I'm not backing down. The older man stared at him in silence for a long moment. Then Taehyun let out a long sigh. He crossed his arms and asked, In that case, do you have your sword ready? Do-jun nodded. Yes. The next day, a stack of documents was placed neatly on the table. Kang-sik reported the findings. Right after tracing the offshore companies, we discovered this. Do-jun and Taehyun looked at each other, startled. Tensely, Taehyun picked up the documents. He carefully pulled them out to examine them. Taehyun became lost in thought the moment he saw the contents. Do-jun waited in silence for a reaction. By then, he seemed to have guessed the truth. Judging by Taehyun's expression, this was definitely some high-value intel. Kang-sik was also nervous, swallowing hard repeatedly. The room suddenly fell deathly quiet. Taehyun slid the documents back into the envelope. He gave a small smile of approval. I didn't expect you to dig this up. Well done. It would have been nearly impossible without help from the States. Only then did Kang-sik's tension ease slightly. While attending a training program at the Ministry of Justice, I was lucky enough to befriend a third-generation Korean American. He really came through for me this time. Do-jun was confused. What's going on? Taehyun replied with a smirk. Laundered money sent abroad. This is a transfer from an account linked to the U.S. 20 billion won, Kang-sik added. The problem is there's no record of where that money went after it left the U.S. Usually, in cases like this, it's gambling money. Do-jun was stunned. Gambling? Kang-sik nodded. Yes. This is something only members of the owner's family would be able to pull off. Could Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki really be a gambling addict? Do-jun felt like he was falling into an abyss. I know exactly who that person is. She's the one who has caused countless gambling scandals her entire life. Countless memories of her flashed through his mind from his past life. A woman with distinct orange hair and a very noble-looking face. That person was none other than his aunt, Park Hee-young. She was born into a chaebol family, never wanting for anything, only to marry into an even more powerful chaebol family, with limitless wealth at her fingertips. She loved to possess everything and constantly flexed her status. Men, gambling, and shopping. Those were the essentials of her life. Do-jun spoke up with firm determination. Compare the timing of the withdrawals from the offshore accounts with the dates she traveled abroad. Se-hyun couldn't hide his surprise. You mean the Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki's wife? He nodded. Yes. Then let's try a political play. Leak the info to the press. Once the public starts raising hell, the prosecution will have to step in. Kang-sik looked worried again. But will any newspaper actually run the story? If they piss off Sun Yang, they'll definitely lose all their ad revenue. However, Do-jun was very certain. They might not want to at first. But we can sponsor them. We have construction, automotive, malls, and supermarkets. We have it all. Kang-sik waved his hand to clarify. That's a last resort. Even summoning her for testimony will be hard. It'll probably just end with a written deposition, and then a conclusion of, not guilty. Do-jun reassured him. That's fine, even if she really is innocent. Nobody will believe it. Our goal is simply to draw blood, at the very least. The enemy will realize that I have a knife in my hand, too. He turned to Se-hyun with a proposal. First, you should go meet my oldest uncle. Advise him that if he stops now, neither side will have to stay at each other's throats anymore. Se-hyun was still a bit hesitant. If they stop, should we stop as well? Do-jun gave a cunning smirk. No, we're going to keep pushing forward. This is the first time, so we have to show them how fierce we can be. Otherwise, this will just keep happening. Se-hyun remained deeply concerned. Is it really necessary to go that far? They've already lowered the knife they aimed at us. If we lower our knife too, even the regulatory side can avoid a mess. You're only saying that because you don't know the situation. He is a man who won't stop until something is completely crushed. The only question is whether he smashes the thing he's currently holding. He needs to feel it in his bones that we are also holding a knife. Only then will he back off. Do-jun calmly added, You might be underestimating them because you only know my father, but don't trust anyone in our family. It's not just my grandfather, they're all thick-skinned and ruthless. Se-hyun listened in silence, saying nothing. Meanwhile, at Sunyang Group headquarters, Se-hyun finally said politely, Thank you for your valuable time, Vice Chairman. Young-ki shook his hand with formal courtesy. Not at all, I'm always happy to mentor you. You're the family's favorite little grandson, after all. Both quickly moved to take their seats. Se-hyun sighed and remarked, In that case, just seeing it as a favorite grandson thing should be enough, shouldn't it? But Young-ki kept his polite smile. What exactly do you mean by that? Se-hyun frowned, looking frustrated. Don't let him get caught in the crossfire just because you're wary of Do-jun. Young-ki burst out laughing. Oh, is that what you think? There must be a misunderstanding here. I have no personal beef with you, and it's not because I'm keeping an eye on Do-jun either. Se-hyun frowned in confusion. Then what is it? If it's not this or that, the man asserted confidently, it's simple. Sunyang Motors took something that belongs to me, so I'm just finding a way to get it back. Se-hyun couldn't hide his shock. Motors? Are you talking about the shares of the group that Sunyang Motors holds? Oh. Young-ki didn't answer, only letting out a smug smirk. The man stood frozen in disbelief. How could they possibly be yours? We purchased them legally from Chairman Jin. But Young-ki simply claimed that the ownership had only changed hands temporarily. No, to be more precise, I was just parking them there. During that chaotic time, what did they call that financial crisis? The IMF foreign exchange storm, right? The currency crisis. Se-hyun was speechless. To make such an absurd statement with a straight face, he really was a shameless piece of work. Young-ki kept smiling and continued. I'll pay the full storage fee, so just transfer them back. If needed, I can even buy them back at market price. I'll make sure it's not a losing deal for you, Se-hyun followed up. And if I refuse? The man nudged his glasses up slightly. You really are a bit slower at math. than those who handle money for a living. Even if you keep those shares, there's nothing you can do with them. Sunyang Group will only be a major headache for you. Better to trade them for something you actually need. Se-hyun seemed to have caught his drift. By headache, you mean? You plan to use state power to strong-arm me just like you're doing now? Young Ki added, the Southern District Prosecutor's Office and the Financial Supervisory Service are just the warm-up. That's still light. Far scarier players are about to join the game. Se-hyun rubbed his chin deep in thought. By scarier, do you mean a tag team between the Supreme Prosecutor's Office and the National Tax Service? Young Ki smirked. There's one more thing. A full-scale media bombardment. Se-hyun sighed to himself, thinking, Do-jun, you were right, oh boy. This is terrifying. Upon hearing that, Young Ki's expression shifted instantly. The entire room was now shrouded in silence. It stayed that way for a long while, until Young Ki finally spoke. I thought Yongji's friend was just some ordinary guy. Turns out I had him all wrong. It's not just Yongji, but his friend is no pushover either, I see. Forget about these petty stock issues. Let's talk big business. I want all the companies Fantasy has acquired to be under Sun Yang's wing. Name your price and I'll pay it. Se-hyun frowned, clearly annoyed. It seems you don't fully grasp the value of HVK Group, do you? But Young Ki remained perfectly calm. Aren't you an expert in this field, Mr. O? Just conduct an objective valuation of the company. I'll pay exactly what it's worth. Se-hyun had a different idea. But first, let's settle this petty matter. Call off the Financial Supervisory Services, investigation into Fantasy. If you do that, I'll stop as well. The man scowled in irritation. Stop? What exactly do you intend to stop? Se-hyun didn't hesitate to call his bluff. We couldn't just sit idly by either. So we did a little digging. It seems you've made quite a few illegal transactions, haven't you? Young Kai let out a dismissive breath. So what? In this country, that's not exactly a big deal for corporations. Minor infractions like these are par for the course. Even you, Mr. O, don't you occasionally break a traffic law while driving? It's just like that. Se-hyun countered without missing a beat. True, I might break a law now and then, but not when I'm drunk driving. In this case, this is exactly like driving wasted and blowing through a red light. Young Ki looked bewildered. Drunk driving? What are you talking about? His face hardened with serious intent. Because that transaction money was funneled straight into a casino. The man was stunned to be exposed. What? Se-hyun calmly continued. We are currently identifying the person behind all of this. Oh, and that account belongs to a Sunyang subsidiary, so it'll be hard for you to deny it. Young Ki was so tense that sweat began to pour down his face. Se-hyun then handed him a business card. He stood up and said before leaving, This is my number, you have until the end of the day. If I don't hear from you, I'm leaking all of this info to the media. Young Ki felt as if he were falling into a bottomless pit. His fists clenched tight. What on earth are you saying? Gambling? Young Ki was left alone in the room, standing there in a daze. Then he furiously grabbed the phone. Get Manager Choi in here right now. Pull up every single piece of information on the foreign exchange accounts for me. Time ticked by. A while later, Guan-ho arrived at the office. Young Ki, with a murderous look in his eyes, asked, Among those transactions, is there anything suspicious? I'm talking about the ones that haven't been reported to me. Guan-ho was so terrified he didn't dare move a muscle. After a moment, he replied, Unless it was something extraordinary. I haven't received any such reports. Young Ki frowned in irritation. Let me ask you again. Out of all those large sums, is there anything shady? Guan-ho suddenly realized. Ah! He pulled out a document. He then reported, There is a list of transactions from the Madame. I've marked the section that I believe you're looking for. Young Kai's face hardened as he read the information. Guan-ho continued honestly. When I asked her about it, she told me it was none of my business. The man stared at the number on the paper, stunned. 300 billion? Guan-ho just stood there in silent admission, not daring to say a word. Young Ki roared in anger. Are you absolutely sure it was my wife who used this money? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, mostly withdrawals in the U.S. and occasionally in Morocco. The man was now so furious that he ground his teeth. Grind. Get out. Guan-ho left the room, trembling. Young Ki, now alone, slammed the stack of documents onto the desk in a rage. He was so incensed that the veins on his forehead were bulging. Oh, Se-hyun, you bastard. No matter how hard you try, you'll realize that Korea is in the palm of Sun Yang's hand. Let me show you. Not a single newspaper would dare publish a thing without Sun Yang's permission. The next day at Sunyang Group, Young Ki sat back relaxed in his chair and asked, How's it going? Han Seol immediately reported, Not a single word about gambling. Foreign currency accounts. or offshore transfers has appeared in any media outlet. Hearing this, the man felt immensely confident. Of course it is. Oh, Se-hyun, you messed with the wrong person. You want the investigation to stop? No, I'm going to make them move even faster. As long as there's a shred of evidence, I'll mobilize the tax service and dig through fantasy until the end, so that when you're begging for mercy, we can get back to talking about the valuation. Just then, the door suddenly opened, catching everyone's attention. Ryeon-yu entered and gave a polite greeting. Han Seol immediately asked, "What's going on?" He walked in looking flustered. "This is a report from an online news article." Han Seol cried out in panic, What is it?" He frowned with deep anxiety. Young Ki, still clueless, shouted, "Let me see that!" Han Seol tremblingly handed it over to him. Young Ki remained calm as he began to read. However, a second later, his face turned pale. High society casinos. Famous figures. Everyone knows the scene where they gamble at famous casinos in Las Vegas, and a key member of Sunyang has been on a lavish spending spree. According to an industry insider, the eldest daughter-in-law of Sunyang Group, Ms. P, blew over 100 million won at a U.S. casino. In just 3 days, she spent up to $300 million. Young Ki started shaking uncontrollably. "What the hell is this?" Ryeon-yu spoke up. "This is the news from this morning's paper in the U.S. It's the Korea Times Journal, the most influential newspaper in the overseas Korean community. Abroad." Young Ki was so livid he crumpled the paper in his hand. He slammed the newspaper onto the desk. "Damn it, listen. Recall every single representative in the U.S. immediately. How did these idiots let an article like this leak? Kill this story in the U.S. by any means necessary. Do not let it reach Korea." Han Seol and the others fearfully accepted the order. "Yes, sir." The two of them quickly rushed out to handle it. Young Ki stood there, still fuming and panting with rage. He gnashed his teeth. "Oh, Se-hyun." Young Ki was now closely monitoring the news on TV. Tae-hwan is currently the host. "We are currently investigating the matter. A group of over 10 individuals, belonging to the social elite, participated in gambling. Transnationally, authorities have obtained the evidence specifically to prove this, especially since these acts also violate foreign exchange management laws. With the involvement of a major conglomerate, an investigation into that enterprise is inevitable. Notably, the gambling locations this time aren't the usual spots like Macau or the Philippines, but rather the U.S. and Morocco. Previously, places like Macau or the Philippines were usually disguised as all-inclusive package tours and group travel. But in Las Vegas and Morocco, the two locations currently under investigation, it involves individual gambling activities, with bets estimated from several billion to hundreds of billions of won. Suddenly, remote control is slammed hard into the TV. Everyone in the meeting room falls silent, not daring to say a word. But Yankee goes ballistic and screams, "Take down every single online post right now. Stop this immediately. Don't let it spread. If the news doesn't issue a correction tomorrow, stating that this is just fake news, then you're all dead meat. Got it?" Everyone quickly leaves at the command. Scram! Everyone is panicking like they're on the run. Now only Yankee is left standing there. He grits his teeth and growls, "Oh, Se-hyun, that total bastard." Then Yankee calls someone. He shouts over the phone, "Force the Central Prosecutor's Office and the National Tax Service to take action immediately today. Conduct a raid on fantasy and expose everything about Oh Se-hyun." But Yankee's face has already turned hideous. Meanwhile, at a certain skyscraper, an angry shout rings out, "Lee Kang-sik! You punk! What the hell do you think you're doing?" Kang-sik stands there, head bowed in fear. Sang-bin continues his tirade. "How are you going to clean up this mess now? Sunyang's legal team is going to swarm us like a hornet's nest. I bet there are more than 10 people among them who are former prosecutors." Kang-sik can only stand in silence and take it. Sang-bin irritably adjusts his tie. He asks again, "Lee Kang-sik, do you know how long the previous chief's term actually lasted?" Kang-sik answers tremblingly, 8 months. Sang-bin agrees, "Exactly. The law says 2 years, but he only held the position for 8 months before he had to resign. Everyone knows it was because Chairman Jin of Sunyang put the squeeze on him. And yet now, a prosecutor with no clout, like you dares to touch the eldest daughter-in-law of that family? How many people do you think are going to have to step down because of this, huh?" Kang-sik remains silent, not daring to utter a word. Sang-bin can't take it anymore and hits him. "You idiot!" Even the prosecutor general has been summoned to the Central District Prosecutor's Office. "This is all your fault, you scoundrel!" Kang-sik holds his head, looking completely innocent. "I have already seized the bank accounts and finished cross-referencing them with the travel history of Park Hae-young. Furthermore, we have a commitment from a Korean newspaper. in the US that they will obtain the CCTV footage from Las Vegas. With this evidence, she won't be able to deny it anymore. We can even link this case to the illegal money transfers of Sun Yang Group. Sun Yang, please trust me. Sang Bin falls silent, eyeing the other man. After a long while, he asks suspiciously, "What's wrong with you? Without evidence, how can we arrest people of that caliber? Those guys just need to sit in a wheelchair once and they're off the hook for life. Don't you get it? Doing this is basically hand-delivering them a get-out-of-jail-free card." Kang Sik is tongue-tied, not knowing how to respond. After a moment, he says guiltily, "I'm sorry. I will take full responsibility." Sir, you can end this by concluding that this was an impulsive act by a prosecutor, blinded by ambition. Sang Min's face turns red with rage at such stubbornness. Is this damn brat planning to play the hero until the very end? However, Kang Sik remains silent. He just quietly stares at the business card. In Sang Min's outburst, "Do you know what the endgame is for a righteous prosecutor? Who gets fired? If you had saved this country, maybe you'd get a gold badge at Yoido. But you'll just end up as a nobody, divorce lawyer in some back-alley neighborhood. You're not the type to sacrifice for the nation, so you'd better start preparing for life as a washed-up lawyer." But Kang Sik just gives a smug, knowing smirk. He thinks to himself, in just one more year, you'll be the one envying me. Meanwhile, back at the company, Do Jun calmly reports, "Lee Kang Sik has taken all the heat." Se-hyun asks curiously, "What do you think your eldest uncle will do now?" Do Jun ponders for a moment and then says, "We're about to find out if he's just a hothead or if he actually has what it takes. If he only focuses on killing the story, it means he's a coward. But if instead of just damage control, he comes after us with claws out, that would mean he's tough, right?" Se-hyun adds, "It also means he's an idiot." Do-jin nods in agreement. "Yeah, exactly." Suddenly, Hee-soo rushes in frantically. Gasping for breath, he says, "Sir! The National Tax Service and the prosecutor's office have just raided us." Se-hyun can't help but marvel. That was fast. Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki? Do-jun agrees he sure didn't waste any time. That's for sure. I didn't expect him to be so decisive. I don't see it that way. Decisive? It's just his short fuse making him lose his cool. Hee-soo urgently reminds them, "Sir, this is no time for small talk." Se-hyun slowly sets down his coffee cup. "I know. 10 minutes. Can I have 10 minutes? Do-jun crosses his arms. "You usually have a lot to say, so let's make it 20 minutes. He smirks. "Fine." Then he coordinates with Hee-soo as they head out. "Stall them for a bit. Shut down the elevators and lock the emergency stairwell exits." He looks a bit bewildered and confused. Se-hyun explains further. "Whether it's the NTS or the prosecutor's office, it must take them exactly 20 minutes to reach this office. That's all we need." Hee-soo gets the point and cheers, "Ah, yes, Director." He quickly shuts the door and goes out to handle it. Se-hyun walks back to the desk. He places a phone call to someone. Se-hyun's demeanor remains completely relaxed. "Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki, it's Se-hyun here." Young-ki is feeling very smug right now. "Calling me first like this? Something urgent must have happened." But Se-hyun stays very composed. "You moved faster than I thought. The press conference just ended, and yet you managed to strike this quickly." Young-ki gives a fake warning. "Regardless, they are civil servants on official duty. You should be a bit more courteous. Don't tell your staff to block their way or destroy documents." He doesn't hesitate to counter. "No need for that. In just 20 minutes, all of them will withdraw." Young-ki is stunned. "Withdraw? Did you ask some powerful connection for a favor? Or did you tell Do-jun to go whining to my father?" Se-hyun fires back, "I'm not a child anymore. I don't do that snitching stuff. The officials swarming my company will withdraw because Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki himself will personally give the order." Young-ki is absolutely shell-shocked. "What? What on earth are you talking about?" Se-hyun says sternly. "Now listen closely, Vice Chairman. I'm about to go meet Vice Chairman Jin Dong-ki." He furrowed his brows in annoyance. "Young-ki, do you think the person coming to save you is just some random guy?" Se-hyun politely reminded him not to interrupt. "Listen very carefully. I currently have a transfer agreement in my hands." Young-ki's eyes widened in shock. "A transfer agreement?" He confidently confirmed it. "That's right. It's a transfer agreement. The entire 17% stake in Sun Yang Group, held by Sun Yang Motors." Only now did he start to freak out. Se-hyun continued speaking. "Right now, both of you are in a tense struggle to seize control of the group, aren't you? I think this 17% might not be a finishing blow yet, but at the very least, it will tip the scales. What do you think?" Young-ki couldn't hold it in anymore and yelled, "Hey, what the hell are you talking about?" Se-hyun remained very calm and continued speaking to me. "As long as in the future, when Vice Chairman Jin Dong-ki takes control of the Sun Yang Group, Getting a few valuable subsidiaries in return will be enough. Do-jun, listening nearby, was also very satisfied. Young Ki shouted on the other end, "Hey, oh Se-hyun!" Se-hyun kindly reminded him, "Watch your mouth. I am not your subordinate. Don't call my name so casually. Whether the Sunyang Group, shares I hold stay with me, or fall into Vice Chairman Jin Dong-ki's hands, will be decided right after this phone call. What do you want to do?" Young Ki flipped the script and counter-threatened him. "If the National Tax Service agents take even one step into my office, then Jin Dong-ki's control over the group will increase by 17%, and that will happen this very day." Young Ki was shaking uncontrollably on this end. By now he was absolutely livid. Jun had long since calculated the shareholding structure between the eldest son, Jin, Young Ki, and the second son, Jin Dong-ki, which defined the nature of the businesses they managed. Instead of clearly defining the ownership of the subsidiaries, right now grandfather is still alive. His sharp eyes are still watching everything. So the two brothers only focus on their own parts. But if he passes away, an infighting will be unavoidable. In that situation, this 17% will become a powerful weapon. Young Ki is furious. Clenching his fists, he growls out every single word. "Hand it over to me. I will make sure you never have to deal with the tax office guys again, or the prosecutor's office. And didn't you say you'd take some subsidiaries from Dong-ki? I'll throw in a few more as a bonus. Of course, I'll pay a very high price for that 17% stake." Hearing this, Se-hyun only scoffs. "Do you think I'm a fool? I'm not the generous type who would give wings to someone who picked a fight and then stabbed me in the back like that." Exposed, Young Ki is at a loss for words. Se-hyun now lays down his terms. "So make your choice. Should I keep the 17% stake or hand it over to your brother?" By now, Young Ki is gritting his teeth. Se-hyun still doesn't let him off the hook. He continues to taunt him. "It sounds pretty noisy out there, doesn't it? Must be the tax agents." Skipping the lower floors and heading straight for my office. When they open my door, I'm ending this call. Young Ki is absolutely stunned. He panics and screams, "Wait, I'll call you back." At this point, Young Ki is still hesitating a bit. He seems to be thinking it over carefully. Finally, Young Ki has no choice but to make a call. He orders his subordinate, "Connect me to the tax commissioner right now, and tell them to stand down immediately." The other person can't believe their ears. "What?" Taking his frustration out on them, Young Ki shouts, "What do you mean, what? I said pull them out immediately." Meanwhile, at the villa, Yang Kiol listens to the brief summary and asks, "So, it was Young Ki behind this all along?" Hak-ju spoke honestly. "I can't think of any other possibility either. Because Vice Chairman Jin, Young Ki contacted them in a panic. To get the tax agents out of Fantasy's headquarters, they pulled out as fast as a receding tide. Hearing that, the old man got angry and barked, 'Stupid!' At the very least, one should maintain some professional dignity for civil servants." Hak-ju added, "However, regarding the overseas gambling case, he has agreed to appear as a witness. And as long as the press doesn't make a scene, the case will be settled quietly with just a fine." They even prepared a $50,000 account to hand over to the prosecutor's office. Nonetheless, Yang Chil still felt extremely annoyed. But regardless, losing face like that won't sit well with the prosecutor's office. What a total waste of space. Hak-ju could only stay silent, not daring to say another word. Then Yang Chil asked further, "Was the prosecutor's press conference real, or was it just for show? To help Fantasy cope?" He replied immediately. "Initially, it was on the vice chairman's orders. But they shifted gears. Fantasy must have offered a much bigger gift." The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Once we've stepped back, we shouldn't get involved anymore." Yang Chil added one more instruction. "Just make sure the boundaries are clear. Don't let this mess spill over into Sunyang." Hak-ju nodded respectfully. "I understand." Then the old man sighed in frustration. "At my age, that I still have to worry about these kids' petty squabbles. It's exhausting. Bring the kids here now." Before long, every family member had been summoned. The tension was written all over their faces. Seo-yoon was now so terrified she didn't dare move a muscle. Yang Cheol spoke up sternly. "You all know why I called you here, right? Knock it off already. I'm so ashamed I can't even leave the house. Is that what you want?" Hua Young spoke up indignantly against her father. "It was my brother who started this mess. And I'm the one who's about to end up in jail!" However, the attitude of Yang Cheol didn't soften one bit. "And how dare you tell your sister-in-law's husband to go behind your brother's back and investigate him? Is that something you should be doing? Get in touch with all your connections. Resolve everything immediately. Make it all go away quietly." Young Ki, standing nearby, didn't dare utter a word. Sang Ki, on the other hand, spoke up quite cheerfully. "Father, this has nothing to do with me." Unexpectedly, Yang Chil barked right back at him. "You're no different. You didn't get your hands dirty directly. But weren't you still hiding behind your brother's back? Hearing this, he didn't dare say another word. The old man continued to criticize him. They say the second child is often selfish and cunning, but you're taking it too far. When you need to step up, do it yourself. And when you back off, do it decisively. Acting so sneakily like this, you'll end up losing everything, you hear me? Sang Ki hung his head and replied, I understand, father. Yang Kil reminded them once more, if I read the paper or watch the news and get a scare, don't let the name Sun Yang appear ever again. If in 3 days, Sun Yang is still being mentioned in the media, then you'd better watch your backs. Mobilize all directors and shut this down. Even Mayor Choi has to stop right now. Seo Yoon didn't say a word, but her expression was far from accepting. Yang Chil growled in anger. If you don't stop him, do I need to step in? Do you want this old man to let the whole country know about the money he took from Dae-hyun? Group? Panicking, she immediately waved her hands. No, I'll take care of it today. He let out a sigh and continued. Now listen clearly to what I'm saying. I had a reason for leaving. The department store and hotel to Seo Yoon. All the children were bewildered after hearing this. They didn't seem to buy it yet. Yang Kiol ignored them and went on. When I first started building Sun Yang, I only had one thought in mind. Serving the country through industry. That means developing industry to give back to the nation. Everyone listened intently. The old man recounted stories of his past when, back then, business was simply about manufacturing goods and selling them as a matter of duty. Naturally, the things you see everywhere today were so rare back then that people were afraid to use them. But you guys probably can't even imagine something like that, because right now I am completely different from before and can no longer hold on to those ideals. Yet I have never forgotten the mindset I had at that time. Hotels or shopping malls are just tools for making money. They have nothing to do with the ideal of serving the nation through industry. That's why I separated them. And yet in less than a year, you managed to blow through all of it. Could it be that Seo Yoon is just that brain-dead? Get rid of the idea that Sun Yang is some big shot. Out there, it's crawling with people like wild wolves, just waiting for us to leave an opening. They all listened very seriously to the elders' teachings. If there is even a gap as tiny as a needle hole, they will pounce immediately. One small mistake is enough to make us regret it for a lifetime. Everyone's face was incredibly tense. No one dared to make a sound. And Yang Chil added further, whether it's Sun Yang Motors or fantasy, it's the same. The crisis of the IMF has torn down the country's defensive walls. We must protect Sun Yang. That's why it was sold for a price that's basically a steal. If we hadn't, we would have been knocked out by foreign forces. And then even the headquarters would have crumbled. You guys have to bring Sun Yang Motors back. Currently, Sun Yang Motors has merged with Ajin Motors, and its scale has more than doubled. It won't be easy, but we absolutely must take it back. Sang Ki furrowed his brows deeply, seemingly plotting something. The elder once again warned his children not to underestimate Oh Se-hyun. Don't think that just because you have a lot of money, you can just buy the company back from him. In just a few years, he has climbed his way into the rankings of top-tier conglomerates. If you still think of yourselves as the masters, then you'll never get it back. You must become like wild wolves, waiting patiently for that needle hole to appear. And when the opportunity arises, you must have enough strength to cut the reins instantly. Seo Yoon's eyes darted away, not daring to look him in the face. Yang Kiol growled, Do you understand? All three immediately replied in unison, Yes, father. Time flew by quickly. Before long, evening had arrived. Do-jun happily went over to check on him. How have you been lately? Are you feeling all right? Yang Kiol gave a gentle smile and said, Take it easy on me. You're going to be the death of me, kid. Do-jun slowly took a seat. He explained softly, I'm just doing my best. To keep my head above water. Yang Kiol let out a weary sigh. Today, I called your two uncles and told them to knock it off. So don't go making things more complicated, or it might blow back on Sun Yang. Hearing that, Do-jun smirked. He scratched his head sheepishly. Well, that's lucky for me then, because I'm fresh out of capital to cause any more trouble. Yang Kiol didn't seem to have any intention of scolding him. Right, so in return I'm going to give you a gift. Do-jun asked blankly, A gift? The old man then revealed his gift. I've already pulled some strings. Transferring the license for the airport duty-free shop in Incheon won't be an issue. And that goes for the one in downtown Seoul, too. Do-jun was now over the moon. Thank you, Grandpa. Then Yang Chul asked, All right. I assume you learned your lesson this time. Didn't you? Well, Do-jun didn't hesitate to share his thoughts. I saw that everything played out, exactly according to my plan. The goal was to prevent something like this from ever happening again. Yes, Yang Chul was slightly taken aback. Everything went according to plan? The old man asked further. So do you really think Your eldest uncle won't try to stab you in the back again? Do-jun nodded in confirmation. Yes, I made good use of the weapon Grandpa gave me. Yang Keel was puzzled. What weapon did I give you? He answered honestly. It's the 17% stake in Sunyang, group that Sunyang Motors currently holds. Hearing this, the old man froze. Wait, what? Do-jun then explained clearly. I said I'd dump it on my second uncle. So my eldest uncle backed down immediately. Yang Cheol was speechless, at a loss for words. A moment later, he burst into loud laughter. Yang Cheol couldn't stop marveling at him. You're a real sly dog, aren't you? Do-jun also gave a knowing smirk. Isn't this exactly what you wanted, Grandpa? Using what you have in your hands in the most effective way. However, Yang Cheol also reminded him, all right, it's good that you get it, but don't overplay your hand. If you use it too much, it'll lose its punch. He added further, as long as my two uncles don't give up their greed, I don't think I have anything to worry about. The old man asked skeptically, is that so? I've made it clear to your two uncles. Brothers must join forces to win back Sunyang. Motors at all costs. Do-jun remained silent, listening intently. And Yang Cheol also commented on his two sons. They aren't just greedy to achieve their greater ambitions. They'll have to cooperate for now because they're brothers. That might even make it easier for them to work together. He furrowed his brows in annoyance. Sunyang Motors, huh? Yang Cheol nodded in confirmation. Isn't it right? If you're strong enough, having things snatched away is only natural. Don't you think so? Hearing this, Do-jun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What a crafty old man. Fighting that leaks out into the public, he will shut down completely. But for battles that only take place internally, not only is he ready to accept them, but given the chance, he'll even egg them on. His fists tightened involuntarily. Though reluctant, Do-jun still replied, I will prepare myself thoroughly. Yang Keel was very pleased to hear that. You should. Even that 17% stake you're using as a weapon could end up being useless. Do you know why? Do-jun quickly replied, as long as the scale of Sunyang Group keeps growing. Once it gets big enough, the shares held by Fantasia will become meaningless. The old man maintained his stern demeanor and continued, you understand it well, don't you? In fact, that share percentage has already dropped to 16%. After the economy picked up, many subsidiaries increased their capital. Do you think you can keep up? Do-jun answered with great confidence. I'll do my best not to get left in the dust like that, so I don't let you down, Grandpa. Isn't that right? Yang Cheol pressed on. Is it really just about my expectations? He lowered his head, looking a bit flustered. Actually, I also want to satisfy my own ambition. This time I realized one thing, that it won't be easy at all. The old man was slightly surprised by the answer. What makes you think that? Do-jun replied politely. I forgot about the years my eldest uncle has put in, and the solid network of people he has built over all that time. The power he wields to have power equal to my eldest uncle. I would need at least 20 more years. No, maybe even more than that. He is your eldest son, while I'm just the youngest grandson, the furthest down in the hierarchy. In the eyes of those with real power, am I even worth their attention? Yang Cheol slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Exactly! That is the true power of Sunyang. Do-jun scratched his head sheepishly. Yes, I understood it in my head, but now I'm truly feeling it. This time it really sank in. The old man added, If you were to do it on your own, it might take you 50 years. More than half of Jin Young Ki's power was handed to him by me. I added 20 years of experience to what I gave away. He asked curiously, So, do you plan on giving a little something to me too? However, Yang Cheol rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If you want a fair fight, I certainly should give you a little something. But keep one thing in mind. Even if I give it to you, it doesn't truly belong to you. Because it's not an object, it's a human being. Do-jun immediately asked back, since they're human, I don't have to worry about them getting lost, right? Yang Keel was stumped by the question. What, lost? Yes. But a second later, the old man burst out laughing. You really are something, ha 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 ha. He remained very confident. I promise, Grandpa, if you give them to me, I'll take good care of them and won't lose them. After all, they're just people who can be bought with money. I'll pay the top dollar to utilize their power as effectively as possible. Yang Cheol added further, it starts with money, but later on, you'll definitely need something else. Do-jun didn't hesitate to ask directly, what would those things be? However, Yang Cheol didn't provide the answer. Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't get it yet. That's something you must discover and provide yourself. Once you master that difficult task, only then will they truly become your people. He nodded, sincerely taking it all in. I'll always keep this in mind. At that moment, inside the villa, Yang Cheol gave a few slight dry coughs, The old man continued. The share transfer process is nearly finished. Those two will split the shares, based on their growth performance. It seems Jin Young Ki, your eldest uncle, will get the lion's share, thanks to the electronics division. Puzzled, Do Jun asked, is that so? Young Kiol also informed him, the remaining part is the financial sector. The group is currently adjusting those shares. He froze, unable to help thinking to himself, if Grandpa is bringing this up, it means he's planning to hand it over to me. But saying the shares are being adjusted makes me wonder. Yang Kiol continued asking, you know very well that financial companies are a total cash cow, right? Sun Yang Life has steady cash flow, and it's a major player with massive real estate holdings, acting like a mirror reflecting the entire group. With the accumulated cash reserves, they've been buying up real estate like crazy, raking in massive income from rent. It's no accident that people call them the group's bank. What's more, this company owns a 7% stake in Sun Yang. Electronics, what do you plan to do with it? Do Jun asked, his voice full of bewilderment. Are you really planning to hand it over to me? Young Kiel didn't answer right away, only smirking. He spoke up to remind him, you forgot the word, if in that sentence. Do Jun seemed a bit fired up as he spoke. I will use Sun Yang Life as a hub to drive expansion until I've built another massive conglomerate. Young Kiel couldn't help but be stunned. Not just the Sun Yang subsidiaries that your uncles currently own, but expanding outward? He quickly corrected himself. That's not exactly what I meant. The Sun Yang companies are also targets for expansion. But to me, they aren't everything. The old man fell silent, lost in thought. I hope this is the right answer. The relentless expansion of a company. Isn't that the ultimate goal of any chaebol? True entrepreneurs always dream of expansion. Instead of just playing defense with what they have, that's where their heart should be. Do Jun had a clear objective in mind. That's the only way to squeeze out even one more share. And Yang Cheol smiled with satisfaction. You really do always give those textbook answers, but you turn them into actual results, leaving no room for anyone to talk smack. Do Jun also asked with concern, so it's making things awkward for you, isn't it? The old man couldn't help but be surprised. What do you mean? He explained further. If you hand over the financial sector to me, my uncles will definitely lose their minds over it. Yang Kiel nodded in agreement. It's not just your two uncles. The entire executive board of the financial firms would revolt, bowing down to someone the age of a grandson. It's not going to be easy. Do Jun asked without hesitation. My goal is to fulfill their desires, right? Isn't it? If you give it to me, I won't just quiet the opposition. I'll turn it into a warm welcome. Yang Cheol silently looked up at his grandson. Finally, he couldn't help but marvel. This kid. Usually big talkers never deliver, but you actually make people believe you. The financial sector will be handed over to you. The paperwork is underway, so get yourself ready. However, when Do Jun received the news, his expression turned grim. Yang Cheol watched Do Jun's reaction in silence. The old man seemed quite satisfied. Do Jun noticed him and thought to himself, come to think of it, he never mentioned how many shares the financial block actually holds in the group. It has to be at least 30%. If you add that to the 16% held by the auto division, it's nearly half. There's no way Grandpa doesn't know this. Yang Cheol suddenly spoke, startling Do Jun. Hey kid, what are you thinking about that you can't even say thank you? Do Jun waved his hands and immediately explained, it's nothing. Like I said, I'm going to build another massive conglomerate. Yang Cheol narrowed his eyes and watched him silently. Meanwhile, at Young Ki's house, all the family members had gathered together. Young Ki pushed up his glasses and warned, as of today, you are not to step foot out of this house. You're grounded for a year, remember that. Hai Young cried out in protest, Honey, what on earth are you talking about? Do I look like a child to you? Young Ki's wife was so angry she grit her teeth. Grind, do you want me to give you a few years in prison to see how that feels? Hearing that, she suddenly froze. He pointed right at his wife's face and scolded, You crazy woman, blowing hundreds of billions on gambling. Or do you want me to put this story on the front page of every newspaper? Hai Young was speechless, not knowing how to respond. Young Ki didn't hold back, berating his wife in front of the children. I'll find a way to block the subpoena from the prosecutor's office, but you'd better just crawl back inside and stay there. Don't even breathe too loud. If you dare to take even one step out of this house, I will tear your family apart, you hear me? He finished his rant, but his rage hadn't cooled down yet. He continued to pant heavily. Suddenly, Young Ki shouted, making his son jump. Kyungjun! Drop out of school, get married, and start your apprenticeship. I've already arranged your marriage. Everything is set. The young man protested, Dad, please! But Young Ki kept yelling, Shut it! That actress girl you were living with? I've already taken care of her. Don't even think about seeing her again. Kim Kyung-jun could only let out a heavy sigh. And young Ki boldly declared, from now on, I'm cutting off all the family's funds. You'll eat and you'll breathe, but you won't do anything else. Until you people learn how to act like human beings. Don't dream of things going back to the way they were. Then he turned his gaze toward Seo Young. Young Ki didn't forget to warn his daughter-in-law. You'd better remember this too. If you dare ask your family for even 10 won, I'll pull all the ads for Hansung Inmo. Whether our families cut ties or not is up to you. Understand? Seo Young nodded submissively. Yes, father. Young Ki gave further instructions. From this moment on, your shadows will report everything back to me. Where you go, what you do, even how many dishes you eat per meal. Every single detail. I'm not looking for a happy family. I just hope you people can live like decent human beings. He then turned on his heel and left. Only then did they dare let out a frustrated sigh. Seo Young cautiously turned around and glanced back. She carefully went upstairs and opened the door. Young Ki asked with a stern face, Do you still have something to say? Seo Young bowed and affirmed, I have no complaints regarding your decision, father. I will follow it completely. He furrowed his brows in confusion. But, she spoke up hesitantly, there are a few things I'd like to ask of you, father. Young Ki pulled out a chair. Sit down. Seo Young nodded slightly. He stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. So what do you need help with? Only then did she speak up timidly. I want to ask for your permission to let Hansung Ilbo, my family's newspaper, continue the investigation into the link between your slush fund and Fantasia. Young Ki shouted in shock. What? Seo Young explained tensely. I heard they've already managed to trace the cash flow to the shell company. With a little more digging, they'll likely drag Fantasia out into the open. It would be a shame to stop now. Young Ki suddenly fell into deep thought. He couldn't help but feel pissed off at the current situation. The whole family is out there causing trouble, and the only one showing any backbone is my daughter-in-law. Young Ki suddenly asked, if we dig up all the family's skeletons, how much dirt do you think will come out? Seo Young flinched in total confusion. Wait, what? His expression was less tense now. I'm not scolding you, so don't be scared. Just answer me. How much dirt is there? Seo Young was so terrified she couldn't stop swallowing hard. Well, father, Young Ki then told her, go to your family's home tomorrow. Get all the documents they've collected. Documents about our family and about Fantasia. Every single one. She spoke up hesitantly. Father, I'm not really sure about my in-laws' affairs. He just gave a light chuckle. Fine, I'll believe that you don't know anything. Regardless, your family definitely has files. Bring them all here. I won't investigate or blame anyone. Yes, you're right. We need to review all those documents before we can discuss what comes next. Seo Young thought anxiously to herself, discuss what next? She stood up and bowed politely. Yes, I will go get them tomorrow. The next morning, Se-hyun exclaimed in surprise. Really? The chairman actually said that? Do-yoon nodded in confirmation. Yes, the succession process is now underway. The man spoke up happily. Oh, it's finally happening. Congratulations. He replied modestly. It's all thanks to you, uncle. If it weren't for you, I never would have made it this far. Se-hyun burst into a delighted laugh after hearing that. It's good that you know. Ha ha ha. Usually successful people think they're hot stuff, and that's why they achieved it. Woo-jun silently observed him. He thought to himself, but the hope... Oh, Se-hyun had a thirst for new challenges, but I don't see that anymore. He has the aura of someone who has already attained everything. What a precious kid, ha ha ha. Before, he said he'd work 5 more years and then retire. But now that he holds a third of Sun Yang, maybe he feels his role is complete. Se-hyun took out a notebook to jot something down. Let's see. Sun Yang life, Sun Yang fire, Sun Yang security. And Sun Yang card are the pillars, right? What's your plan? Are you keeping Chairman Jin's current management team? Hey, what's with you? Why are you spacing out? Woo-jun finally snapped back to reality. Oh, it's nothing. What did you say? He set those thoughts aside for now. Regardless, he's not the type to just retire out of the blue. Se-hyun asked patiently. I mean the management team. How do you plan to restructure it? We should replace the whole current board, shouldn't we? Do-jun couldn't help but marvel at that. You seem to be in a bit of a rush. We still have plenty of time. However, Se-hyun didn't see it that way. Personnel issues need to be handled in one fell swoop. Prepare the list beforehand, and when the time comes, strike. It must be settled decisively. While everything is still in a mess, there will be less gossip later on. Do-jun scratched his head awkwardly. But if we cause an uproar right after taking over, employee morale will tank. The uncle stood his ground. If we make cuts gradually, It'll hurt company spirit even more. Better to rip the Band-Aid off once and for all. It's better than letting the wound fester under the knife forever. Do-jun remained silent, not knowing what to say. Sehyun was now brimming with confidence. Don't worry about manpower, there's no shortage of talent. Get rid of the old guard and promote people from within. Not some random paratroopers dropped from the top, but legitimate earned promotions. Exactly. Employee morale will be higher than ever. Do-jun nodded in agreement. I see. Oh, Uncle, please keep an eye on the credit card company for me. I'm going to start from there. Sehyun was caught off guard by his request. The card company with the new laws this year? Revenue is about to hit an all-time high. Why do you want to start with the company that's doing the best? Do-jun quickly answered. That's not it. The current situation is actually very dangerous. They are handing out cards to people with no stable income. The uncle remained silent, looking at him with a skeptical gaze. Do-jun understood exactly what the other was thinking. You probably think I'm just overthinking it. But Uncle, you should trust my sharp gut feeling. After a long pause, Sehyun finally let out a soft exclamation. He nodded in agreement. That actually makes sense. Financial disasters always start like this. Bad debt. Credit cards, after all, are just another form of debt. Do-jun added, when bad debt spreads, it triggers a financial crisis. History repeats itself, but people never seem to learn their lesson. To boost the economy, they have to stimulate consumer spending. But when spending is built on a mountain of debt, like the public's credit cards, a collapse is inevitable. The rosy picture of economic recovery that the media is touting will soon turn into a bloodbath. Everything will crumble, and Sun Yang Card will become the top credit card company in the country. Sehyun immediately circled his notes. All right then, I'll look into that matter myself. He added, for things like this, you have to see the reality for yourself, instead of just relying on news articles. Do-jun was overjoyed. Seriously, Uncle, you're the only one I can trust. Sehyun brushed off the flattery. Give it a rest. By the time you officially become the owner of Sun Yang's financial affiliates, plenty of talented, reliable people will come flocking to you. Keep that in mind. There's no shortage of talent in this world. Do-jun didn't say a word, but he knew exactly what was happening. As expected, his uncle was also starting to prepare. Meanwhile, a group of executives had gathered in Hong Jae's office. Is that kid really going to take over our entire financial sector? He nudged his glasses up, looking somewhat helpless. This process is still ongoing, so I can't go into the details. Why are you all so worked up? Ho Hui spoke up, visibly annoyed. What's there to explain with all this long-winded talk? Just tell us clearly if the rumor is true or not. Wu Chan voiced his grievance. I thought the youngest son, Yoon Ki, would get it. Who knew it would be the grandson? Min Seop also found it bizarre. Isn't that kid just a college student? Facing this barrage of questions, Hang Jae was at a loss for words. He let out a frustrated sigh, then spoke up awkwardly. This is the chairman's order. So are you planning to challenge him on this? Ho Young furrowed his brow deeply. Is that really how it is? Seriously? Min Seop questioned Secretary Lee back. If it were you, could you just accept this easily? A mere kid, a wet-behind-the-ears brat, controlling the entire group's money. Who knows what kind of mess he'll cause? Hang Jae shouted in anger. Do you not trust the chairman? He has always made wise decisions. Never making a mistake, right? And Director Kang, you of all people shouldn't think that way. Your peers who started at the same time are still department heads, and some are even just deputy heads. Didn't you win the title of the youngest director? You skipped the deputy director role entirely to become managing director? That was the chairman's decision from the start. Who dares to question me? All the directors fell into a heavy silence. Min Seop spoke up to break the tension. Secretary Lee, Director Kang's case is completely different. He climbed to this position based solely on his own merit. It's not right to compare a kid who hasn't done a thing just because of bloodline to someone who has already proven their competence. Sei-in added, the chairman is currently lying low, so we've held back from confronting him directly. But this matter cannot be accepted so easily. I need to see the chairman. Hang Jae gave a suggestive smirk. He nodded in agreement. All right then. If you have questions, go meet him and confront him yourself. They were suddenly struck with shock. Everyone looked at each other, visibly tensed up. Hang Jae pushed further, making arrangements. Set a schedule and report back to me. I will explain everything clearly, so as not to trouble the secretary. Quickly, all the directors left once again. Hang Jae calculated silently. They are holding up to 5,000 shares under borrowed names. From managing directors to department heads and even some staff, everyone has a stake. This group holds a 25% stake. If Do-jun doesn't secure these shares, Controlling the financial affiliates will be impossible. If this secret transfer is leaked, what then? Not to mention the real name transaction violations. Trillions of won in inheritance tax would also be due. Knowing this, they are making such a big stink about it. Ang Jae couldn't help but wonder. I wonder how that silver-spooned kid will handle these old foxes. At that very moment, at the villa, Yang Kian was greeting the visitors with a cheerful smile. Are you here to see if I'm still alive or kicked the bucket? Ha ha ha. They gave a polite laugh in return. How could you say that? We just thought you might be lonely. So we came by for a chat. Seeing that you're still so healthy, Chairman, it really puts our minds at ease. Yang Qian quickly walked over and patted a shoulder. Come on now. Sit down. Old geezers like us probably have a lot to complain about. Sit down and talk. It's exhausting, isn't it? Ha. Once they sat down, everyone fell silent. Tension was clearly written all over their faces. But Yang Qian already knew their game plan, so he remained completely unfazed. All right, just spit it out. I've got plenty of free time these days, so I'm ready to listen to whatever nonsense you have to say. Upon hearing this, their faces instantly darkened. They couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Nonsense? Wu Chan was the first to speak up. Chairman Dujun is still just a student. It wouldn't be too late for him to start working and gain some real-world experience first, and then join the board of directors later. And Kai chimed in as well. Exactly, there's no need to rush. Why don't we just hold off on the transfer for a while? Yang Qian cut them off immediately. Listen, you guys, how can I be sure I'll even live another few years? If I drop dead tomorrow, my funeral will just be full of people, laughing and having a good time. Min Siop replied, flustered, That's not going to happen. The chairman is still perfectly healthy, but Yang Qian saw right through them. So your point is my grandson Do-jun should get trained for a few years, and only then should he step into management. Is that right? Wu Chan perked up instantly. Exactly, we'll put him in key positions. As soon as we can? The old man looked at him and smirked. Fine, let's do that. Then turning things around, he added, Oh! Yang Qian continued to press them. But what does that have to do with the equity transfer? What's the connection there? The group was instantly shut down, completely speechless. Min Seop still stubbornly insisted, Chairman, not many people can work under a major shareholder. There's no precedent for something like this. This time, it was Yang Qian who fell into deep thought. He scratched his head awkwardly. You're right. Maybe it's because I've never had a real job. But I guess you guys just don't get the mindset of, hired help, haha. The entire room quickly fell into a dead silence. Yang Qian quickly made a phone call. The person on the other end picked up immediately. Dujun, yeah, it's Grandpa. The directors were stunned when they heard this. But Yang Qian kept pressing on. Hey, get over here right now. Some people here can't stand the fact that I'm handing over a few companies to my grandson. Yeah. You guys are really glaring at me, trying to bully this old man. But come here and help me out for a bit. The call with Do-jun ended quickly. The whole group fell silent, not daring to move. Wu Chan finally blurted out, Oh my God, Chairman, there's no such thing as bullying. Please don't misunderstand. Ho In, standing nearby, also spoke up for the chairman. We only wanted to offer our opinions, for the good of the company. Yang Qian nodded at them. Very well. Would I, someone who has gone through thick and thin with you for over 25 years, really try to embarrass you? It's not what you think. Why don't you try meeting Do-jun? Right, just think of it as an interview. Even I am sometimes unsure whether handing the company to a kid is the right decision or not. See for yourselves. If you see any flaws, feel free to correct him. How hard is it to give a child some advice? Besides, my Do-jun is not the type of fool who ignores the words of his elders. After hearing that, the group began to sweat bullets. Yang Qian was feeling very smug right now. He is definitely not the type to compromise like this. Just what is that brat plotting? A while later, Do-jun finally arrived. He bowed politely and greeted them. Hello, everyone. The directors also replied politely. Hello? Yang Qian sat there waiting for the show to start. Quickly, everyone returned to their seats. Do-jun remained very confident. Yang Qian gave the signal. All right, no need to beat around the bush. Feel free to speak your mind. I'll just stay quiet and listen. Wu Chan nervously covered his mouth with his hand. He then tried to keep his cool before speaking up. Do-jun, I heard you're very interested in the finance world. I heard you also picked up a few things over at Fantasy Investment. Do-jun nodded in confirmation. Yes. Wu Chan pressed further. All right, so what area are you most into? Stocks, mutual funds, or derivatives? He didn't hesitate to reply. No, those are tasks for the specialists. I'm interested in business management. Long-term investment is also appealing. Corporate analysis. And M&A-style acquisitions and breakups are actually quite interesting, too. They looked at each other in total shock. How were they supposed to take this answer? Was this just a kid flexing? Or did he truly possess elite talent? Ho-In quickly jumped back in. I see. Then the amount of capital you manage must be pretty huge, right? Do-Jun maintained his confident vibe while answering. I don't manage the capital personally. The company takes care of that. Isn't that right? I only pay attention to the financial operating system. Suddenly, Yang Qian spoke up, sounding bored. Geez, this is no fun at all. Do-Jun, just tell them what they're actually dying to know. They're scared of what a kid like you will do once you're handed a massive financial conglomerate. Go on, put their minds at ease. Caught red-handed, they started coughing nervously. Do-Jun complied obediently. Because I believe that the ideal business model is the separation between ownership and management. I have no intention of micromanaging the financial companies. As for major shareholder rights, meaning the appointment of CEOs and executives, I will only weigh in on those specific matters. As long as you deliver solid results, you won't have to walk on eggshells around me. Wu Chan and his crew were floored by what they heard. Even Min Seop and the others shared satisfied looks. Do-Jun saw their expressions and understood immediately. They must feel so relieved, like this. Gentlemen, you won't have to bow down to a kid every day just to submit reports anymore. Rather than some clumsy amateur claiming he wants to meddle in management. A kid who stays out of your way and only cares about results is much more chill, right? Isn't that right? Do-Jun spoke up again. So what do you think? Are you all feeling less worried now? They quickly nodded their heads. He looked around, then asked curiously, but I don't see Managing Director Jang Do-hyung. Where is he? What kind of person is he? Wu Chan described him enthusiastically. That man is definitely a top-tier talent. He's the one who will carry the future of Sunjang life. The skills and performance he's shown so far are second to none. That's exactly why the chairman made such a bold personnel appointment. But why do you ask? Do-Jun revealed his intention. While I oversee the group's companies, I plan to appoint Jang Do-hyung as the executive vice president, putting him in charge of all financial affiliates, and I intend to give him full authority. Wu Chan's eyes widened in total shock. Ho-In was also momentarily stunned. Even Min Seop was shell-shocked. In-gyu didn't know how to react for a second. Do-Jun thought to himself, the news that he'll take the executive VP role is even more of a bombshell than me taking control. Yang Qian burst out laughing in pure delight. Now that is a real checkmate. The whole room fell into a dead silence. Do-Jun watched the scene unfold, ready to deliver the final clincher. No words could be more perfect than these. Separation of ownership and management. Zero interference in business operations. Exactly what the board of directors welcomed with open arms. And the one actually running the show wasn't some outsider, but a legendary top-tier talent, recognized by themselves as Vice President Jang Do-hyung. If they oppose this decision, their previous words about worrying for the company will only prove to be nothing but empty talk. It will expose that they don't care about the company, but only care about holding on to their own seats. Opposing Vice President Jang Do-hyung would not only put Director Jang Woo-chan, who once praised him, in a tight spot, but also make Chairman Jin, who approved this promotion, look like a fool. If they agree from today, they will have to welcome a former subordinate as their boss. The whole crowd's faces have now turned grim. Do-Jun asked, feigning innocence. Why does everyone have that look on their face? Is Vice President Jang Do-hyung not qualified? Come on, I want to hear an answer from someone. However, still no one dared to say a word. Min Seo was also flustered and at a loss for words. Yang Qian was very amused at this point. What is this? Are you all ignoring the question from the largest shareholder? This isn't a management issue, it's a personnel matter. It is perfectly appropriate for a shareholder to ask. In-Q replied hesitantly. Well, yes, but the decision. This assignment is too sudden. Do-Jun cut in. Becoming a vice president before the age of 50 is also a big surprise, isn't it? In-Q was choked up, not knowing how to respond. Do-Jun pressed his advantage. Among advanced financial companies, according to global standards, is there anywhere that promotes people solely based on age or seniority? One of the conditions for the bailout of the IMF is the opening of financial markets. When foreign capital comes, flooding in to compete, to leverage or absorb them, we must follow their way of doing things, right? I see Vice President Jang Do-hyung as a symbol of that, and believe that Sun Yang is ready to join the global competition. But looking at the director's expressions, could it be that I got it all wrong? Yang Qian also seriously observed each person. The old man finally spoke up. I think everyone already knows the first thing they need to do. Then you must prepare a complete report to answer all of Do-Jun's questions. The whole group immediately thought about dealing with foreign capital. Yu-chan, though reluctant, still had to comply. I will prepare it immediately. However, Do-jun declined. No need for that. I've already prepared a document. We can discuss based on that. Gather all the executives and managers of the financial companies. Have a full discussion, and just notify me of the final result. Hearing this, Yu-chan couldn't help but be bewildered. You prepared it? Do-jun had been secretly calculating for a long time. That's right, but to add more weight and pressure, I need to borrow prestige from elsewhere. But did he keep it hidden? No. It's a document prepared by the Fantasy Investment, headquarters in the U.S., just analyzing Sun Yang's financial companies. Took several months alone. Yes, Yang John was also very astonished. They analyzed us from the U.S.? We are very curious about the content of that document. Do-jun remained silent for a while. Then he called out to Director Yang. Yu-chan didn't dare delay and replied immediately, yes. Do-jun wanted to dig deeper. I heard Sun Yang Life invests in many places, including domestic bank financial products. Right? Yu-chan was a bit flustered, not knowing what he was after. That's right, Do-jun quickly broke it down. With those products, usually info on performance, projected profit, and safety levels is enough. But can anyone explain where my invested money actually flows to? And do I know exactly the structure of the product I'm investing in? Yu-chan frowned, confused. What are you talking about? Bonds. Investing in commodities only requires identifying the source. He shook his head in disagreement. That's not it. Everything is way more complicated these days. Even bonds are bundled from many different sources into a single financial product. For instance, they can mix mortgage-backed bonds from Florida with corporate bonds from the UK and Mexican government bonds. He snapped back in frustration. That sounds complicated. But isn't it still just bonds at the end of the day? Jun didn't see it that way. If it were that simple, it wouldn't be a headache. No, the reality is completely different. There are many other factors added in here. Inside this bond package, there are also derivative products, betting on recovery rates. Yu-chan was now so angry he was gnashing his teeth. Grinding them together, he growled at Do-jun. Just what exactly are you trying to say? Are you implying that because I don't know the nitty-gritty of those products, I'm not fit to be a director? Why is Do-jun staying silent? But in his heart, he thought otherwise. As the CEO of a life insurance company, it's impossible to know every single product the company invests in. But right now, Uncle thinks it's best to save face and play nice with me, because after all, he'll be seeing me quite often. So if a clash happens over something petty, he'll be the one who loses out. Do-jun calmly continued. Not at all. How could you know everything? The ones who need to know every detail are the analysts. If an investment specialist doesn't understand the product details, then they deserve to be fired. Not the director. Yu-chan froze. Then according to you, what is the responsibility of a director? What do they need to know? Do-jun explained immediately. There are many responsibilities, but the most important one is to accurately assess how dangerous the rising water beneath our feet is and where it will eventually stop. At this point, the meeting was becoming increasingly tense. Do-jun reached out his hand to demonstrate for them. If the water only reaches your nose, you're still lucky. But if it goes over your head, then there's no way out, sir. Don't you think so? Chairman Lee Min-seop of Sun Kong, what do you think? Do-jun tightened his expression and looked up at them. Min-seop spoke up, visibly flustered. I didn't realize that warning was aimed at me. Do-jun asked again. The credit card business is basically a lending business. The core of lending is the ability to recover the capital, right? Min-seop felt a prickle of irritation from his question. But before he could react, Do-jun continued. Housewives with no income are borrowing 300 million won. Students without part-time jobs are borrowing 200 million won. And they are receiving cash every month under the guise of credit. Even workers with stable incomes are spiraling as they take out new loans just to pay off old ones. Just ask the employees at Sun Kang how many of them aren't using the technique of credit card kiting to settle their debts. Min-seop remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Long ago, Do-jun had analyzed that habits are a terrifying thing. They got used to using credit cards and used to throwing their entire salary into them because so many people around them were getting hit with late fees. Kiting cards to pay off debt had become an obvious norm. People were no longer afraid of debt. Not just the card users, but the credit card companies also thought that it was perfectly normal. Yang Qian followed up with another question. So that is the sign of the rising tide? Do-jun didn't answer, but asked a question in return. Making that judgment is the responsibility of the director and the executive board, isn't it? Is using debt to rotate credit cards a dangerous tide, or the lifeblood saving the Korean economy? Who could possibly know? After hearing this, Yang Qian closed his eyes to focus. After a moment, the old man finally asked, So, what does everyone think? Everyone was completely bewildered. Young-jun felt a bit annoyed, still thinking that, does Do-jun need to rotate through various departments for years as an apprentice to be qualified? Do-jun seemed to realize something. He spoke up and asked, "May I say a few words?" Yang Qian remained silent, seemingly giving his silent approval. Do-jun asked skeptically, "This is the first time I've heard the idea that one must undergo training at their own company." Ho-in explained flusteredly, "Well, I was just making a suggestion. If you want to be deeply involved in management, if I had known Do-jun intended to separate ownership from management, I wouldn't have said that." And in Q also chimed in, "That's right. We assumed that you would be directly on the front lines of management. So we made that proposal. I hope you don't misunderstand." Do-jun did not hesitate to deny it. "Not at all, there's no misunderstanding. I'm still sitting on the bench watching. But if necessary, I'm ready to get in the game. In that case, would I still need to rotate through departments for an apprenticeship?" The whole group of directors fell silent. Yu-chan rushed to break the tension. "It would be better if you considered it and decided for yourself. After today, I think if needed, you would suggest it yourself without anyone having to force you." Do-jun looked at them in silence. That was the most reasonable answer, meaning letting him evaluate and decide for himself. It was both a flattering remark and a way to dodge responsibility. He smirked with satisfaction. Yang Qian asked once more, "Now that everyone knows enough about my grandson to give an assessment, right? Does anyone else have anything to say?" "No," they all replied in unison. "No, I agree. Me too." The room fell silent again. A moment later, Yang Qian spoke up, breaking the silence. "Do-jun, is it true about putting a CEO in that top position?" Do-jun clarified earnestly. "We need to meet in person to decide, don't we? But the reputation of the CEO, Jang Do-hyung, is very good. As CEO Yang said, there are also rumors that he is capable enough to carry the future of Sun Kong." He furrowed his brows in deep suspicion. Did that rumor come from Jidu? He didn't hesitate to nod and admit yes. Yang Qian closed his eyes to clear his mind and think. After a while, the old man finally spoke up. "Do-jun, finding new people who fit you is essential. But you must not underestimate the old guard. You must help them leave with honor. If they feel insulted, it will cause a major backlash." Do-jun further explained, "I will keep them in their positions for a while. If they prove their competence, then I have no intention of replacing them." Yang Qian immediately dismissed it. "No way." He was a bit surprised. "Pardon?" The old man then continued, "It's only a matter of time. Those people all have to be replaced. You must let the entire staff know that the era has changed. This is no longer my era. It's yours. Aim for the top brass. But when dealing with them, you need to minimize any potential negative impacts. After all, they are Sun Kang loyalists. Don't let the sight of them being ruthlessly discarded become the future image in the eyes of others. Those who feel betrayed will definitely betray you back. Do you know why?" Do-jun offered his guess skeptically. "Perhaps because they can rationalize their own betrayal." Yang Qian nodded with satisfaction. "Exactly. If in the end they have no faults, then provide for them so they don't feel slighted. But if you find a blameworthy mistake, then you must eliminate them coldly. The time they have left at Sun Kang must serve as an example for everyone in the company, whether it's a good lesson or a bad one." Do-jun nodded in agreement. "I will keep that in mind." Yang Qian also gave a satisfied smile. At this moment, he couldn't help but think to himself, "Grandfather, is there not a shred of pity or nostalgia left? CEO Yang U-chan of Sun Kong Life has been through thick and thin with you for over 35 years, yet you don't give a damn about him. Will I end up like that too?" The following day, at Do-jun's house, Do-hyung, having been invited, arrived promptly. "Why did you want to see me?" Do-jun didn't hide his intentions at all. "I have a few things I want to ask. I'm sure you already know that the financial division of Sun Kong Group will be handed over to me." He nodded immediately. "Yeah, I know." Do-jun tried to speak as sincerely as possible, but I'm not like my uncles. I have absolutely no intention of taking on any major executive roles in the company. Do-hyung heard this and exclaimed, "That's a surprise. What happens inside the building can't be understood from the outside. Financial reports aren't everything. The vibe you feel when you walk into the lobby, the expressions on the employees' faces as they pass by, the buzz inside the offices, those things are the real face of the company." Do-jun suddenly blurted out, "Really?" He added, "Titles like chairman or vice chairman don't even exist in the company's official system. But when someone with those titles enters the lobby, everyone bows 90 degrees. Do-jun crossed his arms calmly. "I don't like that kind of imagery. It's a bit old school, isn't it? Just like the mob." Do-hyung simply remarked, "Maybe you don't get it yet." He was surprised. "Get what?" Only then did he reveal the answer. The pragmatic nature of salarymen. Do-jun was so stunned he stammered, Pragmatic? In his heart, his view of the other man changed. This guy is something else. Perhaps this is what grandfather meant. When he talked about how unpredictable he is, Do-hyung added, 99% of salarymen bow politely to the members of the owner family, as if treating a mob boss, but they can never really talk to them. One must do that before leaving the company. Do-yoon nodded in agreement. That's true, isn't it? Do-hyung continued. It's not that they don't know it, but if the chairman personally walks up and shakes their hand, everything changes. They'll start deluding themselves that they aren't part of that 99%, but that they're someone special. That's exactly why. Do-jun asked back, confused. So what are you trying to say? Do-hyung didn't answer, but went on. Not wanting a title means you only check the business results every year. And when those results don't meet expectations, you replace the entire leadership team. Is that right? He admitted without hesitation, that's right. Do-hyung seriously analyzed, that's a Western approach. But simply applying Western methods and calling it modern management isn't enough. The people also have to fit the Western system. But in our country, the master-servant mindset persists. The loyalty of a subject to their lord is still deep-rooted. Do-jun fell into deep thought after hearing that. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart. CEO Jang Do-hyung is truly exceptional. He rose to the rank of vice chairman, but was eventually forced out. When Jin Yang-ki took over the chairmanship and began a massive overhaul, he was dissatisfied with the aggressive and combative management style of Do-hyung. Do-hyung. He then asked, is there something you want to tell me? Do-jun said calmly, even if you do nothing, you should still be in the top position. Do-hyung was dazed after hearing this. Is that really necessary? In every subsidiary, there are already excellent directors. But Do-jun continued to point out, those excellent directors are no exception. They are just people who follow orders, whether right or wrong. They remain servants their whole lives. Working under orders gives them peace of mind because following orders means not having to take responsibility. And that responsibility is much heavier than people think. Sometimes it's just too much to handle. Do-hyung couldn't help but be surprised by his train of thought. Someone who understands that so well but says they'll step back and only remain as a shareholder? Is it because of your age? Do-jun rested his chin on his hand, looking pensive. On the surface, yes, it's about age. But deep down, it's because I have to be more careful. Well, he didn't have any second thoughts at that moment. I wonder if he caught my drift from this expression. Do-hyung simply asked back, it's pretty stressful, isn't it? He sighed and admitted, a little bit. After all, this isn't a family. That only leaves behind an apartment. Do-hyung seemed to really sympathize with the clan. You seem like a great white shark from the movies. Everyone knows there's something under the water, but they can't see its shape clearly. They don't know its size or how aggressive it is, but it's definitely there. And they know that sooner or later, it will strike. Do-jun asked curiously, so they're on guard against me? Do-hyung continued calmly. Actually, the shark should be scared too, because it thinks whatever is on the surface could hurt it. Your situation might be even harsher. The moment you take hold of Sun Kang's flagship companies, the elders in the family will make their move. Do-jun was secretly agreeing a shark. That's a spot-on metaphor. But fortunately, nobody knows how big my teeth are yet, right? He turned the question back. Can you handle it? Do-hyung was taken aback. What do you mean? Do-jun smiled and said, if people find out that I trust you, there will be a lot of trouble. Some will threaten you, while others will try to win you over. Countless things will happen. He curled his lips into a smile after hearing that. If you give me the authority to leverage those situations, depending on the circumstances, I specifically see no reason to refuse. Do-jun looked at him and thought to himself, now I can tell what kind of person he is. He doesn't have the soul of a servant. He's a man built for the system. The Western approach he mentioned earlier. He suddenly stood up. Can we call it a day? Do-hyung was a bit surprised. Wait, what? Do-jun calmly explained. Isn't this an interview to see what kind of person the other is? Why don't you take your time to decide? Do-hyung couldn't help but exclaim, we aren't equals. You're the one who gets to choose, and I'm the one who has to be chosen. There's a clear difference. Do-jun chuckled lightheartedly. But for someone who needs to be chosen, you're remarkably composed and cool-headed. It's like you have nothing to lose. And I think that even if it wasn't me, someone else would still choose you. Isn't everyone praising you as the CEO and the future of Sun Kang life? Do-hyung reflected Vice Chairman Jin Yang-ki does too, and Vice Chairman Jin Dong-ki as well. But I'm waiting for your lead. Do-jun just stayed silent after hearing that. Do-jun and Do-hyung were still chatting. He asked the other suspiciously, since I'm young, do you think you can just lead me however you want? Is that what you mean? Do-hyung immediately countered. Not at all. If you were easy to manipulate, Chairman Jin wouldn't have handed the core subsidiaries over to you, despite your age. You are talented enough to be chosen by the chairman. Doesn't that just show how outstanding you really are? Do-jun just listened in silence. He thought to himself, he's sharp. Do-jun sighed. If you put it that way, you're not wrong. But does that alone make me better than my two cousins? Do-hyung added, there's another reason. I have quite a few friends in Yoido. Some of them told me that Jin Do-jun is the future of finance. If Jin Do-jun takes the helm in financial investment, the entire Korean financial market might end up in his hands. Do-hyung finished speaking with a very proud look on his face. Do-jun couldn't help but smirk. Who told you all that nonsense? He then spoke honestly. I also have a few acquaintances on Wall Street. They told me that at Fantasy Investment, there's someone called Fantasy Boy, an investment prodigy, specifically. One with a sharp eye for evaluating startups, an investor who has never failed even once. His name is Hogwarts Jin. Fantasy Boy. Isn't that you? Do-jun flatly denied it. That's not it. Do-hyung was completely caught off guard. What? Do-jun then explained. I was an investor for fantasy in the US when I was a kid. I used the money from selling the farm to invest in Se-hyun's projects in the US. That investment grew quite a lot. Maybe that's how the rumor spread. But I'm no investment genius. Do-hyung took a wild guess. So Hogwarts Jin really is you? However, that wasn't Do-jun's answer. It could be and it could not be. The people at the US headquarters occasionally call me Hogwarts, that's all. So don't overhype me. And don't think I'm some investment genius. Just because you want to work with me. Because of that, Do-hyung became flustered. I haven't made any decisions yet. I just feel lucky that it's you instead of your two cousins managing the group's financial sector, he confidently asserted. In that case, you must protect and support me. Because those two cousins of mine will surely look for a way. No, they will openly try everything to get rid of me and seize the financial companies. He was still very anxious. If I choose wrong, I'll be swept into the eye of the storm. Do-jun smirked meaningfully. It seems Director Jiang now truly understands what I meant about people threatening and others trying to lure you in. He spoke calmly. You've already stepped into it. Do-hyung confirmed, that is my final answer. Now I'm just waiting for the decision from the one who chooses. Do-jun didn't respond immediately, observing in silence instead. Being a sharp man, he surely understands that. If he says he won't walk the same path as me, I will draw my sword instantly. So Jang Do-hyung has chosen me from the very beginning. What I need to do now is to make him feel that he has made the right call. Do-jun began assigning tasks to the other. Make a plan on how to take full control of the subsidiaries, including life insurance, property insurance, securities, and credit cards. When the company is truly in my hands, I will execute that plan swiftly. Is it doable? Do-hyung gave a slight smile. He declared with full confidence, I'll have it ready. Do-jun felt reassured. I trust you'll handle it brilliantly. If the plan is perfectly crafted, you will receive a compensation package equal to that of the CEO of Sun Kang Electronics, who is currently the highest paid person in the entire Sun Kang group. Hearing that, Do-hyung's jaw dropped. Do-jun continued regarding the position. We'll discuss that later. Still in a state of shock, he stammered, thank you, then added, save those thanks for when you have excellently executed my directives. For now, nothing is set in stone. Do-jun thought to himself, I deliberately emphasized the word directives, but Director Jang didn't seem bothered at all. Do-hyung was now beaming with excitement. Of course, I don't expect a reward without producing results. After finishing the discussion, he prepared to leave. There's much to do. I'll take my leave now. Do-jun stood up to see him off. All right, thank you for your hard work all this time. They shook hands in perfect accord. Do-jun suddenly spoke up. Oh, Director Jiang! I have one last question. Do-hyung nodded immediately. Yes, boss. He asked the question that had been weighing on his mind. I'm just a very young guy. Doesn't that worry you? Do-hyung's hand was still gripping his. He spoke with total confidence. I believe in the miracle right in front of my eyes. Time passed until December. Right now at the villa, Do-jun was seriously reviewing some documents. The signature on them made him freeze in place. Do-jun remained silent for a long time. Yang Cheon finally prodded him. Hey kid, just stamp it already. Why do you have to scrutinize it so much? Do-jun snapped out of it. Ah, yes. Yang Cheon didn't forget to remind him. Don't try to crunch the numbers. The structure of the shares is too complex. You won't figure it out in one go. Just stamp it and I'll explain it to you later. If you don't want to, don't stamp it. It's fine either way. Do-jun was still very confident. No, I'll do it. He proceeded to stamp the documents. The assistant quickly collected the folder and then left immediately. Do-jun watched Yang Qian in silence, who then asked, "You're curious, aren't you? Combining all 4 major financial companies and some smaller subsidiaries, plus group shares as a reward." Do-yun gave a shy smile, wondering incessantly in his heart, "So how many percent is it exactly?" Yang Qian laughed and said, "Your say in the Sun Kang group is exactly 1/10. Do-jun was stunned, unable to believe it. "Only 10%? Seeing his reaction, the old man asked back, "What, it's not enough?" Do-jun waved his hands to clarify. "It's plenty, sir." Yang Qian let out a sigh and looked at his grandson. "It's not just plenty, it's massive, isn't it?" "Ambitious." He smiled shyly and said, "It really is enough." Yang Qian continued, "You were the one who confidently said it yourself, that you would create a new Sun Kang based on the subsidiaries in HVK Group that fantasy already owns." Do-jun asserted with conviction, "I will definitely make it happen." The old man fell silent for a moment after hearing that, before slowly standing up. Yang Qian moved across the room. He sat down affectionately next to Do-jun. Taken by surprise, he couldn't react in time. Why is his voice so low? Or does he just want to sit close to his grandson? Yang Qian called out softly, "Do-jun." He replied obediently, "Yes." The old man asked seriously, "Do you understand my reasoning for doing this?" Deep inside, Do-jun's feelings began to shift. The unease in my heart vanished instantly. He nodded in confirmation. "I understand perfectly, sir. The subtle figure of 10%, a ratio just enough so that my 2 uncles won't dare to take dangerous risks to seize your shares, but also large enough that they can't brush me off. It's a number that will make them want to pull me to their side. By playing nice, that was your intention? To ensure I don't get caught in the crossfire." Do-jun sincerely took Yang Qian's hand. He spoke with gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa. I truly thank you." The next morning at the headquarters, Young Ki frowned at the paper in his hand. 10%? "Yes, Vice Chairman. 4 core companies and 6 affiliates have been inherited. Control of the shares is now in the hands of Sun Jiang Life." He was now gloating internally. "Out of all his own flesh and blood, your father has never shown this much favor to anyone. I was worried, but only 10%. I hold 36%. The eldest brother holds 33%. Fantasy 16%. Jin Do-jun gets 10%, and the remaining 5% belongs to the directors." Jai-su nodded. "Yes, that's correct. 34 people in total. Among them, 21 have retired, and 13 are still in office. The detailed list is in the attached document." Young Ki flipped through it in silence, but a second later his face turned pale. "They are all the chairman's right-hand men." Jai-su tried to stay calm and continued, "Yes, only the chairman could take those shares back, but since he gave them out as recognition for their service, so he probably has no intention of taking them back." Then Young Ki immediately gave the order. "Approach these people right away." "No, wait, let's observe a little longer." "If we make a scene now, Father will find out." Jisoo agreed. "Exactly. We still have plenty of time. You can take your time with this move." Young Ki quickly shifted his plan. "Keep a close eye on my older brother's every move. Get more people on it. Don't miss a single person he meets. I want full reports." Jisoo took the order. "Understood, Vice Chairman." He leaned back in his chair, exhausted. Thoughts raced through Young Ki's head. There's no need to snatch those shares from that kid with just 10%. He can't do a thing. No rush. I'll keep playing the role of the kind uncle and slowly turn him into my loyal dog. Just then, the sound of things crashing echoed loudly. Young Ki kept cursing in his rage. "How many times do I have to say that? It's not the share structure I'm after." "Seriously, is this all the shares Sun Kang Group has? Investigate every agency or individual. That can influence the group." Sung-do took the heat in silence, not daring to move. Young Ki continued furiously. "Listen closely, there must be shares, scattered under different names. Don't you know my father by now? His hunger for power is way beyond what any normal person could ever imagine. He's not the type to let go of power until his very last breath. He surely has a hidden trump card stashed somewhere. That winning move might have been entrusted to an agency or some individual." Young Ki huffed in frustration. Only then did Seong-do dare to speak up. "Vice Chairman, frankly speaking, these agencies are still following the chairman's will. As of right now, at least, but they are extremely sensitive to any shift in power. Once the vice chairman solidifies his strength, these organizations will naturally pivot to support you." Donkey listened in silence, seemingly lost in thought. The tension in the room became palpable instantly. Donkey took a deep breath before saying, "Thank you." Sung-jo also bowed, asking for forgiveness. Only then did Donkey regain his composure. Even so, we still need to identify the individual shareholders, right? Seongjo nodded. Yes, especially those who hold long-term shares. We need to compile a detailed list. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait, that's right. There must be shares held under other people's names. Focus on the ones that are hard to track. Like what, Seongjo? Quickly add those with unlisted addresses. Immigrants or people who have lived abroad for a long time. Donkey nodded and continued. Exactly, flush them out. Also, leverage all available capital, from my companies to buy back any shares currently on the market. I need to know exactly how much we can scoop up. He quickly acknowledged the order. Understood, sir, and Vice Chairman. We should at least have a safety net, shouldn't we? Dong-ki looked at him skeptically. A safety net? Sung-do explained further. Yes. I believe the two key shareholders are Jin Do-jun and Fantasy. In my opinion, the link between these two shareholders is CEO, Jin Yoon-ki. You just need to maintain a good relationship with your younger brother. Dong-ki began plotting in his mind. With 53%, I will become the master of Sunkang Group. Sung-jo added, That's right, it's safe to say. The future of the group is currently in the hands of CEO, Jin Yoon-ki. Meanwhile, at another location, the floor was littered with countless cigarette butts. Someone was stomping on them repeatedly in a fit of rage. It turned out to be Sang-ki. He gritted his teeth, fuming with anger. A foundation chairmanship is absolutely worthless. I'm his son too, for crying out loud. Besides, I haven't done anything wrong or caused any trouble. The same goes for my kids, yet he completely shut me out. Then he handed the 4 core companies over to a grandson who's barely even lost his baby face. Damn it, I've been living in their shadow for way too long. That's why I've become a nobody. My oldest brother took over all my work, so I never get a chance to talk to father. I don't even have a reason to step into his study. That's why he never even looks my way. I've been playing second fiddle to my big brother all this time. In that case, he should be the one protecting me. Today was just like any other day with beautiful, clear weather. The streets were absolutely packed with people. Sunlight washed over everything, including the Seo Hyun group. They were all gathering together. Yoon-ki asked caringly, Hey, what do you think of this place? Is the atmosphere okay? Seo Hyun quickly replied, It's wonderful. But why aren't there any customers, even if it's still early? Is this place not doing well? Yoon-ki then explained, The grand opening is on Christmas Eve. It hasn't officially opened for business yet, that's why. Hearing this, Seo Hyun covered her mouth in surprise. It's not open for business yet? Then how are we able to eat here? Yoon-ki sincerely took her hand. Since there wasn't a good spot to host important meetings with Sun Yang partners, I set this place up. He announced it to the other party under your name. Seo Hyun was speechless. Wait, what? Yoon-ki then reassured her. The general manager here is top tier. I spent a fortune to bring them in, so you just need to pop in once in a while. Now that the kids are all grown up, you should have something to keep you busy for fun. Do-jun, watching from the side, couldn't help but be impressed. Our dad is actually quite the romantic, isn't he? Sang-jun also said, Congrats, Mom. Seo Hyun said nothing, simply taking it all in with a quiet smile. Just then, Hyun-ki spoke up. All right, everyone, please. Let's eat first. Try the signature dishes, and let's see what you think. The chef here was formally trained in Italy and France, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Do-jun suddenly asked his father, Are you going to use this whole building, Dad? Even though he was skeptical, he still asked, Yeah, how did you know? He looked at Yoon-ki, speechless. How could he not know? The company names on the directory in the lobby are all your companies, Dad, and the building is named Hyun. That's the Hyun from Mom's name, Lee Ha-hyun. Ha-hyun didn't miss the chance to tease him. Seriously, Dad? Anyone who can read could figure that out. Yoon-ki scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, is that so? Oh, Se-hyun begged me to keep it, and the rent is actually pretty cheap. He gently took his wife's hand, then asked her sincerely, How do you feel about having a building named after you? Hae-hyun shyly covered her face in front of the kids. All right, that's enough. Yoon-ki cleared his throat to straighten things out. However, a moment later, the whole family burst out laughing. Do-jun was also happy to see such a scene. That night at home, after having a few beers, Yoon-ki finally began to open up to his son. Are you doing okay? You're only 24, but you're already managing a whole bunch of companies. How many do you have exactly? Over 10? Do-jun tried to rack his brain. There are 9 companies under the group. Hwa Young and 4 companies belonging to the financial firm, Sun Yang. Those are just the main ones. As for the smaller subsidiaries, I don't really remember the exact count. But Yoon-ki still couldn't believe it. Good Lord, aren't you capping a little too hard? He didn't bother arguing. He just gave a light smile and said, Both grandfather and Uncle Se-hyun are pros. with all the spin-offs and mergers they do. To be honest, I don't have the bandwidth to keep track of every single subsidiary in our group. He looked skeptical. I think you're overstating it. I manage plenty of companies myself, but even if it's just a small workshop, you have to stay on top of things and manage it closely. You need to be mindful of everything, Do-jun called out softly. Dad! Yoon-ki immediately listened. Yeah? Only then did he explain. The scale of my companies and yours are just built different. My companies. It include the top life insurance firm in the country, an auto company with a 32% market share in Korea, and a construction company ranked 6th in bidding. Should I keep going? Yoon-ki was left speechless after hearing that. Finally, he had to admit defeat. Fine, I guess my kid is just a huge flexer. Yoon-ki then asked, but what about your uncles? Have they reached out to you at all? Do-jun shook his head. Not yet. They really should be contacting you, shouldn't they, Dad? Because you're the only bridge who can control both. Fantasy and me. If they can just win you over, that person becomes the major shareholder of the entire group. He nodded in agreement. I guess that's possible. So what should I do next? Do-jun quickly suggested, Dad, you can just say you won't get involved until I finish my studies. My child's education. However, Yoon-ki was a bit skeptical. Your studies? You're graduating in just a few months. He took the opportunity to add more news. I'm planning on going to grad school, Dad. He asked in total disbelief. You barely showed up for undergrad, and now you want to go to grad school? Do-jun let out a sigh. Grandfather is getting old. If I graduate, I'll have to enlist right away. What if something happens to grandfather while I'm away? So I want to delay my enlistment, to be by his side and take care of him while he's still with us. Yoon-ki frowned, completely confused. Enlistment? But you were exempted from military service. Do-jun was stunned. I'm exempted? He looked at his son suspiciously. Wait, hold on. Yoon-ki quickly made a phone call. Hey, it's Yoon-ki. Yes, how have you been? I have something I need to ask you. Didn't you tell me that my Do-jun was exempted from military service? Is that right? Oh, I see. It seems Do-jun hasn't heard the news yet. Understood. Thanks a lot. When you're free, let's set up a time to grab a meal together. Do-jun asked blankly, Who were you calling, Dad? After hanging up, Yoon-ki said, Chief Secretary Lee Hak-jae. I was asking about your military enlistment. You've been exempted from military service. The reason is your past involvement in a serious car accident. There's a medical certificate stating you're unfit for service. The paperwork and everything else has been handled legally and settled. Do-jun was stunned by this sudden news. Oh, really? Meanwhile, at Do-jun's private residence, the news was reporting on the person appointed as the new head coach of the South Korean national football team. Watching the report on TV, Do-hyung asked, Do you like soccer? Do-jun replied, It's all right. I usually just watch when the national team plays. The two continued watching the sports news in silence. Do-jun thought to himself, Is there any sport that's still exciting when you already know the outcome? A bit confused, Do-hyung asked, It's New Year's Day. Why aren't you at home instead of stopping by here? Do-jun didn't hesitate, to be honest, to avoid the company executives coming over to pay their respects. It's New Year's Day, after all. The man was shocked by the answer. Really? Do-hyung asked back, You're not into that? He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I find it tedious when too many people visit, dealing with so much work. Having someone my son's age bow to me is hard enough, but having someone older than my own father bow to me is even more exhausting. Do-jun burst out laughing upon hearing that. He continued, I came here to support you and give you some leverage. The man froze for a few seconds. Wait, what? Do-jun then explained clearly, Tomorrow, go to the company and casually let it slip that you had a private meeting with me on New Year's Day. Do-hyung looked blank, not understanding yet. He asked further, Manager, who do you think is the one with the real power at Sunyang Group? Do-hyung quickly gave his answer. Chief Secretary Lee Hak-jae. He's known as the chairman's right-hand man. Isn't that right? Do-jun asked gently. Then, how does one become someone with real power? He provided the perfect response. It's all about trust. He was a bit skeptical. Trust? Do-hyung nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. It's about having that trust. Absolute trust from the one in power. I'm sure everyone knows that by now. Do-jun couldn't help but freeze for a moment. A powerful person, a term full of allure. The one standing right next to the person in charge possesses immeasurable strength. In fact, that person can even surpass the very master they once served. However, relying on trust alone won't make you a powerful person or give you a real voice. Manager, in my opinion, this is the true definition of a powerful person. A powerful person is someone who can meet with the one in power at any time, talking with them. about whatever they want to say, and ultimately almost everything must be filtered through that person to reach the one in power, who will then execute it swiftly. If you lack either of those two factors, then you can't be considered someone who holds the real cards. Let's see, take a guess. Does Secretary Lee Hak-jae fit that description? Do-hyung followed up immediately. Looking at it objectively, he is strict. Excessively so, one might say. Do-jun shook his head. That's not what I meant. He was a bit taken aback. Oh? Then he continued explaining. Everyone in Sun Yang Group thinks that Secretary Lee Hak-jae is the one with the real power. The only one who doesn't think so is grandfather. What matters isn't whether that person actually holds power or not. It's whether others perceive them as having it. Do-hyung's eyes widened in surprise. Then it seemed to click for him. If everyone thinks I'm the power player, then they'll start acting way out of pocket. Do-jun smirked meaningfully. Today's meeting, and will give Manager Jang a lot more room to move. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must focus entirely on making the most of this opportunity. Do-hyang exclaimed gleefully. Yes, sir, I understand. Do-jun couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Now let's see the plan Manager Jang has put together. He quickly pulled it out. Right here, sir. Countless documents were laid out across the table. Do-hyung analyzed them carefully. First, we need to start by integrating the computer systems of the subsidiaries into a synchronized master server. Through that system, you'll be able to easily monitor the daily operations and track the cash flow of all subsidiaries at a glance. It'll be completely seamless. Do-jun looked at the documents, feeling a bit overwhelmed. The question is, what about analyzing the surplus cash flow? I'm sure you know that. To use cash flow effectively, you have to clearly understand the operational timing of the subsidiaries. Am I right? Do-hyung asked tentatively. Right? Do-hyung asks hesitantly. Can I assume that the funds gathered from these sources, it will be used to buy back the company's shares? He nodded in confirmation. Precisely. Everything will go according to my current plan. The shareholding structure within the group is currently unstable. If the two vice chairmen snap up all the shares, the group will immediately lose control over credit cards and securities. That is something I definitely don't want to happen. Not even a little bit. As of now, grandfather is watching like a hawk, so they won't dare buy or sell openly. But you can bet they're still secretly hoarding shares behind the scenes, just waiting for the right moment to dump them. In-ki was furious, shouting, What? He sees the credit card company as a nuisance? That punk actually said that? Do-hyung nodded in confirmation. Yes, honestly, I used to think Jin Do-jun was something special, but it turns out he's just a stubborn brat who thinks he's always right. Typical third-generation chaebol behavior. The CEO was now so livid that his whole body was shaking. Who the hell does he think he is to claim that we're currently drowning in bad debt right now? Is there any company with a track record better than ours? Do-hyung immediately played along. Exactly, he probably just read a few books and thinks he's some kind of expert. The man gnashed his teeth. Damn it, to have this happen on the very first day of the new year. Seeing this, Do-hyung simply remained silent. He recalled what Do-jun had previously instructed. The key is to make them believe that I truly think that way. At the time, he had asked, if CEO Lee Min-sok buys into this, how will he react? After a moment's thought, Do-hyung shared his perspective. To be honest, if I were in his shoes, I'd be absolutely pissed, because the credit card company is actually doing really well right now. But if the owner treats it like it's trash, anyone would be salty. Do-jun nodded firmly. Definitely. Especially when that disrespect comes from some kid who's still wet behind the ears. His pride is going to take a major hit. When that happens, he'll look for someone to vent to. But that person certainly won't be my grandfather, since nobody has the guts to openly defy the chairman's decision. If we set the chairman aside, the next most powerful person is Vice Chairman Jin, Young-ki. Do-hyung's face went pale with shock. He asked, visibly shaken, Sir, don't tell me, are you planning to sell off the credit card company? Do-jun remained perfectly calm. He immediately corrected him. No, I just want to trade it. I'll pick a solid company from my eldest uncle's portfolio and swap them. Do-hyung was still hesitant. But sir, if we look at the current business state of the card company, Do-jun said with total confidence, that's exactly why I can sell it for a premium. Do-hyung couldn't quite grasp the other's intention yet. He added another reminder, don't feel too bad about letting it go. I never let anything that has been in my hands slip into the hands of others, whether it's money, companies, or people. The credit card company, It might leave my hands now, but it'll eventually come back. Still confused, Do-hyung asked, I honestly have no idea what you're thinking. Could you explain it to me? But Do-jun felt differently. This is a bit too much to digest and accept right now. Just watch and see. Min Seok then asked Manager Jang, that kid, how should we handle him? I see he's trying to turn you into his right-hand man. Do-hyung didn't hesitate to set the record straight. His confidant, among all the executives, I'm probably the easiest one to brush off. Maybe it's just because I'm young. The CEOs of the subsidiaries are all older than my father, CEO Jin Yoon-ki, so it's hard for them to take orders from a kid. And Seok remained silent, listening intently. With that, he signaled for Do-hyung to leave. You've worked hard. Just keep playing along with that brat for now. You're dismissed. He bowed. Yes, sir, excuse me. Now alone in the room, Min Seok picked up the phone. He issued an order to his subordinate. Check Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki's schedule. If he has any openings, tell him I'd like to meet. Min Seok hung up angrily. He was so livid that the veins were bulging on his forehead. At the group headquarters, Min Seok greeted him deferentially. I'm a bit late to pay my respects. My apologies. Vice Chairman Young-ki replied with feigned politeness. It's fine. I'm honored that you came in person. Everyone is so busy right now. Sucking up to their new masters. Who has time to care about their neighbors anymore? Min Seok felt flustered as he realized the man's underlying meaning. He tried to remain calm and said, Don't sweat it. Just make yourself at home. Young-ki asked directly, Are you planning to just leave it like this? Min Seok didn't hold back and spoke his mind. Regarding the financial subsidiaries, are you really going to let the group's financial system fall into the hands of a kid? Young-ki froze for a few seconds. What's going on here? He let out a frustrated sigh. It's only the start of the year and we're already having such heavy talk? Could it be that Manager Lee has been bullied by my nephew? Min Seok suddenly became hesitant. Well, about that. He then proceeded to recount everything to Young-ki. Time went by. Dong-ki had also received word by now. On the very first day of the year, did General Manager Lee Min-seok go to see the chairman first? KuBI nodded in confirmation. Yes, is there something wrong with that? Dong-ki continued his questioning. And what about Do-jun? KuBI reported back. He only met with Executive Director Jang Do-hyung. Dong-ki couldn't help but feel suspicious. Jang Do-hyung? You mean the one from the life insurance sector? He nodded. Yes, sir. The man rubbed his chin in thought. So the old guard has already started pushing back? On the very first day of the year, no matter what. They would never stoop that low. Yet that kid rejected the New Year's greetings from his elders. My dear nephew, it seems you still don't know how to respect your elders. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Vice Chairman, this looks very sus. It turned out there were several others in the room with them. Dong-ki asked immediately, What's so sus about it? Do-won voiced his doubts right away. For someone like General Manager Lee Min-seok, if he had a grievance, wouldn't he run straight to the chairman? Why go to Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki instead? Dong-ki just smirked after hearing that. The uncle shot back with a question. If they go to see father, what exactly does he plan to say? Are those old geezers really going to go all harakiri? Just because they don't want to work with a brat? Do-won fell silent after hearing that. He didn't know how to respond. Dong-ki continued speaking. They have no one else to lean on anyway. They must have been torn between my brother and me, and it looks like they've placed their bets on him. GCEO also spoke up. Vice Chairman, do you think General Manager Lee Min is simply airing his grievances? The uncle snapped back. Besides being salty, what else is there? GCEO clarified. He needs to survive. He must have taken the lead, reaching out and making some kind of offer. No one is so unprofessional that they just cling on like that. The interesting thing is, the person taking action is actually the CEO of the credit card company. Technically, the big boss of the finance division should still be the CEO of life insurance. Dong-ki listened and fell into deep thought. The uncle looked up at him. You didn't come here just to play 20 questions, did you? So what's your take? Suddenly the room became so tense that you could hear a pin drop. After a moment, JCEO offered his opinion. Go meet Executive Director Jang Do-hyung. Do-won nodded and added. Exactly. If Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki knows, then we have to know too. Dong-ki had a massive headache. He thought to himself, I saw this coming, but I didn't think it would pop off this fast. How annoying. Two grown men like them were stressing out, monitoring every single move of a child. Then Dong-ki finally made a call. Approach him. Quietly. Careful not to let any news leak out. It was sunset at Do-jun's place. He couldn't wait any longer and asked right away, any reaction from the second branch? Do-hyung reported back, At first, he just asked how things were going lately, acting like it was just some casual small talk. But in the end, he started prying really hard about you. Do-jun followed up, and how did you respond? He covered his mouth, chuckled, and said, that you seemed a bit overwhelmed. If I only mentioned the credit card company, it wouldn't have sounded very legit. So I told him that. You're only interested in the securities firm, and don't really care about the other companies? Hearing that, the look in his eyes completely shifted. Do-jun then explained the reasoning. Because Sunjang Financial Group holds a massive amount of shares in the entire group, Do-hyung added, especially since you have a major headache, dealing with a card company you never even wanted. I also subtly hinted that, if we were given one or two heavy industry companies, they could have been sold to Fantasy's HVK Group. Here is the list of heavy industry companies, owned by Vice Chairman Jin Young Ki. I've marked the ones that could be swapped for the credit card company. In terms of corporate value, they are either on par or slightly lower. Do-jun quickly took it to examine. After that, he asked about Vice Chairman Jin. Donkey's moves. Do-hyung confirmed. Assistant Baek-jun came to see me. Do-jun immediately recognized who that was. The right-hand man of my eldest uncle, Jin Dong-ki. He quickly asked, what did he say? Do-hyung didn't hesitate to tell the truth. He told me to stop playing games for a brat and just state what I really want. Hearing that, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Someone that shameless is actually serving as an advisor? Do-jun curiously asked, what was your answer? Do-hyung didn't hide a thing. I told him I needed time to think. He then asked for the other's opinion. In your view, what kind of answer does Assistant Beck want to hear? Do-hyung calmly provided the answer. He wants to know the scale of my greed, so he can make a matching offer. But in return, I'd have to actually help them by taking what you currently have. He silently observed Do-jun's reaction. Do-jun fell into deep thought. I'm also curious to see just how deep your greed goes. He shot back with a question. So how do you plan to respond? Do-hyung immediately stated his desire. I want to discuss that with you. The entire room suddenly felt like time had frozen. Do-jun thought to himself, this man doesn't just want to see me hold the real power. He also wants to know what tangible things I can actually offer him. He gently set the stack of documents down. Do-jun crossed his arms over his chest. Chairman of Sunjang Financial Group. Do-hyung gasped in shock. Excuse me? He asked the boy back. That will be the title on your business card. Don't you like it? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Do-jun easily read the situation. He probably thought I'd hold on to that position myself. Never once. Did they actually believe I wanted to separate ownership from management? They think I'm just lying low because I'm young, but they're sure I'll step out into the light eventually. In the world of the chaebols, no one has ever truly been willing to take a back seat. The room suddenly plunged into silence. After a moment, Do-hyung asked in a daze, are you for real right now? Do-jun asked him calmly, were you planning to stand by my side? Without any kind of guarantee? Because if so, I wouldn't be able to trust your sincerity. Braving the storm together for nothing in return simply isn't possible. Do-hyung stammered, but you already promised me top-tier treatment at Sunjang Group. Sunjang Group already. However, Do-jun didn't see it that way. Right now, that might be enough for you. But once people have enough money, they always start craving something more, whether it's power or a legacy. Do-hyung clenched his fists and asked, how on earth at your age can you have thoughts like these? Forgive me for asking so out of the blue, but I just have to ask. Do-hyung gave a gentle smile. You were the one who told me yourself, calling me a chaser of illusions. But as for when you become chairman, or how long you can hold on to that seat, that's entirely up to you. If you fail to meet my expectations, even by a little bit, I won't just kick you out of the chairman's chair, Do-hyung asked, looking flustered, but I'll fire you on the spot as per the executive contract. So we're not exactly riding together until the wheels fall off? Do-jun nodded in confirmation. He easily caught his drift. Are you actually hoping for a happily ever after? If that's the case, you'd better head to Jeju Island, buy a farmhouse, and spend your days growing carrots. Do-hyung clarified his stance. Let's not dream of fairy tales. Do-jun asked expectantly, well, is this offer juicy enough for you? He laughed and said, I'd be a total idiot to turn this down. Do-hyung quickly stood up. Before leaving, he added, I'm going to see Assistant Baek-jun-hyuk again. I've just decided what I'm going to tell him. Do-jun smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in a certain room, Dong-ki was standing there with a serious expression. Yoon-ki, still oblivious, was in high spirits. Now, even on New Year's Day, our family actually manages to sit down together, Dong-ki added. Business has become the main reason we meet up, instead of family ties. You win some, you lose some. Yoonki, it's the same for you, isn't it? Donkey sat down, appearing sincere. Yoonki, I'm sorry. But the reason I brought coffee and cheesecakes to your office today wasn't just to say Happy New Year. I'm here for business, too. If it weren't for this, who knows when the two of us would have ever met up? Then Yoonki spoke up gloomily. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. On a holiday, technically, the junior should be visiting the senior. But you've been busy hosting guests all New Year's Day. So it just ended up like this. Donkey smirked. I don't know how you feel about it, but I think this setup is actually pretty good. We're both so busy. So what if we don't see each other often? Meeting up for business isn't such a bad thing. Yoonki stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. Then let's hear it. What's this business about this time? You're the vice chairman, way busier than me, right? Donkey spoke up and asked, have you been talking to Dojun much lately? Yoonki looked a bit suspicious. Does this business have something to do with Dojun? He nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Donkey's gaze sharpened. Yoonki seemed to realize something. He refused flat out. But don't even think about using me as your messenger. Unless Dojun specifically asks me for help, I'm staying out of it. Donkey clarified. I'm not asking you to pass a message, it's more like, Dojun probably has something he wants to tell me. I'm just asking you to facilitate that conversation. Yoonki was surprised. Dojun? He continued. Yeah, there are rumors flying around the group that the kid has been struggling lately. He was totally clueless and looked a bit dazed. Struggling with what? Donkey pressed further. Have you ever thought that father might have forced Dojun to take over the company? Yoonki remained calm, casually eating his cake. You've seen how massive Dojun's ambition is. A kid like that finding the company a burden? No way. Donkey didn't see it that way. Having big ambitions doesn't mean you want to hold on to things you don't need. Dojun wants the shares of Sunjang Group, not necessarily the company itself. Dealing with those old geezers on the board every day is a total nightmare. It's truly a nightmare. Even I find it exhausting. Yoonki slightly adjusted his glasses. So Dojun actually said he's having a hard time? Donkey took a small sip of his coffee. I'm not sure, I'm just asking you to look into it. Anyway, it's only a rumor for now. I've heard it from a few different sources. I don't know if you recall. But I once said I'd sell to Dojun, and at a very steep price. I'm still ready to keep that promise. Yoonki asked him point blank, and just how much are you looking to get? Donkey smirked, having achieved his goal. I've got to see the goods before I can name a price. Yoonki remained firm. I'll check it out. I hope you're not just fishing for info. If you are, I'll drop you from any future negotiations. In the future, Donkey looked flustered. He said, actually, I hesitated a lot before bringing this up. Because I don't want to look like I'm gunning for what belongs to my own nephew. So don't be so harsh. The reason I'm opening up like this is because I really need that finance sector. Yoonki nodded. All right. Let's just consider this a fair business deal. With no hidden motives, I'll think of it that way. Donkey gently took a bite of his cake. Triumphant, he said, brother, meeting up for business isn't a bad thing after all, right? Yoonki then suggested, now that we're done, how about a shot of soju? That wouldn't be so bad. Don't you think? The two of them stayed in the room, talking business. Do-hyung spoke up, sounding panicked. Wait, what? Not an exchange, but an outright sale? Dojun nodded. Exactly. His face went pale as his mind raced. Are you out of your mind? Right now, the business that's printing money like crazy is the credit card company. If you look at its future value, the acquisition cost would be astronomical. And Sunjang Group doesn't have that kind of massive cash on hand. The chances of this deal falling through are huge. Do-hyung kept gulping nervously. Then he followed up. Weren't you the one who said that there was no rush regarding the money? Do-jun then explained, clinging to a statement forever isn't being consistent, it's just being stubborn. Thoughts and plans. Must always adapt to the situation. Do-jun smirked immediately. He handed the decision-making power to the other party. Why don't you try putting a price on it yourself? I'll go with whatever you decide. Do-hyung was suddenly put on the spot, not knowing how to handle it. Do-jun then clarified, I'm not asking you to set the final selling price, but rather the starting bid for an auction. He was bewildered. An auction? He nodded and said, that's right. I want to give the two vice chairmen a little bit of fun. In this world, few things trigger a man's ego more than an auction, especially when the one running the show is their young nephew. It'll definitely fire them up. Do-hyung was completely stunned. You're planning to show your face yourself? He said confidently, I'm about to graduate. As I enter the real world, I want to have a serious battle of wits. against the two vice chairmen. Maybe I'll finally get to see their true colors. Soon, the newspapers were flooded with information. Everyone was talking about this case. Young Ki angrily slammed the newspaper onto the table. He sat in silent thought. Just then, Baek Jun-hyuk, the executive assistant, arrived. Dong Ki also put on a stern face. As for Lee Min-seop, chairman of Sunjang Card, he was so terrified he couldn't stop breaking into a cold sweat. Yang Yu-chan was there too, chairman of Sunjang Life, along with Ko In-gyu, chairman of Sunjang Security. And Young Ki finally spoke up. I'm sure you've all read the papers. So let's discuss how we should handle this. Yu-chan tried to stay calm. Is this article even true? Or did some reporters just pick up some random trash news and make the whole thing up? Dong Ki immediately fired back at Chairman Yang. Your instincts have gone dull. This news was leaked by our own side. And what's more, it's dead accurate. This is essentially an ultimatum sent to my brother and me. Yu-chan blinked repeatedly in total confusion. An ultimatum? Dong Ki narrowed his eyes. Buy back Sunjang Card at a premium price, or else I'll sell it to the Dae-hyun Group. They were startled, and their expressions gradually turned grim. Gyu was also terrified, not daring to utter a word. Suddenly, Young Ki spoke up, making Min-seop jump in surprise. Chairman Lee Min-seop, what do you think? He stammered in panic. Huh? He was still hesitating. Young Ki flew into a rage at the other man's passive attitude. He shouted at the top of his lungs, What kind of man are you? You're supposed to be the CEO, yet when there are rumors of the company being sold, you just stand there with your eyes wide open? Young Ki continued to scold him. Is that the attitude of a chairman? Min-seop hurriedly bowed in apology. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Seeing the man's pathetic behavior, Young Ki could only sneer. Then he ordered Min-seop, go kill those reports immediately. Take down every single article online, and make sure no more news spreads. Jun-hyuk bowed. Understood, Vice Chairman. He then quickly hurried out to get to work. Min-seop, still terrified, watched from the sidelines. Dong Ki took the opportunity to press further. Chairman Lee, seeing assistant Beck rush out like that. Do you have any thoughts? He was lost. Huh? Thoughts on what? Now, Min-seop could only stare at him, wide-eyed and speechless. Dong Ki was also getting annoyed. If I were you, I would have called a press conference immediately to declare the rumors about selling Sunjang Card completely baseless. You seem quite leisurely, Chairman. Unless you want to watch the stock price tank. Get on it right now! What are you still standing there for? Smashed with insults, Min-seop began to panic. He scrambled to leave at once. Yes, yes! Yu-chen was also pale with fear. In-gyu was no exception. Young Ki turned and called out, Chairman Yang! Chairman Ko! They replied in unison, Yes! Young Ki continued, Hypothetically, if Sunjang Card is actually sold, would buying back the shares currently held by your two companies be enough? Calculate the minimum price, based on the current stock price. At the same time, calculate the maximum, based on the average stock price over the last 3 months. Young Ki then asked, as a colleague, do you really think Do-jun has sold the credit card business? Dong Ki nodded firmly. Yes, Do-jun will definitely sell it. Young Kai walked over, curious. Why are you so sure? The uncle finally spoke up. A credit card company. Isn't some corner grocery store. Do you think he decided this all on his own? He must have discussed it with Oh Se-hyun of Fantasia. He'll sell the credit card company and use that cash to invest elsewhere, or use it to buy a company that Fantasia actually needs. The whole room suddenly fell silent. Young Ki let out a frustrated sigh. He told the two of them to go ahead and estimate the price first. Chairman Yang Yu-chan replied, flustered, Yes, sir. Young Kai then gave an assignment. Go meet Director Jang Do-hyung. We need to find out exactly why things have come to this, and what Do-jun is really thinking. Yu-chan took the order immediately. Understood, Chairman. Time passed quickly. Young Ki rubbed his forehead, exhausted. Dong Ki couldn't help but scoff. That kid didn't cause a single bit of trouble all through college. He didn't even get caught up with women. I guess he was bottling it up and now he's finally going wild. Young Ki added, But this is way bigger than chasing girls or drinking. 100 times bigger, daring to sell the whole company. It's unbelievable. Dong Ki turned and asked, What are you going to do? Are you just going to watch? We're going to buy it back, right? He was also hesitating. Even the older brother didn't dare decide right away. I have to crunch the numbers first. Right now, we don't have enough cash to buy back the credit card company, Young Ki declared confidently. You should back off, I'll handle this, Dong Ki asked back suspiciously. This is the bait our nephew threw out. If there's profit to be made, I have no reason to back out. Young Ki added, If we split up, it only plays into Do-jun's hands. Do you think we're the only ones watching this? Donkey countered immediately. Not just the Daehyun group, but anyone who hasn't broken into the credit card industry yet will swarm in like a hornet's nest. The financial sector will also be keeping a close watch. Even if we reach an agreement, this battle is far from over. The room was now thick with tension like a battlefield. The newspaper was thrown onto the table once again. Yang Cheol asked angrily, "Did that kid leak this? Or did the reporters just pull this story out of thin air?" Hang Jae carefully reported that it had been leaked. It's been confirmed that last night. Executive Director Jang Do-hyung was out drinking with several reporters. Yang Cheol immediately asked if Jang Do-hyung was the one who instigated Do-jun. Hang Jae quickly disagreed. "No way. You know exactly what kind of person Do-jun is. Jang Do-hyung is definitely just a puppet in Do-jun's hands." Yang Cheol listened and found it plausible. True, who would even dare to manipulate that kid? Do-jun is the one who has the talent for pulling the strings. He furrowed his brows in deep thought. That's precisely why I'm feeling so uneasy. That boy has never disappointed me once as he grew up. If he's doing this now, there must be a reason, Hang Jae asked anxiously. What should we do now? Yang Cheol sighed helplessly. What else can we do? He urgently suggested before it was too late. We could readjust the stake ratio of the credit card company. Yang Cheol only gave a cold snort upon hearing that. He said immediately, if it were that easy to adjust, wouldn't that mean the succession process was flawed from the start? Hang Jae said, that's not it. Do-jun's legal seal is still in my possession, even if we can't transfer all the shares. But even shifting just a small fraction is enough to make selling the company a total no-go. Yang Cheol clicked his tongue and said, my friend, you still don't really get Do-jun, do you? Hang Jae was stunned, unable to process it. The old man seemed to know his grandson inside out. Go check the district office. Do you think that kid would just sit back and let you hold on to his legal seal? If he wanted to change it, he would have done it a long time ago. Hang Jae was left speechless. Yang Cheol continued, he's not the type to let others decide whether to keep or hand over what's rightfully his. That's exactly why this feels so fishy. He has such a cash cow in his hands, yet he's planning to dump it immediately. Meanwhile, at a roadside eatery, grandfather and grandson Do-jun were having a simple meal. Yang Cheol asked him, so, how's the blood sausage soup here? The flavor hasn't changed a bit in over 30 years. Isn't it great that some things stay the same despite the passage of time? Don't you think so too? Do-jun replied while eating heartily. Yeah, it's fire. Yang Cheol didn't seem to buy it. How could a kid like you appreciate such a deep flavor? Do-jun was confused. I literally said it's good. Besides, everyone loves a good restaurant, whether they're young or old. Yang Cheol saw his expression and remarked, why so cranky? He quickly put his spoon down. Do-jun took a deep breath. He confidently told his grandfather not to worry. Even 30 years from now, I will still be the one protecting Sunjang Group. Yang Cheol couldn't help but be skeptical. Really? He was not only serious, but also full of confidence. Yes, if there's any change, it'll only be to grow stronger, never to decline. To be honest, you're worried, aren't you? Right? Yang Cheol was slightly taken aback. What? Do-jun asked again. You're wondering if I'm actually going to sell the credit card company, aren't you? Yang Cheol hesitated. Is that article just fiction? He quickly told the truth. No. I'm the one who leaked it, and I'm sure you already knew. And Yang Cheol seemed to have figured it out as well. Was it because of my uncles? Do-jun nodded in confirmation. That's right. Yang Cheol said nothing, only observing in silence. He gently picked up the piece of meat with his chopsticks. Then he exclaimed, so hot! Yang Cheol chewed the meat with relish. It's perfectly cooked. Impressive. I've never liked this credit card thing. It's no different from loan sharking. But remember, whether the money comes from loans or service fees, money never carries a label. And that same money can stab you in the back at any time. Are you sure about this? I heard credit card companies make a killing. Do-jun didn't panic at all. Precisely because the company is a gold mine, my uncles will be ready to buy it at a premium price. Don't you agree? Yang Cheol shook his head, annoyed. I can never guess what you're thinking. Do-jun simply used an analogy, like a bull that leaves home only to bring back the entire herd. The old man quickly followed up. Just let him get slaughtered. Just leave the bones behind. Let him taste a bit of suffering. He couldn't help but cry out, oh my God. Grandpa, how could you say that? But in Do-jun's heart, his thoughts were different. That's not how it's going to go. The bull that left home and will return with a wagon full of treasures called Sunjang shares. The Sun Yang part. Meanwhile, at young Kai's office, so you're still just going to stand by and watch? He didn't react at all, still casually reading the newspaper. Dong-ki reached his breaking point and kept shouting, no matter how talented Do-jun is, no matter how good Jun is, a kid is still just a kid. The credit card business is inherently full of risks. No wonder he's got cold feet and wants to bail. Young-ki asked blankly, if the article is true, is it Daehyun? Dong-ki had already anticipated this. No, this is a message sent directly to you and me, Young-ki. If we don't buy it at a premium price, he'll sell it to someone else. It's a straight-up threat. Yoon-ki suddenly fell into deep thought. After a moment, he finally made a decision. Fine. I'll go meet Do-jun, and no matter what that kid says, I'll take the whole thing back. He was very pleased upon receiving this outcome. Yoon-ki asked casually, are you free tonight? The uncle was bewildered by the question. What for? He made a simple suggestion. You don't necessarily have to be free. Let's have dinner and a drink tonight. Dong-kai frowned, puzzled. This is so sudden. Yoon-ki said nothing, only gesturing for him to be quiet. He was making a phone call. Young-ki, it's me. I know you're busy. But we absolutely have to meet tonight. Dong-ki was stunned when he heard that. But Yoon-ki continued, I'll take care of the credit card company matter. So you must come. Of course, Dong-ki will be there too. Yeah, book a table at Sunjang Japanese restaurant for 8 p.m. A moment later, he hung up the phone. Then he turned to Dong-ki. You heard that, right? 8 p.m. sharp. But Yoon-ki thought to himself, I don't know what you and Young-ki will say behind my back, so I have to be there. Backed into a corner, Dong-ki had no choice but to agree. Fine, see you tonight. Then he turned around abruptly and left. He slammed the door shut with a loud bang, venting his anger. Yoon-ki finally let out a long sigh. Acting should really be left to the professionals. This is harder than I thought. Right inside a skyscraper, the sound of grievances kept echoing. We could have just met at the office. Why do we have to? Ju-chan looked around the surroundings in confusion. Where are we exactly? Q made a guess. I think this is Fantasy's headquarters. Do-jun quickly appeared and invited them in. Please have a seat first. That's right, this is Fantasy's headquarters. But it's where I usually work alone. There are only 3 or 4 employees total. They just stood there, hesitating for the longest time. He called out to them once more. Just talk to me casually like you used to. I'm a shareholder, but I don't hold any official position in the company. Hearing you guys use such formal language now actually makes me feel more awkward. Ju-chan hesitated. Is that really okay? Do-jun nodded in confirmation. Of course. Just because we're talking more comfortably, it doesn't mean our relative positions have changed. The faces of all 3 of them turned sour upon hearing that. Do-jun let out a smug smirk. Positions haven't changed, meaning the power to hire and fire is still in my hands, and I am still your boss. He clearly stated his point. But I didn't call this urgent meeting to talk about that. You've all read the news, right? Ju-chan replied, flustered. Yes. We were just about to discuss it. Do-jun cut them off immediately. Wait a second. Mind if I speak first? Ju-chan nodded his head. Do-jun called out, Director Lee Min-seo? I saw your press conference. Min-seo tried to force a smile. Oh, you saw it? Do-jun rubbed his chin and said yes. It was on the new news today. But during that conference, you completely denied the report. What was it you said? That you couldn't let the stock price drop just because of some fictional story by a reporter. Min-seo confirmed awkwardly. That's right. He frowned and questioned the other man. But how? Can you be so sure it's fiction? Min-seo explained, his face turning red. Naturally, for a subsidiary as successful as Sunjang, there is simply no reason to sell. Do-jun then added, a buyout in a joint stock company happens when major shareholders transfer their respective portions, which means it's just a change in the ownership structure. So, after reading that article, wouldn't the first thing you should have done be to come and ask me directly? Then he spoke up with total seriousness. Let's be real here. If I wanted those small-time companies, I could make them grovel at my feet with just a snap of my fingers. At most, they're just for managing some insurance ladies. Min-seo was now red with rage. Ju-chan couldn't help but shout, What do you mean by that? Are you planning to scrap everything to start an investment firm? Do-jun remained unfazed. I'd love to do that, but since this is what Grandpa left behind, I'll keep it for the time being. As for Sunjang Securities, I'll transform it into a professional investment firm. So I guess it's worth keeping after all. Min-seo was now gritting his teeth hard. He pointed his finger directly at him. Do-jun snapped. You little brat, you don't know the first thing about... Ju-chan and the others held him back, looking at Min-seo. Do-jun waited calmly for whatever came next. Do-jun suddenly stood up. I've made myself clear. I'm liquidating the credit card company, and any company with low profits will be cut at any time. My benchmark for profit is... My own personal return on investment. If you want, I can make my profit margins public whenever I please. If you don't like my way of doing things, you only have one choice. Go work for my eldest uncle's company, the one you love so much. Before that, write your resignation letters. I'm dead serious. Since I didn't appoint you, you don't respect me. When you look at me, you probably just see a 10-year-old kid. How could you possibly follow my lead? I need to handpick a CEO whose defining moment and their career aligns with mine. I need a subordinate with those kinds of memories. I'm done. You can leave now. I have a lot of work to do. After hearing him out, they obediently stood up. Then they left one by one. The door slammed shut with a massive bang. Do-jun smirked triumphantly. Now they'll run straight to my eldest uncle and start twisting my words. He'll hear those rumors and judge me based on them. I'm actually counting on them to do just that. The tension at the dinner table was thick enough to cut with a knife. Dong-ki frowned deeply and spoke up. Time for a reality check, isn't it? Do-jun spoke with absolute confidence. Currently in the U.S., the market is flooded with real estate-backed financial products. If we invest there, we could double our assets in just a few years. It's a no-brainer. These profits are in a whole different league compared to credit card transaction fees. He thought to himself, maybe not exactly double, but a 60 to 70% return is totally on the table. Dong-ki watched Do-jun speak and let out a sigh. Dong-ki also listened in silence. Do-jun recalled Francis Underwood once saying, choosing money over power is a rookie mistake that almost everyone makes. Money is like a modern building in Sarasota. It collapses after only 15 years. But power is like a stone castle, standing firm for half a century. Even so, I'm still the fool chasing the bag, while my two uncles are the wise ones trying to scavenge the scraps of power I've tossed aside. Young Kai burst into laughter. Exactly, we don't know jack about investing. Stocks or hedge funds. I guess we've officially become the old guard. My nephew is quite something, doubling profits, huh? In his heart, his view of Do-jun shifted as he watched the kid lowball the price and then sweet-talk his way through. He's a merchant to the core, so, Young Ki asked once more. Do-jun, are you planning to sell Sunjang card to Dae-hyun Group? Do-jun shook his head and replied, no, nothing is set in stone yet. I've been consulting with director Oh Se-hyun. You've heard of him, right? The director of fantasy investment. Young Ki quickly answered, of course I do. Dong-ki, sitting beside him, also nodded. Do-jun said with a serious look. He said the banking association is showing a lot of interest. They believe that acquiring Sunjang card is the ultimate shortcut, thanks to its rock-solid network and diverse card portfolio. Young Ki was left completely speechless after hearing that. Dong-ki was also blindsided. The banking association, for real? That place has some massive financial clout. He quickly spoke up to warn him. Do-jun! No matter what happens, you can't let the Sunjang name fall into the hands of others. Every company here is built on your grandfather's legacy. You get that, right? Do-jun was already used to their games. Are they trying to use my bond with grandfather to play with my emotions? He continued calmly. I haven't made a final call yet. It's not something we need to rush. Looking at their faces, Do-jun could already tell. His two uncles must be sweating bullets right now. If they rush, they might blow the whole opportunity. But if they hesitate, I might change my mind and the credit card acquisition will completely fall through, especially Uncle Dong-ki. He must be itching to get this deal done. When it comes to cash flow, the sooner he lands Sunjang card, the better. Dong-ki then spoke up softly. Hey, Do-jun, why don't you just hand it over to us? We'll pay you a fat price for it. Young Ki paused. Wait, what do you mean by us? Dong-ki quickly clarified. Brother, I'm not talking about a split. I'm suggesting a joint ownership plan. He was fuming with irritation. Who gave you the green light for that? I've had enough of this. How much longer are you going to keep up this nonsense, Uncle? Do-jun, stop this BS right now and hand Sunjang card over to me. You can see that running it is no walk in the park, right? I'll pay you what it's worth. He barked out an order. This ends now. Got it? Do-jun suddenly acted confused. Uncle, actually about that. Young Ki slammed the table in rage. Shut it, no matter how shallow you are. You have to realize the Sunjang name is not something to be tossed around like this. Don't you feel any shame? Do-jun stood up abruptly, startled. He bowed his head with deep sincerity. I'm so sorry, Uncle. Young Ki didn't answer, only letting out a cold snort. Internally, Do-jun was feeling completely baffled. Uncle Dong-ki, aren't you going to say something? Why are you hesitating like this? Finally, Dong-ki spoke up. Brother, yelling like this won't solve a thing. Do-jun might be naive about how things work, but he's a sharp kid. We just need to persuade him properly. He turned and said, Sit down. Du-jun complied obediently. Yes, uncle. Donkey continued. You're an adult now, after all, and a major shareholder in the Sunjang finance sector, no less. So you must realize the gravity of this situation. Right now, just promise me one thing. Du-jun asked politely. Yes, what should I promise? Donkey made his proposal. Even if Sunjang card is liquidated, the Sunjang name must never be erased. Think about how much your grandfather adored you. Keeping that in mind, you really ought to listen to me. Du-jun hesitated slightly. Are you saying I should sell it back to you two? Young Ki spoke up to correct him. You two what? Give it to me! Dong Ki immediately snapped. Brother, stop it. Don't be so stubborn. Young Ki hit back without missing a beat. Dong Ki, don't you realize you're punching way above your weight? This is $1 trillion we're talking about, a whole trillion. Can you even cough up that kind of cash? Whether it's steel or machinery, you'd have to sell off one of your subsidiaries just to raise that amount. Do-jun gathered his courage and spoke up. Uncle, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's not $1 trillion. Both of them were stunned. What? Do-jun confirmed. To be exact, it's more than 1 trillion. The two of them fell into a heavy silence upon hearing that. He finally had to name a price. Fine. Let's do this. The minimum valuation, set by Fantasy and Sunjang. Sunjang card offered 1.2 trillion won. I think 1.4 trillions is a more reasonable figure. If both of you can cover this amount, I will hand over Sunjang card just to keep the Sunjang brand alive. Young Ki fell silent, and Dong Ki did too. Du-jun understood better than anyone else. 1.4 trillion is a sum that Jin Dong Ki couldn't possibly raise without liquidating subsidiaries or putting up company shares as collateral for a bank loan. But Young Ki couldn't bring himself to agree immediately. I need to run some more numbers, but I'll do my best to meet your terms. Now shall we call in the legal team to start negotiations? Dong Ki clicked his tongue in annoyance. Du-jun smirked, thinking to himself, an easy war is no fun at all. It's only real when some blood gets spilled. He spoke up again. I'll accept the payment in the form of 3-year term bonds. After all, we're family. I should make things a bit easier for you. I'm in no rush for the cash anyway. I'll have my team prepare the detailed terms. The two of them were hit like a bolt from the blue. They were both weighing the 3-year term bonds part. A 3-year bond basically means a deferred payment. As the saying goes, debt is just future money you can spend today. After a long pause, Donkey finally spoke up. Hold on, Du-jun, what did you just say? Are you sure about the 3-year bonds? Do-jun nodded. Yes, but in exchange, the total deal value will be 1.4 trillion won. It's not an exact figure, but I'm aware that the bank debt is already over 400 billion, so after clearing the debt, the actual cash involved is just over 900 billion. Donkey mumbled to himself, deep in thought. 900 billion, he wasn't calculating the amount. That was irrelevant. Whether he could pay back 900 billion in 3 years didn't matter. The only thing on his mind was whether he could issue nearly 1 trillion in bonds. But Young Ki remained pensive. A 3-year time bomb. Watching both sides fight over it, this time bomb is getting interesting. He asked with a hint of disdain. Du-jun, are you out of your mind? A 3-year bond? Once the card company is gone, your cash flow will be cut off. You'll be hit by a financial crisis instantly. Donkey snapped back in annoyance. Brother, stop talking trash. The companies under Du-jun's control are basically money printers. What financial crisis are you even talking about? Du-jun valuing Sunjang card at 1.4 trillion means you'll take back all the subsidiary shares, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, except for the 3 or 4 related subsidiaries. All shares of the core companies will be transferred. If we include Sunjang Life and Sunjang Security, the total value will be nearly 3 trillion won. Donkey said with satisfaction. Good. And you also confirm that you'll accept the entire payment as 3-year term bonds, right? Do-jun nodded, then said with a bright smile, Yes, Uncle Young Ki. After all, we're all family. Donkey tried to act cool while sipping his beer. Young Ki stayed silent, deep in thought. Du-jun had already left a while ago. Dong Kai was the first to ask, What do you think? Young Ki prodded for details. About what? I'm talking about Do-jun. Was that kid being for real today? Young Ki smirked. Don't overthink it. Whether he's hiding his true self or that's just all he's got, it doesn't change anything. No matter what. The companies and shares Du-jun holds, we have to get them all into our hands. Then he downed his entire glass of beer in one go. Dong Ki asked, still troubled. Brother, do we absolutely have to get Sunjang card? It doesn't even have any shares in the group. Young Ki set his glass down gently. He seemed to have the kid all figured out. He always makes that face when things get tough. Dong Ki just muttered softly, Brother, Young Ki shouted back in anger. Enough! What's the point of pretending? To be good brothers who care about each other now? Dong Kai wasn't going to take it lying down anymore. So now you want to bid for a company? You know that if we fight each other, only the bottom feeders will win. He clenched his fists in anger. If we don't fight and you get the prize, then what? If you don't have the guts to throw down some cash, then just quit right now. He yelled out, why the hell is it like this? Sure, it's a credit card company. It helps with cash flow. But your electronics division alone is already more than enough. Besides, you have so many consumer companies, it's not like you're short on cash. So why are you being so greedy? Are you just trying to screw with me? Young Ki couldn't hide his fury after hearing that. What do you mean screw with you? Man, I'm the one getting screwed over here. I've been played by Dad. The glass shattered just like that. Donkey was momentarily stunned. Young Ki was so pissed off he couldn't stop shaking. Since I was a kid, Dad said it 1,000 times. He drilled it into my head. He remembered the lecture clearly. Young Ki, you will become the captain of Sunyang. I will give you everything I have. You must make Sunyang even greater. Young Ki slammed his hand on the table in rage. He couldn't hold back his emotions and screamed. For decades, I lived believing those words. And yet, at this age, what I've received isn't even half of it. Do you get it? What you have? What that little brat has, it's all supposed to be mine. And now, I have to pay my own money to buy back what's already mine. Donkey remained silent, not daring to speak. The younger brother just watched his older brother and thought, is this the fate of the eldest son? Feeling the weight of his parents' expectations, while bearing an immense amount of pressure, but at the same time assuming everything of the parents belongs to them. Dong Ki stayed silent for a long time. After a while, he spoke softly. I see. Then I guess I have to change my mind too. Young Ki was a bit confused. What's that supposed to mean? How do you plan on changing things? Donkey flashed a cryptic smile. At first, I thought we could each expand, the group in our own way, filling in each other's gaps. We could even swap things if needed. What do you call it? A sort of healthy competition. But it looks like that's not going to happen. Young Ki frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? Donkey declared outright, let's just fight for the shares, until one of us is completely wiped out, unable to ever get back up. Hearing this, he was bewildered. What? Donkey slowly stood up. You learned this from father too, didn't you? Anyone can buy things with money. The important thing is having the will to seize it no matter what. And when that time comes, you'll realize that money isn't the most important thing. I've heard this so many times I've memorized it. And it's the truth. Youngki was speechless, at a loss for words. Before leaving, Donkey added, Sunyang card, I'm taking it. Youngki was now so furious he gnashed his teeth. He couldn't help but scream, you son of a bitch! Acting all high and mighty until the very end. Meanwhile, at the Sunyang Group headquarters, Dojun asked Do-hyung, how are the instructions I gave you? The 4 CEOs are already waiting in your office. He gave a quick report on the situation. And the employees are standing in front of the offices of each company's director. The moment you step in, everything will kick off immediately. Dojun nodded and said, let's handle this quickly. As the elevator reached the 24th floor, Jo-hyun also nodded and said, yes, sir. They quickly stepped inside the Minseo office. They had been waiting for a long time. Uchan and the others were there as well. Dojun walked in just like that. He extended his hand politely. Please, everyone, make yourselves comfortable. They only dared to sit down once they received the order. Dojun immediately called for Director Lee Minseop. Minseop reacted quickly. Yes, sir. Dojun then announced that the company credit card division has been slated for sale. As of today, you are dismissed. He was completely shell-shocked upon hearing this. Dojun added, I've informed Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki and Jin Dong-ki. They said they would take over. Whether you get reappointed or not is entirely up to them. Minseop was stunned, but he still had to force a bright smile to his face. Dojun frowned in total disbelief. Is he stupid, my uncles? Would never in a million years let him keep his seat. Next to them, just how many people are already lined up waiting? Next, he continued to deal with Director Yang Uchan and Director Ko In-gyu. They replied in unison, yes? Dojun broke the news to them too. You two are also dismissed. You guys follow my uncle more than me anyway. So go ahead and follow him. I'm sure he'll find a spot for you somewhere. Uchan spoke up in a panic. Wait, this! However, Dojun didn't want to hear it. He warned them firmly. Now do you all clearly understand? Who exactly has the power over personnel decisions? They all looked dejected upon hearing that. Dojun repeated himself once more. I'm warning you, the moment you leave this room. Forget everything that happened at Sunyang Group. If you want to reminisce, keep it in your head. Don't let a single word escape your mouth. If I see anything show up in the press, I will dig up every piece of dirt in your past. Do-hyung stood by, listening in silence. Dojun knew very well that people who climb to the rank of director at a Sunyang Group subsidiary must be covered in dust. They might even be caked in mud. If they didn't keep their mouths shut, it was only a matter of time before they'd be investigated and eventually end up as criminal defendants. Hoin was the only one who was safe, so they didn't dare to budge. Dojun finalized the remaining procedures. Now to the 3 directors. Please wipe away every trace of yourselves from Sunyang Group. Hand over your phones. They obediently took out their phones. The moment they were promoted to director, they were issued a company phone. Technically, it was for business use, but most failed to draw a clear line and used it for personal matters as well. But no matter what, it was still company property. He didn't forget to reassure them, don't worry too much. I don't intend to snoop through your private calls. I'll only check business-related data. Then the phones will be destroyed. Do-hyung quickly collected all of their phones. He continued firmly, you might have a lot to say, but keep it to yourselves. I'm sorry, but I'm in no mood to listen to anything. Dojun glanced at Do-hyung, giving him a sign. Understanding the cue, he added, the audit team is currently clearing out. Your offices, everything will be inspected. Personal items will be sent directly to your homes. Private cars are waiting at the main entrance. Their faces were all looking grim as hell. Do-hyung said without any hesitation, they will take you wherever you wish to go. He took slow steps, pointing directly toward the door. So even though they were reluctant, they had to leave. Dojun watched the scene in silence. Only Hwan was pale with fear. Now only Hoin remained in the room. Dojun suddenly called out, Director Jun Hoin of Sunyang Fire and Marine. He immediately replied, yes, sir. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Sunyang Fire and Marine is an unlisted company, with 75% of its shares held by Sunyang Life. Hoin nodded in confirmation. Yes, I am well aware of that. Dojun asked politely, I want to know your thoughts. Do you plan to leave with the 3 who just walked out, or will you take over Sunyang Life, the parent company of Sunyang Fire and Marine, and show what you're truly capable of? Hoin was caught off guard by this sudden question. Dojun knew his expression must be quite conflicted. He probably wanted to jump for joy, but felt awkward because of his ties to those who just left. It felt like he was stabbing them in the back. But in reality, they weren't even close enough for him to turn this down. At that moment, he needed to give the man an excuse to say yes. Dojun said with total sincerity, I'm counting on your help. You've probably realized by now that it's time for a generational shift. The backbone of Sunyang Financial Group, no matter what anyone says, is still Sunyang Life. No one is a better fit than you. Director Jun Hoin was still reeling from the shock. After a while, he finally spoke up. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude. Thank you, sir. I'll give it my all and I won't let you down. Dojun smiled back. Thank you for accepting the offer so graciously. Director Jun Hoin of Sunyang Life. Hoin's heart was pounding as his mind raced. Sunyang Life. Do-hyung then gave a reminder. We should head to the conference room now. The entire leadership of the financial division is waiting. Dojun stood up and called to Hoin. Director Jun, let's go together. I'll make the announcement to the executives. He quickly agreed. Yes, sir. Before long, they arrived at the conference room. Everyone was already there. The tension in the room was palpable. Dojun walked confidently to his seat. He pulled out his chair smoothly and introduced himself with poise. Hello, I am Jin Dojun. Not a single person dared to move. Dojun took the opportunity to announce, just now 3 executives have left Sunyang. A murmur went through the room. Everyone was speechless. Ignoring the stir, Dojun continued, if anyone is unhappy with this personnel reshuffle, you are free to leave at any time. But if you decide to stay, keep this one thing in mind. Silence fell over the room as they listened. He continued to assert his authority over them. If I hear any more whining or childish complaints about what's coming, that person will have hell to pay. You all are CEOs. Be mindful of your leadership roles. Why? Because I won't interfere with the management, nor will I hold any position within Sunyang Financial Group. But no one believes that. They all seem to have a guilty conscience, so they don't dare to look Dojun in the eye. He just silently observes each of them. Looking at their faces, it's clear they don't think I'll just sit still. Dojun speaks up to make an announcement. This is the first time, and also the last time I will summon all of the CEOs. Just this once is enough. Because I only want to talk about the personnel appointment policy. There will be no bringing in outsiders for leadership roles, and I will prioritize internal promotions. Hearing this, they immediately start glancing at each other. Dojun then solemnly introduces, today Director Jun Ho-in has been appointed as the CEO of Sunyang Life. There are currently 3 CEO positions still vacant. Those positions will be assigned to the individuals currently holding the vice president positions. The crowd is stunned upon hearing this. Whispers begin to fill the room. Do-jun continues with his introduction. Furthermore, I will establish the Integrated Strategy Board of the Sunjang Financial Group, with Director Jang Do-hyung in charge. His new title is Vice Chairman. To the new CEOs, Vice Chairman Jang Do-hyung, and all the executive directors, please manage the company well. I will only be receiving quarterly business performance reports. However, I will constantly shuffle positions and titles based on the business results of each quarter. He's going to apply a ruthless brand of pragmatism, so you better brace yourselves for that. Vice Chairman, please handle the cleanup for me. Do-jun quickly finished his task. In his office, Do-jun sits down to discuss things further with Do-hyung. As soon as the first quarter ends, I will fire the 10 lowest performing directors. I'll need our Vice Chairman to get his hands dirty with this a little. He couldn't hide his shock after hearing that number. A whole 10 people? Do-jun asked back. Are you really scared of just a few people? If you want to create a shockwave big enough for every single employee to feel it, then you have to play hardball. Instead, give a massive bonus to the 10 teams with the highest performance. One side will feel a bone-chilling wind, while the other side enjoys a warm spring breeze. Everyone will realize that the company has changed. Do-hyung listened and found it quite reasonable. Fine, I will set aside a bonus fund, large enough to offset the shock of firing 10 directors. Does that sound good? Do-jun readily agreed. That works. From now on, for matters like this, you can just call the shots yourself. You don't need to ask for my permission every single time. He smiled and said, if you're giving me the power, I'm definitely not saying no. Do-jun then added, I'm actually going to give you even more authority than this, so don't be too surprised. Do-hyung is really looking forward to it. He's really expecting that. Bright sunlight shines everywhere. Right now, the school is buzzing with activity. Everyone is dressed in their graduation gowns, chatting happily with one another. Do-jun asked with concern, can you handle it? It's been over 2 weeks, hasn't it? Min-young pointed at his haggard face and said, just take a look at my face. He could have guessed it. I knew the Judicial Research and Training Institute would be busy, but I didn't think you'd be working so hard that you'd look this drained. Do-jun asked hesitantly, should I send you some wild ginseng? Min-young said dejectedly. This place is basically a prison. Wild ginseng won't do a thing. Instead, just come visit me more often. Do-jun happily agreed. All right, I'll do my best. Min-young silently stared at Do-jun for a long while. Then she asked again, by the way, I heard you took over the financial division of Sunjang Group. Word travels fast, doesn't it? Do-jun smirked and replied, taking over? Hardly. I'm just there as an apprentice. The real grind starts now. If I mess up, I'll be exiled to Gyeoja Island. That's just how this family rolls. Min-young kept cheering him on. Just go for it. I'll drag you back by your hair and lock you in the prosecutor's office myself. Do-jun chuckled heartily. Suddenly, he noticed something. Out of nowhere, several guards had appeared at the entrance. Soon, someone walked in slowly. That person was none other than Yang Cheol. The students were wide-eyed with shock when they saw him. They were absolutely stunned. They quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, sir. Yoon Ki-do's family following behind also looked flustered, but someone else was still walking in. It was Seo-yoon. His entire family had arrived. Do-jun's face immediately darkened. Min-young, he glanced at her, signaling her to run. Min-young was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. But by then it was too late. They had already reached them. Yang Cheol said somewhat reproachfully, you brat! Your grandfather is here. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and come over here. Do-jun could only stand there with an awkward smile. At that moment, Yang Cheol was staring intently at Min-young. Then he smiled with satisfaction and remarked, she's quite a pretty one, isn't she? Nothing like her father. Her mother must be very beautiful. Min-young was dazed by Yang Cheol's words. He quickly addressed her. It's nothing. What is your name? Min-young bowed politely and said, I am Seo Min-young. I apologize for the late greeting. Yang Cheol was smiling contentedly, while Do-jun was absolutely terrified. Only Min-young remained clueless. The students there started whispering. Everyone's attention was fixed on them. Do-jun's family is currently the center of attention. Yoon Ki-do walked over and patted his son's shoulder. He beamed with pride, offering his graduation congratulations. You slacked off on your studies, yet you still managed to pull it off, huh? Do-jun is also feeling very happy right now. Seo-yoon, however, spoke with a hint of disdain. What do you mean, managed? The school probably just handled everything for him. Yang Cheol irritably scolded her. Watch your mouth! Can't you be a little more careful with what you say? Having been snapped at, she fell silent and didn't dare say another word. Suddenly, Seo-yoon noticed Min-young. Are you Do-jun's girlfriend? She bowed politely. Well, you could say that. I'm Seo Min-young. Seo Yoon furrowed her brows in confusion. What do you mean you could say that? Seeing this, Do-jun gave a formal introduction. This is my girlfriend. Seo Min-young is a classmate of mine. She passed the bar exam last year and is currently an intern at the Judicial Research and Training Institute. Yoon Ki and the others couldn't help but gasp in awe. Yang Chil also praised her, saying, "Impressive. You passed while you were still in college?" Suddenly, someone approached and said, "Greetings, Chairman." Yang Kiol was clearly pleased to see a familiar face. Judge So. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Seo Min-young bowed respectfully. Is your father not coming? Why don't I see him here? He quickly explained the situation. Yes, his health isn't great, so he couldn't make it. If he knew you were coming, he would have tried his best to be here. It's a real shame. Do-jun silently observed the scene unfolding before him. It was then that he finally realized the connection. So his grandfather and Min-young's father knew each other? Yang Chil then shared more. I'm not sure if you kids know this, but the judge's father, Seo, was once a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Seo Yoon's jaw dropped upon hearing that. Yang Chil was looking very satisfied, but his next words startled everyone. He was the one who fined our Sunjang group 20 billion won in back taxes. I even personally treated him to a nourishing meal to ask for a reconsideration, but he didn't go easy on us at all. Seo Yoon felt extremely awkward. Min-young immediately spoke up to clear the air. Chairman, people might get the wrong idea. Bribing an official is a crime. Yang Kiol asked skeptically, bribing? You clearly don't know your grandfather well enough yet. She was left feeling completely baffled. Yang Kiol began to recount an old story. The day after we had that nourishing soup, he sent someone over with an envelope containing 14,000 won. Do you have any idea how ticked off I was? Do-jun quickly tried to reason with him. Why were you mad? That's only natural. He grumpily brought up the old debt. The special combo for that soup was 17,000 won. He was still 3,000 won short. Back then I was thinking, the Chief Justice definitely ate the special combo. Min-young and Do-jun listened, completely speechless. Yang Kiol burst out laughing as if it were nothing. Do-guk walked over and called out, Chairman, I thought you'd stop by the principal's office, but you came straight here. Yang Kiol replied, I didn't come here to see the principal. I came to see my grandson in his graduation cap. He replied with a look of helplessness, You haven't changed a bit. Anyway, I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Thank him? He looked confused, not knowing what for. Do-guk brought up the past, about building the dormitory. I was only just notified about it. Do-jun was a bit bewildered. I remember when I first enrolled. Grandfather donated a lot for scholarships, but he promised to build a dormitory too? Yang Kiel spoke calmly. Just think of it as the price for the school letting a slacker, who never studied like me, graduate without any trouble. I'm not doing this for a thank you. Actually, it's not even my money. I'm not sure if you know, but that money was donated by Dea Construction. Give CEO Oh Se-hyun a call later. Do-guk finally realized, is that so? Do-jun stared at his grandfather in disbelief. He was completely at a loss for words. Dea Construction. Wait, isn't that my money? Why did grandfather... Do-jun could only give a forced smirk. Yang Cheon walked over and whispered in his ear, building a reputation using someone else's money is also a way of doing business. Remember that well? Then he happily shook hands with Do-guk. Right now, he felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. That afternoon at the villa, Do-jun bowed respectfully and presented it. This is my graduation gift for you, grandfather. Yes. Yang Kiol reached out and took the diploma. Is this it? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. The old man just stared at it silently for a long time, then lightly pushed it aside on the table. All right then, what's so important about a diploma anyway? Do-jun was bewildered by this reaction. It was a far cry from how he acted over the acceptance letter. You got into S University Law School, right? But Yang Chil remained as silent as before. Then he finally asked, Hey kid, do you know what kind of place S University Law School is? Getting in is like catching a star from the sky. But graduating isn't exactly hard. Out of all your classmates, how many actually fail to get their degree? Do-jun quickly caught his drift. Well, a few drop out on their own, but no one ever gets kicked out, just for failing to keep up with the curriculum. Yang Kiol chuckled inwardly and left him with one sentence as he walked away. The thing that actually has value is this. That was when Yang Cheol pulled something from the bookshelf. Do-jun's curiosity was instantly piqued. What is that? The old man nodded as he pulled out the acceptance letter. That's right, it's your acceptance letter. This is worth thousands, even tens of thousands of times more than a diploma that anyone can get. For me, this alone is enough. Then Yang Cheol carefully put it away again. Do-jun silently watched him. Yang Kiol quickly turned back around. You've already given me a gift that's more than enough. The remaining gift is simply to keep expanding the companies under the Sunjang name. Got it? Do-jun nodded in agreement. I will expand them 2 or even 3 times over. Yang Kiol didn't forget to give a reminder. Make sure you do it while I'm still around to see it. He gave a confident assurance. Yes, you will definitely see it, grandfather. Yang Kiol was immensely satisfied. This kid is so sharp, I love it. Well, then it's time I gave you your graduation present. Moments later, a figure stepped into the room. The man bowed politely in greeting. Yang Kiol introduced him. Say hello, this is Managing Director Woo Byung-jun. Do-jun followed suit obediently. Nice to meet you, I am Jin Do-jun. Byung-jun quickly replied, It's an honor to meet you. I am Woo Byung-jun. He seemed to recognize the man. A Sunjang security man. The man made a suggestion for how they should address each other. May I call you manager? Would that be all right? Do-jun replied politely, yes. Byung-jun continued. From now on, your driver will be one of our employees. He is currently waiting outside. Your security detail consists of 4 people. Whenever you are at Sunjang headquarters, or the Juidu Fantasy office, they will be stationed at the entrance and will shadow you until you reach home. Do-jun quickly processed the information. Understood. Yang Kiol immediately spoke up. You may leave now. Soon after, the man left. Yang Kiol turned and asked, You know who he is, don't you? Do-jun shared his guess. Isn't he with Sunjang Security? The old man nodded in confirmation. That's right. Team 5 was established specifically to serve you. Director Wu will be in charge. There are about 40 to 50 people in total. Do-jun couldn't hide his shock. Do I really need 40 or 50 people just for protection? Even with shifts, 10 people should be plenty. On the surface, they are bodyguards or security personnel. But besides protection, they also handle the dirty work. Could there be times when grandfather assigns them tasks that are, aside from protection duties? Seeing him frozen, Yang Kiol could guess what he was thinking. What, are you that surprised? Do-jun replied, feeling a bit flustered. It's nothing, sir. I just thought the head count was a bit high. Yang Kiol simply smirked at that and continued. That's actually on the low side. Don't even think about asking for more people later. He was stunned by those words. Sitting comfortably on the sofa, Yang Kiol reminded Do-jun, Vice President Wu will now make your orders his top priority. He spoke with a tone of pride. He'll be on call 24/7. If you need anything, just call him anytime. Do-jun was quite surprised and asked again, Will he handle absolutely anything? Yang Kiol confirmed firmly, Everything you want will be taken care of. But there is one thing you must never forget. His face darkened as he fixed him with a deep, piercing gaze. Anything that wounds their pride? Never order them to do that. This left Do-jun with even more questions. But exactly how much? Can I really trust Vice President Wu? Yang Kiol gave him a prime example. Even if you told him your filthiest secret, from the bottom of your soul, he would keep his mouth shut and take it to the grave. Does that answer your question? He nodded slightly, feeling reassured. Yes, I understand now. I'll make sure to use them effectively. Yang Kiol shooed his grandson away. Good. Now go get to work. You must be pretty busy by now. Do-jun replied playfully, Not at all. I'm actually free today. He happily brought up the gift he just received. After getting such a massive graduation present, it would be rude to just take it and run. Yang Kiol excitedly invited him. Is that so? Then how about a drink? Do-jun frowned, not down with that. You need to look after your health, grandfather. I'll go tell them to prep some tea. The old man grumbled, losing his buzz. This kid. Today is your graduation day. We should at least have a toast to celebrate. In the end, Do-jun compromised and agreed. Fine, but you only get 1 glass of wine, just 1, okay? Yang Kiol beamed, making the whole atmosphere feel warm and cozy. He smiled back, feeling a sense of happiness. As a morning in March arrived, spring slowly began to settle in. Inside a room, Do-jun and a man were deep in thought about something. The man spoke first, breaking the quiet silence of the space. Initially, there was no reason to investigate, but then we discovered that Jin Sang-jun, your older brother, is actually working there. Do-jun quickly responded, Yes, that's why I thought it was worth looking into. Observing his pensive look, the man reported, Nothing out of the ordinary. He's not a scammer, nor is he a thug. An investigation report lay on the tea table. Do-jun leaned back and let out a long sigh. He pondered to himself. He knew it was a small-scale operation, but the revenue is rock bottom, and spending is also at rock bottom. It's basically a business model run on pure passion. The man offered a few more observations. Word is the CEO is actually quite talented. He has a real eye for discovering new talent and producing the right music for them. Do-jun stared outside for a moment before replying, This company operates mostly in the underground scene. The man calmly asked for clarification. Yes. I'm not exactly sure what underground means in this context, but from what I've gathered, they specialize in niche music genres that aren't exactly mainstream. Do you need anything else? Do-jun gave a slight smile and thanked the man. No, that's enough for now. Thank you for your hard work. Immediately after, he stood up to leave. Think nothing of it, I'll take my leave now. He suddenly stopped in his tracks mid-step. The man looked at Do-jun and asked unexpectedly, "How are the new staff members doing? If there's any friction, just let me know." He answered him casually, "Everything's fine. They're all men of few words," which suits me perfectly. Hearing that answer, the man let out a sigh of relief. That's a relief. A moment later, he walked out of the tea shop. Do-jun picked up his phone and began to contact someone. He opened with a greeting. "It's me." "Hello, uncle." Scene changes to some time later. Another man enters the company building. He looks at the receptionist, who is currently giving directions to other guests. Hwang Yu speaks up to ask her for assistance. "I'm here to see CEO Oh Se-hyun. I have an appointment." The receptionist hesitates as she confirms his identity. After a brief moment, she asks him again, "Are you the CEO of Tem Music?" He answers calmly, "Yes, that's right. I'm the CEO of Tem Music, Jo Gwang-yu." The receptionist points the way to lead him. "The CEO is expecting you. This way, please." The nameplate on the door clearly reads, Managing Director's Office. The receptionist gently opens the door and announces to the CEO, "The CEO of Tam Music is here." A voice calls out from inside, "Come in!" Having received permission, she turns back to Hwang Yu. "Please step inside." He steps into the room and takes a good look around, unable to hide his admiration. Se-hyun greets him warmly. "Oh, you're here?" Hwang Yu approaches to shake hands and introduces himself. "Nice to meet you. I am Jo Gwang-yu." Se-hyun also introduces himself quickly. "I'm Oh Se-hyun. Please have a seat over here." 2 cups of tea are neatly placed on the table. Hwang Yu starts the conversation with the CEO first. "Wow, honestly, I'm still a bit shook." He shares his emotional experience. "After speaking with you on the phone, I did some digging online and found out that Fantasy Investment is a massive investment firm." Hearing this, Se-hyun exclaims, "Good Lord!" He asks a question in disbelief. "How can someone running an entertainment company not know about this investment firm?" Hwang Yu scratches his head awkwardly and replies, "Well, I thought those investment matters had nothing to do with me, so..." Se-hyun's next sentence shuts him up instantly. "Did you ever even intend to seek out investment in the first place?" To ease the awkwardness, he picks up his teacup and blows on it a few times. Se-hyun watches this without bothering to say a word. Then Se-hyun suddenly speaks with full seriousness. "I'll get straight to the point without beating around the bush, so listen closely." Hwang Yu didn't push back at all and simply replied, "Yes." Se-hyun laid out the terms for this deal immediately. "Our company, Fantasy, will invest in Tam Music." Hearing this caught him so off guard that he started fumbling. "Wait, you're investing in our company?" Hwang Yu was completely floored. He even spilled his tea, his whole body turning red from the heat and shock. Se-hyun handed him a towel and spoke slowly. "That's right, the investment terms will be adjusted to match your industry standards." Seeing the man's stunned face, he suggested, "So, CEO Joe, go shop around at other entertainment agencies and find out what the typical investment terms are. Go see for yourself and verify if the terms we are offering actually make sense for your line of work." Se-hyun concluded with a final figure. The initial investment will be 2 billion won. Upon hearing that amount, Hwang Yu jumped out of his skin and blurted out, "2 billion? He calmly reiterated the main point. "Instead of focusing on the amount, you should pay more attention to the phrase initial investment. If things go well, we could even invest 20 billion won." Hwang Yu felt an actual itch under his skin from the shock. What on earth was going on? He couldn't stop his mind from racing. Why would a company like this want to pump this much cash into my little agency? Se-hyun then began to elaborate further. "I have only one condition for this investment." The man instinctively held his breath to listen. He laid out a requirement that seemed quite easy to fulfill. Even with 2 billion won, absolutely none of it can be used to fund indie bands or underground singers and the like. You can keep handling those things on your own, just like before. Hwang Yu still didn't quite get it and asked, Then what is it for?" He didn't give a direct answer, but brought up a different topic. "I heard that managing a new girl group costs anywhere from 500 million to 1 billion won. Is that about right?" He hesitated, but eventually told the truth. "I'm not entirely sure, but yes, it costs a fortune. First, use 2 billion to train 2 groups. For the girl group, they just need to do a few gigs, and they'll start making bank right away, right? In other words, train rookies who actually have earning potential. Hwang-gu suddenly went silent upon hearing this. He looked up at Se-hyun and spoke matter-of-factly. But I have no intention of expanding into that field. It's not part of my vision. He calmly sipped his tea, not forgetting to eye the person across from him judgmentally. The room fell silent for a few minutes, until he spoke up and called for Director Do. The person on the other side immediately replied, yes. Se-hyun's expression darkened as he emphasized every single word. Why don't you think long and hard before you answer me? Every word he uttered made Hwang-gu's face turn pale. You're getting lucky right now. It's like walking down the street and finding a gold mine. He cut straight to the chase and laid out a plan. Use that gold mine to build a solid business. Make a ton of money. Then use those exact funds to support the indie bands and underground artists that you actually like. He ended with a final question for Hwang-gu. You have to know the difference between a hobby and a job, don't you? The man's face went white, but the word hobby kept ringing in his head. His hands, resting on his thighs, suddenly clenched in a tremble. Se-hyun shifted the focus back to the business side. Fantasy's U.S. headquarters is investing heavily in the film industry. Did you know that? Hwang-gu stammered, no, sir. He didn't mind taking the time to explain it to him. We mostly invest in Hollywood blockbusters, but we also put a lot of money into independent and art house films. Those investments almost never see a return on capital. So why do we keep investing? Do you have any idea? Every word Se-hyun spoke carried the weight and authority of a seasoned veteran. Because that's the only way cinema evolves. Rookie actors from indie films, young directors from art house films, people like that will eventually break into the commercial market. Finally, he summed up the core of the issue. And so the cycle continues. That's how Hollywood stays on top. Se-hyun turned to look at Hwang-gu. At this moment, he gave him a compliment. I've done some digging and saw that you're highly rated. You have a real eye for talent. So use that eye to find people who are both commercially viable and have that star quality. He didn't hold back on the spending, clearly stating, whether they're girl group idols or ballad singers, it doesn't matter. Turn them into stars. I'll pour in as much money as needed, so don't worry. Then, use the cash those stars pull in to fund your art. Doesn't that sound like a good deal? Isn't this simple math? Hwang-gu finally spoke up, sounding a bit hesitant. May I ask one thing? Se-hyun casually gave him the green light. Go ahead. He still had some doubts weighing on his mind. Why invest in me? Gangnam is packed with idol training companies. Under Se-hyun's indifferent gaze, he continued to explain his thoughts. Wouldn't it make more sense to invest in those places? I really want to know why you chose a company, like ours, which follows a completely different path. He replied nonchalantly. Like I said, you just got lucky. He couldn't quite grasp what Se-hyun was getting at. That's why I'm asking, how exactly am I lucky? Se-hyun let out a long sigh. He looked him straight in the eye and asked, your company just hired a new guy, right? Name's Jin Sang-jun. Hwang-gu was confused, but followed his gut and answered, yes, he's a student who studied abroad. Only then did he drop the bombshell that had been ticking since the start. He's my best friend's son. Hwang-gu was absolutely floored by this revelation. In his head, Sang-jun was now practically glowing with a shiny new label. The son of a tycoon's best friend. The clear blue sky predicted a beautiful day. A voice called out, checking in. Did the talk end well? Se-hyun replied jokingly. Well, there's a chance I just flushed 20 billion down the drain. He seems a bit clueless. Jun didn't say much in response. He simply replied, just think of it as paying a hefty tuition fee. He didn't intend to push further and asked, if the tuition is this high, it's definitely grand. What else? What's the plan after that? Jun wasn't too bothered because he felt he had done enough. I'm only helping out this much. If it still doesn't work, then whatever happens to Sang-jun, and what he does, I won't care anymore. Just at that moment, a man rushed into the room, shouting, Sir, Chairman! Se-hyun asked in surprise, what is it? What happened? The man held out a phone and reported, please take a look at this. On the phone screen was a breaking news update. Ju Young-in, honorary chairman of Daehyun Group, passed away at 10 p.m. last night at Daehyun Hospital. He passed away due to old age and frail health. The direct cause of death was acute respiratory failure caused by pneumonia. It is believed that he remained conscious until the very end. Se-hyun was shocked by the news he just received. Jun was no exception, his eyes widening in agitation. In the large room, the TV screen also began announcing the news. Mr. Ju Young-in, since announcing his retirement from management in May of last year, had stepped away from the front lines of business and moved between his home and Daehyun Seoul Hospital for treatment. It is reported that since August, he had been confined almost entirely to the hospital due to severe arthritis. which made walking difficult. The reporter is currently reporting live from the scene. The funeral for the late Chairman Ju will be held over 5 days in the form of a family funeral. However, since all 5 major economic organizations, such as the Federation of Korean Industries, are participating, it can effectively be seen as a business community funeral. Se-hyun glanced significantly at Do-jun while the news report was still airing. The Federation of Industries said that it could be held as a business leader's funeral. But considering the situation at Dae-hyun, he immediately ordered his subordinates to carry out a task. Monitor Dae-hyun's stock price in real time. Report back every 10 minutes. The man who just ran in instantly replied, "Understood." After that, he went back to his phone. Calls with industry insiders began. "It's me." Do-jun seemed to be deep in thought. Evening at the massive villa. Yang Cheon was sitting relaxedly on an exquisite sofa. The old man suddenly asked, "Has everyone paid their respects?" Hak Jae, sitting on a nearby sofa, answered, "Yes, the Blue House senior secretaries. And the ministers all arrived on the first day. The chairmen of the major conglomerates have mostly finished their visits as well." Yang Cheon asked again, "What about our family?" He seemed to have all the details down, and replied fluently, "Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki and Jin Dong-ki visited on the very first day, but Chairman Jin Sang-ki hasn't shown up yet." Hearing this, the old man let out a sigh of disbelief. Hak Jae asked him curiously, "And when do you plan to go, Chairman?" Yang Cheon replied with an unreadable expression, "I'll wait until the day before the funeral procession." He smiled, imagining the scene. "By then, those kids' eyes will probably be bone dry, right? It'll be quite interesting to see their faces then," Hak Jae said with a worried tone. "There's really no need to go that far, sir." But Yang Cheon seemed to find a dark amusement in the whole situation. "Once you're dead, you can't see anything anymore. If I were the one dead, I'd have no idea what kind of faces my kids were making, what they were doing, or what they were plotting," Hak Jae asked, seeking clarification. "So you're going just to see that with your own eyes?" The old man silently agreed with total confidence. "That's right. Whether it's them or my own kids, they're all the same. They've never earned a single cent with their own hands. Yet they've never lived a day without money." The thought of it made the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. Yang Cheon couldn't help but feel that this was a new kind of pleasure. The dead can't see anything, but seeing it while you're still alive, now that's fun, isn't it? Hak Jae then spoke up. "Do you really think both sides are the same? Dae-hyun is being heavily fractured, so those children must be barely holding back their rage. But Sun Yang has a much clearer division of power. It will surely be different." The old man looked at him, chuckled, and wondered, "Oh, come on. Are you trying to comfort me? Whether big or small, they're all the same. Human greed never knows when to quit." Yang Cheon spoke as if joking with Hak Jae. "By the way, remember to visit my grave later and tell me all about it." Thinking he had misheard, he asked again, "I'm sorry, what?" The old man spoke nonchalantly, as if it were an entertaining game. "Once I'm dead, it's over for me. But you'll be there to witness my children tearing each other apart, won't you? Remember to recount every single detail to me. Don't leave anything out." Hak Jae rarely stayed silent, but he didn't respond this time. The old man was pensive for a moment before he suddenly asked a question. "What should I do?" Yang Cheon's smile faded. His aged eyes looked off into the distance at Hak Jae. The latter also watched his every move, waiting for an answer. Yang Cheon didn't give a clear hint. "That's up to you. I can't exactly give orders, but if there's one thing I'd ask..." His eyes were deep and full of experience. As he said, "Don't be too greedy." Hak Jae was still a bit confused by the implication. "Yes, Yang Cheon." Didn't want to explain further and simply said, "All right then. When I pass away and leave this world, you'll understand on your own." After those words, the room fell back into a long silence. The sky gradually shifted into new colors. A car was driving along a major highway. The chauffeur drove with a steady hand. Yang Cheon sat in the back, showing no emotion at all. Do-jun watched him, thinking silently to himself. He couldn't help but think about the things he had heard before. Someone once said that as people get older, all their energy moves to their mouth, making the elderly talk non-stop. Since he was already a talkative person anyway, Do-jun couldn't help but start the conversation first. "Chairman Ju's house isn't exactly small, so why did they choose a temple for the funeral?" Yang Cheon seemed to know exactly why, and replied immediately that it was to appease the living. Chairman Ju's wife is finally letting out all the resentment she's bottled up for years. That answer left Do-jun even more confused. Yang Cheon added an explanation. All her life, she just wanted to kick her husband out of the house. The old man started gossiping about the past. That old Ju Youngin loved being out on the town all day, and he was way too obsessed with women. Word is, out of the 8 children on his official record, 3 of them are illegitimate. Startled by what he heard, Do-jun asked, "Is that rumor actually true?" Yang Kian didn't answer right away, just gave a little chuckle. He gave him a simple response. "Who knows? Every time I asked him over dinner, he would adamantly deny it. Only his family would know for sure." His voice carried a hint of nostalgia and hidden thoughts. "And that might not even be all of them. There could be several more children who aren't even on the family registry. That mouthpiece, whenever someone gave birth to his child, he'd cut them a piece of his fortune and ship them off overseas. He did that more than just once or twice." Do-jun looked at his grandfather, momentarily at a loss for words. Based on that story, Do-jun couldn't help but think about the implications. By now, those women and their children have probably heard the news that Chairman Ju has passed away. They're likely scrambling to book flights back to Korea. This situation is bound to cause a massive upheaval. There's going to be a wave of lawsuits over inheritance and paternity tests. The Dae-hyun group will also have to shell out a fortune to hush the media, to keep the scandal under wraps. He was almost certain in his heart. Of course, no illegitimate child could ever set foot into Dae-hyun, but all of them would receive a hefty settlement, and then vanish from Korea. Do-jun snapped himself back to reality. Thinking about it, he suddenly found it hilarious. But I held it back to listen to my grandfather. And Yang Cheon was still talking about what Do-jun had asked. Initially, when a husband like that died, she was finally relieved of that resentment. At least in the final 5 days, she didn't even let him step into the house. The old man turned around and perceptibly noticed something. Seeing Do-jun spacing out, the old man had to nudge him. "Hey kid, what on earth are you thinking about?" Startled, he began to make excuses. "It's nothing, sir." Yang Cheon saw right through him and bluntly called him out. "Nothing, my foot. It's written all over your face." The old man voiced his own guess. "Are you comparing me to that old man Ju Young-in?" Do-jun immediately explained. "No, that's not it." The old man raised an eyebrow and pressed him. "Then what is it?" Do-jun felt a bit helpless with his grandfather. Yang Cheon waited for the answer, until he let out a heavy sigh. Then the old man returned to the main topic. "As far as I know, there are no illegitimate children. I've always been careful with the 3 things a man must be most wary of." Do-jun looked at the old man in surprise and wondered, "What do you mean by as far as you know? You mean there might be things even you don't know about?" The old man spoke naturally about it. "It's impossible to be certain that no woman got pregnant without letting me know, right?" The more Do-jun listened, the more he was left completely shook. Yang Cheon spoke with a hint of bashfulness. "Good grief, I never thought. The day would come when I'd share things I wouldn't even tell my own kids. With my grandson like this." He let out a short laugh and replied to the old man, "Well, Grandpa and I share a quiet connection." The car was still moving. Yang Cheon called out, "Do-juna." Then came Do-jun's voice. "Yes?" The old man began to instruct him meticulously on every single detail. "In case after I pass away, someone claims to be my child, you must conduct a thorough paternity test." Do-jun followed his lead. "And then what, sir?" Yang Cheon laid out several moves for him. "Your uncles will surely find a way to kick that person out. And that is exactly how it should be. Don't ever let those kinds of people set foot in Sunyang." With a hint of compassion, the old man said to Do-jun, "But if they are living in misery, then just give them enough help. Help them live with some dignity." Picking up on his tone, he responded seriously, "Yes, I will help them so they won't want for anything." Hearing that answer made the old man smile, revealing his aged wrinkles. "Thank you." Yang Cheon's aging hand rested gently on Do-jun's hand like a warm thank you. He smiled blissfully under the warm sunlight, that nagging, uncomfortable feeling of being stuck between 2 sides. "Thanks to you, I can finally breathe easy." Do-jun looked at his grandfather and smiled back, moved by the warmth. The car stopped in front of a grand temple. A swarm of reporters immediately began snapping their cameras rapidly. Everywhere were people scrambling for a hot scoop. The car, carrying the grandfather and grandson, quickly became the center of attention. Do-jun looked outside and remained silent for a moment. Yang Cheon seemed all too familiar with this situation. He turned and told Do-jun, "Roll down the window." Confused, he didn't know what the old man was up to. "Excuse me?" The driver also looked just as puzzled. Do-jun immediately reminded Yang Cheon, "Grandpa, the reporters will point their cameras right into the car." The old man insisted on his decision. "That's exactly why I'm telling you to open it. Open it now." The driver had no choice but to follow orders. "Yes, sir." The window slowly rolled down. Outside, cameras were flashing incessantly, making everything blindingly bright. Yang Cheon sat there composed, even with hundreds of cameras pointed at him. Do-jun didn't quite get the old man's move for a while. Finally, the car drove inside the temple grounds. The car passed through several winding turns. At this moment, Dojun finally spoke up, questioning the recent action. "Grandpa, why did you do that so suddenly?" The old man smirked at his innocence. Yang Qian spoke clearly with a hidden meaning. "Tomorrow your face will be all over the front pages." Dojun thought to himself, a young man accompanying the chairman of Sun Yang Group. The fact that he was with his grandson, rather than his son, was already enough to be a hot topic for the press. He still had a few more questions. But why would you want to expose this? The funeral area was bustling with people at this time. A man bowed his head in gratitude to Yang Qian. "Thank you for coming all this way, Chairman." It was the eldest son of the chairman of Daehyun Motors. The old man exchanged a few polite words. "I came by car, so I'm not too tired." "It's fine." He patted the man's back and spoke gently. "I felt bad ever since I heard your father. Wasn't doing well, but I couldn't visit until now. He's going on a long journey. I had to see him off. Let's go." Inside, a portrait of Chairman Ju Young-in was placed. Yang Qian remained silent, but his eyes were tinged with an indescribable sadness. The descendants of the Ju family stood to one side, their emotions unreadable. Dojun looked at the crowd and thought to himself, in the past, these were people I wouldn't even dare to look in the eye. Yang Qian took a step and moved away. He turned and said a few words to Tae-sik. "It's been so long. I have so much more to say to your father. This is the only time left." He also bowed respectfully and replied, "Not at all, Chairman. It's quite all right." Then he turned, signaling his subordinates while speaking, "I'll have a meal prepared immediately." A man stepped forward and gestured for Yang Qian to follow. "Please, Chairman, this way." The old man didn't move right away, but started something else. Before that, Yang Qian said to Dojun, who had remained silent since they arrived, "Say hello." "Dojuna," the old man said, grabbing his hand to give a signal. With one hand, he pushed him forward in front of the Ju family. "This is my grandson." "He's a devoted grandson." "Who always keeps me company and chats with me in my old age." At this moment, Dojun finally realized what his grandfather was doing. So that's it. This was the reason he let the press take photos, and introduced me to the chairman of Daehyun Group. Under the somewhat judgmental gazes of the Ju family, he was still lost in thought. He wanted to announce my existence to the world. The youngest grandson of Sun Yang, who just graduated from college, accompanying the chairman all by himself. Dojun instinctively straightened his back with a serious look. Even though I've been kept under wraps until now, the X factor holding the financial strings of Sun Yang will be brought to light. The media will go wild, and the chairman of the Daehyun Group will start keeping an eye on me too. The more eyes are on me, the more weight every single move of mine carries. Dojun glanced at Yang Qian, feeling certain about his hunch. Right here at this funeral today, I have made a truly spectacular debut. Well, Yang Qian smiled and asked jokingly, "Why are you just standing there? Say hello." Realizing he had been silent for too long, he immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Dojun gave a deep, formal bow, and then said, "Please accept my deepest condolences." A hand reached out to greet him. Tae-sik looked at him, seemingly recognizing him. "This is the grandson, who's been called the leader of the next generation, right?" But Yang Qian spoke up dismissively. "He's just a kid who's good at trading stocks. I hope you can teach him a thing or two." Dojun could only manage a forced smile after hearing that. He noticed another hand being extended. The man introduced himself as he spoke. "I've only heard rumors about you. I am Ju Wang-sik." "Yo, Wang-sik." Dojun had plenty of intel, so he recognized him instantly. "Yo, Wang-sik." The sixth son is the heir to the entire financial sector, including Daehyun Investment Securities and the investment fund. His situation is identical to mine. After thinking it over, he quickly reached out his hand in return. "I'm Jin Dojun." He didn't say anything more, only flashing a cryptic smile. Outside the temple, the weather wasn't looking too good. Yet people in black kept flooding in and out. Dojun was currently having a meal at the funeral, but Yang Qian wasn't interested and called out to him. "Dojuna, look at those guys over there." Not far away, a group of people was huddled together discussing something. The old man couldn't help but offer his assessment. Their father just passed away, yet not a single one of them looks the least bit sad. Dojun instinctively spoke his mind. "It's been a few days, Grandpa. They can't cry 24/7. The old man asked back in disbelief, "What? Did a simple handshake make you soft on them already?" Yang Qian still felt a strong distaste for that crowd. He summed them up bluntly. Right now, they're no different from kings in the Warring States period, weighing their options, to see if they should form an alliance to grab more power within the Daehyun Empire. Dojun chuckled and asked curiously, "Then does that make Sun Yang the romance of the three kingdoms?" Yang Qian gazed into the distance but called his name again. "Dojuna." He knew his grandfather wanted to say something, perhaps a life lesson. Yes, Yang Qian suddenly asked a question. Westerners, even in the middle of a war, still put down their weapons for Christmas. Don't they? Dojin replied, confused. Actually, not exactly. That was a one-time event. He provided some context for that event. It's called the Christmas Truce. Christmas Truce. The British and German troops at Ypres, Belgium, signed a ceasefire on Christmas Eve. A German soldier in the trenches began singing a Christmas carol. Silent Night, Holy Night. When the British soldiers heard it, they cheered in response. The German soldiers started decorating the trenches with lights and small pine trees. Then a brave soul stepped out of the trench, holding a candle. After the singing finished, a German officer shook hands with a British corporal, and they agreed to a ceasefire. But afterward, soldiers from both sides were court-martialed, and from 1915 on, that never happened again. Yang Qian listened and then instinctively gave an instruction. No matter how fierce the Three Kingdoms war gets, at my funeral, call a truce. But wanting confirmation, the old man asked again, You get what I'm saying, right? Dojin felt helpless about the situation. He didn't expect to hear his grandfather give such instructions in a place like this. Looking at that aging face made him feel a bit awkward. Though it was a hard promise to make, he wanted to say that. Eventually, he offered a firm compromise. Yes, during the 49-day mourning period, I will try my best to make sure nothing messy happens. Under the old man's calm gaze, Dojin spoke resolutely. I'll stop not just my uncles, but even my cousins. None of them will even dare to open their mouths. Please don't worry. Yang Qian didn't respond immediately, observing him first. Suddenly, the old man chuckled softly, leaving Dojun confused. He laughed out loud at the young man's gutsy words. I don't actually think you can pull it off. But I like that you've got a big mouth. Wang Sik took the initiative to approach Yang Qian's table to start a conversation. Is the food not to your liking? I noticed you haven't touched your chopsticks yet. Hearing the noise, Dojun turned around. The old man glanced over and replied with a faint smile. It's fine. A house of mourning is a place where if you're hungry, you just eat your fill. That's a good thing, too. You're Wang Sik, right? He bowed respectfully according to etiquette. Yes, sir. Hearing this, Yang Qian signaled for him to take him away. No one has any business with a retired old man behind the scenes. People care about the one holding the cards in the company now. Wang Sik quickly bowed in appreciation. Thank you, sir. Then please excuse my lack of manners. After that, he looked toward him again. Mr. Jin Dojun, could you spare me a moment of your time? The old man couldn't resist correcting Daehun's Wang Sik. Hey, don't you know I was close enough to your father to call each other brothers? With a kid like him, why act so formal as to call him Mr.? Oh? He scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. It seems I've suddenly gained a talented nephew. Wang Sik learned his lesson quickly and switched his way of addressing him. Can you have a cup of coffee with your uncle? I have something important to tell you. He gave a slight, subtle smirk. It won't hurt to hear me out. That expression made Dojun fall silent for a moment. Yes, Yang Qian immediately signaled for him to go. Go see what this new uncle has to say. Who knows what kind of nonsense he's going to blabber about. Dojun nodded obediently. Yes, sir. When they reached a secluded spot, Wang Sik finally handed him a cup of coffee. He spoke first. Mr. Jin Dojun, please don't mind what the chairman said. I've already seen you as a fellow executive. Dojun smiled gently, acting friendly. Oh no, please feel free to talk comfortably. If it's not too rude, may I call you uncle? Hearing that, Wang Sik relaxed. I'd definitely welcome that. You're sharp-looking and have a great personality. He didn't respond, only taking a light sip of his coffee. Seeing Dojun remain silent, he probed further. What did my nephew do to catch Chairman Jin's eye and manage Sun Yang's financial network? At such a young age? Wang Sik's gaze was clearly scrutinizing. He matched the energy with a clever response. It's just because I am the youngest, my father is the baby of the family, so maybe Grandpa has a soft spot for me? He tilted his head slightly, testing the waters, the things he couldn't give to his sons. He's passing down to you. Wang Sik didn't hesitate to show his suspicion. But for that grandson to take the company his grandfather worked so hard, to pass down and just flip it, isn't that a bit much? Dojin was stunned, complaining to himself. Man, talk about being blunt and trigger-happy. Revealing his agenda right at the first meeting, he sized the man up. This man, the sixth son of Daehyun Group, had already caught wind that Sun Yang Cards was up for sale. Since they didn't have a credit card company, he was salivating for it. Dojin then took another sip of his coffee. But are you sure you even have the cash to buy it? Meanwhile, he was secretly thrilled. You're so enthusiastic for a first meeting, Uncle. I'm truly grateful for wanting to put another card in my hand. and put so much blood, sweat, and tears into it like that. Despite that, Do-jun still played the innocent card with the person in front of him. First of all, since we're family, I was planning to give the proposal to my 2 eldest uncles. Kwang-sik immediately corrected him. No way, that wouldn't even be selling the company. That's just reshuffling shares. Do-jun didn't care and kept talking his ear off. Getting cold hard cash for the sale is what a real deal is. I plan to spin off the company clearly, then sell it for a premium. He seized the chance to drop a few suggestions. Have you got a valuation yet? Roughly speaking, it's about 1.2 to 1.4 trillion won. Those words made him have to give it up to him. A finance guy sure crunches numbers fast. Who in the world sells something at cost? I have to add the legwork costs and the profit margin, right? Do-jun's sharp rhetoric quickly left Kwang-sik with nothing but praise. My nephew is definitely not just average. There's a reason you've outpaced your elders. He subtly moved his mouth to start talking terms. So, what's the final price you're looking for? Let's be real. Since we're uncle and nephew, you could drop it a bit, right? At this moment, his contempt for the man grew even more. Even if you flex like you're loaded, you still won't have enough. You'll just be a bystander and leave empty-handed. Thinking this, Do-jun directly pushed back against Kwang-sik. Because we have a relationship, as uncle and nephew, just think of it as giving your nephew some pocket money. And be a little generous. The man quickly became incredulous. Are you really planning to sell it? To an outsider like me? Knowing the business world like the back of his hand, he replied, In business, blood relations don't mean a thing. If I can sell it for a high price, then I'm not being picky at all. Saying this, Do-jun narrowed his eyes, making his expression look even sharper. But uncle, do you actually have enough money to take over our card company? Is that for real? Kwang-sik took a deep breath for a long time, remaining calm while scolding him. This nephew of mine, it's pretty hilarious when a merchant starts worrying about his customer's wallet. Do-jun didn't let himself be intimidated by him. I only asked because I was worried you couldn't keep up, uncle. Even though Kwang-sik was fuming, he had to force a smile. Why would you think that? The more he spoke, the more eerie his expression became. Youngki, the eldest, Sik is using the auto industry as a springboard to ruthlessly expand his power. Do you believe it? Kwang-sik's eyelids lowered slightly. After having all their major companies snatched away, the siblings are only left with a couple of subsidiaries. It's like they're living on scraps and handouts now. After all was said and done, he remained unfazed by those words. Anyone with a brain can see it by now, that from here on out, wars won't be fought with guns but with cash. He muttered to himself, War, huh? Finally, Kwang-sik dropped a cold, hard truth. He felt like he didn't have any more time to be looking the other way. Do-jun couldn't help but feel shaken hearing this. This man has a different endgame. His eyes remained glued to the man. Realizing he can't own all of Daehyun, he shifted his focus to securing what he already has. Originally, because Kwang-sik hoarded too many Daehyun shares, he ended up wrecking the financial sector he inherited. Do-jun didn't hesitate to expose Kwang-sik's true intentions. If you had enough cash to buy back Sunyang cards now, you'd probably plan to pull out of the war altogether. Am I right? Being called out like that, he let out a cold snort. Good grief. This is our first time meeting, yet my nephew here has already read me like a book. Your intuition is no joke. There's a reason why Chairman Jin favors you so much. Kwang-sik quickly reached out his hand. He bowed slightly, showing a clear sign of making peace. I've stayed too long. It's not respectful to the deceased, so I'll take my leave, but I've made my point clear. I've put my offer on the table. He stared at the tightly gripped hand. What's with this creepy feeling? Seeing that Do-jun wasn't reacting, Kwang-sik took the initiative to shake his hand first. Don't ever forget that I'm also a candidate to acquire Sunyang. Sunyang cards, that is. Okay. His bizarre behavior left Do-jun speechless. Why did he shake hands like that? So cringe. As the man walked away, Do-jun could still see a faint smirk on his face. Kwang-sik quickly turned around, humming a tune as he walked. He left Do-jun behind in a total mess of confusion. This isn't simple at all. There's an even more complex plot behind this. Back at the Jin family mansion, he returned quickly after the conversation. Over with Eon-jeon, the old man was being cornered by a group of people for a chat. When he spotted Do-jun, Eon-jeon immediately waved his hand. The guests followed his gaze toward him. Understanding the old man's signal, he hurriedly stood up. Thank you so much for your valuable insights, sir. The man left just as Do-jun walked up. As he sat down, he let a look of dissatisfaction slip. Jun noticed the expression and probed, what did he have to say? Do-jun was quite honest. He apparently said, he wants to be on the list of candidates to buy Sunyang. Sunyang cards, really? The old man was momentarily stunned. Kwang-sik, did he really say that? He gave a slight nod, yes. Then Eon-John continued to press him. And what about you? What did you say? Dojin glanced towards the door with an emotionless look. He left before he could even hear my answer. The old man tried to test him. Is that so? So what's your plan? If Ju Guang-sik offers the best terms, would you sell it to him? Dojin immediately doubled down on his position as before. I only plan to expand the Sun Yang name, not downsize it, Sun Yang cards. We'll go to one of my two eldest uncles. This made Yongjun burst into laughter again. So Ju Guang-sik's efforts were all for nothing. His next words bluntly killed the vibe. Not necessarily. I think he'll still get what he's after. The old man suddenly got curious. What do you mean by that? Dojun quickly shared his speculation. Maybe he doesn't actually intend to buy Sun Yang cards. He might just be using me to put on an act. Even Yoon-John found that hypothesis hard to believe. An act? He glanced briefly at Guang-sik's figure by the door. It seems he wants to spread the word that he's also in this race to acquire Sun Yang cards. The old man followed his gaze, trying to figure out the point of such a charade. Even if he uses you as bait, it's not like he gains anything from it. Dojin smirked, seemingly certain of his guess. His target isn't me, it's his older brothers. Specifically, he wants to put Chairman Young-sik's mind at ease. Yoon-John froze. He sat motionless for a moment before finally blinking. He gave an awkward laugh and scratched his head, sighing. Man, this family really has a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Having said that, Yoon-John shifted the focus back to the main point. But how are you so sharp? How did you figure that out? He suddenly recalled the scene between the two of them. With so many people watching, he went out of his way to approach me, and even asked for a private chat. He even made a show of shaking my hand so dramatically. It was basically a publicity stunt. Dojin smirked to himself, confident in his deduction. The chairman of finance at Dahyun, meeting the heir of Sun Yang's financial arm. He was definitely hoping someone would catch wind of that. He didn't notice the man in front of him quietly wearing a satisfied smile. Yoon-John took a leisurely sip of his tea. Setting the cup down, he asked nonchalantly, would that really make Chairman Young-sik feel at ease, Dojin? Sitting opposite him frowned slightly. It's not exactly a perfect plan, but at least it buys him some more time. He continued to piece together the puzzle. He'll definitely, intentionally drag out the negotiations with me and spread rumors through the media. As he spoke, Dojin's expression darkened. Meanwhile, he'll be secretly gobbling up shares to take control of the Dahyun group. Dahyun to consolidate his power. Play. Yoon-Jeon's lips thinned into a straight line as he fell silent. Arms crossed and back straight, the old man posed a new challenge. So let's see how my grandson is going to handle this. In the end, who will be the one to take the chairman's seat at Dahyun Group? Yongjun flashed a sinister smirk. A prosperous and united group will only crumble if it's torn apart like this. He remained completely unfazed by those words. Instead, he just asked softly, you still want to reunify the group, don't you? The old man nodded slightly, starting to lecture. Every river, no matter how many branches it takes or how it winds, eventually flows back into the sea. It's only a matter of time. Someone will get it done. Dojun played along with Yongjun and cast his vote. I think the chairman of Dahyun Motors seems to be the frontrunner. Since it's the largest company, and the crown jewel of Dahyun Group, Yoon-John suddenly realized a new issue. Speaking of Dahyun's crown jewels, aren't there also the construction and shipbuilding companies? He had already looked into this bit of info, because he's the eldest son. That's a huge advantage as well. He urged the old man to look outside. Take a look, Grandpa. Dojin watched the harmonious atmosphere in the yard and noted that this was a family funeral. His gaze fell on the guests being welcomed. The one standing there receiving the VIP guests was none other than the eldest son. June quickly caught on to the vibe of the funeral. The real reason for holding the funeral as a family rite rather than a corporate one was to confirm to the mourners that he is indeed the true heir of this group. He then calmly looked toward the portrait of Ju Sang-in. In reality, for someone like Chairman Ju Sang-in, a corporate funeral would have been more appropriate. A business-class funeral, organized by the 5 major economic associations, such as the Korea Enterprises Federation, the Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Korea International Trade Association, the Korea Federation of SMEs, and the Korea Management Association. The funeral committee, while it would elevate the prestige of the deceased, the eldest son wouldn't be able to hog the spotlight. Chairman Young-sik definitely took that into account, which is why he insisted on holding a private family funeral like this. Listening to Dojun's deep analysis, the old man was completely bewildered. Just what kind of creature are you? He instinctively looked blank. Excuse me? and Yoon Jeon let out a soft, admiring sigh. This kid, he can predict everything. He truly just wants to be with his family to see off his late father. That's all. I might have overthought it. Dojun began to hesitate. Sir, tomorrow is the burial procession. He couldn't stop speculating about Gwang-sik. Tonight is the final night to be with the deceased father. Yet they call someone they just met like me, just to pull a stunt and fool everyone. Dojun was always on high alert when it came to that uncle. I don't believe that they feel even a bit of sorrow, or any attachment to their late father. The old man froze at these words. The atmosphere between the two suddenly felt off. After a long silence, Yong-jun finally spoke up. What are you planning to do? He was a bit taken aback. What do you mean, sir? The old man coolly crossed his arms again. At my funeral. Yong-jun's forehead creased slightly, his eyes full of crow's feet. Will you hold a family rite or what? Or do you want a corporate funeral? To chase the glory and outshine your uncle's authority? Even as the head of the family. Dojun didn't dare take charge of the situation just yet, so he dodged the question. That's something the family elders will decide. Right? With my low standing in the family. The only thing I can do is, I will just follow the elders' decision. He immediately fired back with a question to counter him. So you're saying, you'll just go along with whatever the adults arrange, even if it's against your own wishes? Those words left Dojun speechless and somber for a long while. Why is he like this? According to what you said, the funeral is the children's responsibility. There's no place for me to step in. But logically, you understand. Yet perhaps you feel a bit salty, because I said I'd stay out of it. After thinking it through, he was able to give a reasonable answer. In terms of logic, I can only follow the elders' arrangements. But in terms of feelings, I'll just do it my way. But Yong-jun still didn't show a hint of satisfaction. What? Are you kidding me right now? Fine, so what exactly is this way of yours? Dojun began to ask in a low, pressing tone. You want your grave to be at Sungang Park? Music hall. Yongjin, right? He still stood arrogantly with his arms crossed. So what? He tilted his head as if offering a deal. I will come to visit you every morning for 3 years. This truly took the old man by surprise. Dojun knew he was on the right track and continued to talk smoothly. I really want to observe the traditional 3-year mourning for you. But I can't just abandon the corporation that you trusted and entrusted to me. He flashed a slight, confident smile. So instead, I'll come to visit you every morning. Young Keel's facial muscles relaxed a bit. His eyelids narrowed instinctively. Finally, Yong-jun couldn't hide his embarrassment and immediately faked a dry cough. You're quite the smooth talker, aren't you? To speak this well. You must have practiced a lot, huh? Dojun was also amused by that expression. Seriously, will you accept my sincere feelings? Being teased, he acted all angry. You're so loud! This kid. But Yang Cheol was sharp and never stopped doubting. Are you planning to quit working after I'm gone? You just eat and play. You're such a precious one. Time is ticking away every minute, every second. Yet you claim you'll visit me every morning. For 3 years? The old man turned away as if he were sulking. Just drop by when you miss me to tell me some news, and then that will be enough. It was those cute expressions that made him waver. Grandpa, you usually say that when you're dead, it's all over. You're usually so cold-hearted. But seeing how you hope your descendants won't forget you, and will occasionally visit your resting place, it turns out you're actually terrified of being lonely. Young-jun quickly stood up to change the subject. Let's get up. We're totally not on the same page anyway. Before leaving, Dojun didn't forget to give a reminder. Yes, Grandpa, please go home and get some good rest. Even a young person like me is exhausted from staying up all night. He turned around, leaving only a few words behind. I guess I have to. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll see that old man off one last time. As he stepped outside, young Keol was greeted again by the TC group. Are you leaving already, sir? He walked casually, replying offhandedly. I'll be back tomorrow. Am I so old that I can't even keep a promise to my old friend anymore? He was being polite to this powerful man. Chairman, you're being too kind. It's already a huge honor that you came in person. As Yang Cheol approached, Tae-sik bowed respectfully. Gwang-sik maintained a welcoming attitude. Thank you so much. The old man didn't want to make things difficult and replied, all right. The two of them quickly shook hands. However, the grip at that connection was strangely strong. He groaned, his face turning red from the pain. The old man's attitude quickly became more aggressive. Don't touch my stuff, you got that? Gwang-sik was momentarily stunned, his face flushing. Excuse me? What do you mean by that? At that moment, Tae-sik had his eyes on their hands. Yang Cheol threatened him bluntly in front of everyone. Even your father never touched my things. Even though we sometimes argued over who owned what, we were never greedy. Nor did we try to snatch things that didn't belong to us. He was still struggling with the pain, unable to say a word. The chairman, however, Do-jun, stood by his side, silently sizing up the situation. The eyes of old man Ju, Gwang-sik, remained quite calm. He even added a few gentle reminders. The name Sun Yang. It's not something you should mess with, you got that? I'm warning you. If you dare touch the Sun Yang credit card company, you'll see just how scary this old man can be. Keep that in mind. He saw this scene and quickly spoke up to make peace. Mr. Chairman, please calm down. Yang Cheol was still aware of the situation, so he didn't make a scene. Lucky for you, we're at a funeral home, so I'm keeping my voice down. As he left, Tae-sik finally unleashed his inner beast. You! Just what are you plotting in this house? Gwang-sik was also spooked by that look. You've got it wrong. I was just asking about the company's status over there. Their loud argument caught his attention, but Do-jun was quickly pulled away by Yang-jun. Let's go. Only after leaving did the old man flash a triumphant smile. He couldn't help but be confused by that sudden face turn. Soon, the two reached their car. Yang Cheol habitually glanced at his bodyguard. Are there many reporters outside? He stood at attention to report. I've called in more of the press, sir. He smiled with satisfaction and instructed the bodyguard. Is that so? Good job. Roll down the window later. To make it easier for the reporters to do their thing, he quickly took the order. Yes, sir. But Do-jun, following behind, couldn't help but complain. Grandpa, that's enough already. Yang-jun sat down, got comfortable, and replied. In this life, nobody truly knows when enough is enough. It's just a matter of whether you know how to stop at the right time. He was a seasoned veteran, so he kept on lecturing him, teaching him that contentment is just another way of justifying giving up. Remember that well. Do-jun just stayed silent to avoid getting lectured. Yes. Seeing that, Yang Cheol gave him a reminder. Smile, kid. Your face will be all over the news nationwide tomorrow. Are you planning to have that grumpy face in the papers despite being so handsome? He didn't back down and talked back. We just left a funeral home. How can I be smiling and laughing right now? The old man thought about it and realized he had a point. Anyway, just try to put on a more likable face. After Yang Cheol finished his business, Do-jun asked curiously, But Grandpa, why did you do that in front of Chairman Ju Gwang-sik? Did you do that to help him? Was it to give him a hand? The old man rolled his eyes slightly. Curling his lip, Yang-jun leaned back in his seat and laughed out loud. Me helping Ju Gwang-sik? In this situation, the Dae-hyun group might actually fall into more chaos. That house was too quiet. I just stirred the pot a bit to make things interesting. Hearing this made his lips curl into a smile as well. A black and white newspaper appeared. Do-jun's face quickly spread across the media. Every detail about him was being dug up. However, as soon as Do-jun finished reading it, his eyebrows furrowed together. This wording is still a bit too mild. The black letters kept dancing before his eyes. Seeing Do-jun sighing listlessly, Do-hyung advised him, Isn't this the time when people should be sending congratulations? But he just lay flat on the chair, holding his forehead in frustration. I feel extremely awkward about it. I'll have to pass on that. Seeing this, the other man quickly showed his sincerity. Moving around might be inconvenient for you right now, but as long as you give the word, we will do everything in our power to support you. Because the expression on your face is our command. Do-hyung glanced at the newspaper and stated firmly, Furthermore, this article has made it clear to everyone that you are a close relative who has Chairman Jin's absolute trust. From now on, anyone who meets you will think you are one of the heirs to the conglomerate. Sun Yang. Do-jun wavered for a moment but kept his mouth shut. In the end, his logic won out, and he stretched his shoulders, leaving all interests behind. That's totally irrelevant. As long as it benefits the business, no matter which variety show I'm told to join, I'm game. This made him very satisfied, and he cracked a smile. Do-jun, completely off guard, recounted everything that happened at the funeral. Business is business, but yesterday, Chairman Ju Young-sik called me out for a chat, which was actually quite interesting. It seems the old man is eyeing the credit card company. Upon hearing this, Do-hyung was so shocked he slammed his chair. Another rival is joining the bidding war, but Do-jun quickly reined in his mood. Actually, the old man has other motives, but no matter what his goal is, there's bound to be a leverage point that we can exploit. Do-hyung began to grasp Do-jun's underlying meaning. You mean you want to use him as a pawn to send a signal? Exactly. He suddenly remembered two familiar faces. Yes, for sure. The two vice chairmen won't form an alliance. But if this happens, things will get shaken up immediately. Do-jun quickly identified the issue at hand. It's enough just to let the two uncles know that a formidable outside competitor has emerged. He hurriedly probed him again. If Chairman Ju Young-sik offers the best terms to acquire the credit card company, then what's your plan? Do-jun gave a slight nod. He had a plan for everything, remembering that. Young Sik didn't even know if Chairman Ju would offer a contract at the highest possible price for us or not. But I definitely won't sign it. Even so, Do-jun maintained his relaxed composure. The truth is, he has no intention of buying it anyway. But we can use this to our advantage. Hearing that, the corners of Do-hyung's mouth twitched downward. He affirmed once again, I told you already, just have some faith in me. In case he tries to pull any negotiation tactics, I'll just hike up the buyout price and interest rates and he'll get cold feet instantly. However, all of that was brushed aside as suspicion began to brew in his mind. Even if the company is sold, the cash won't land in our pockets right away, right? Do-jun also picked up on that weird vibe. I get why. Jang Do-hyung is constantly on edge like this. When running a business, no one knows when the company will run into rough seas. That's why you always have to stay strapped, with contingency plans for any hardship. But now that one of the most critical safety nets is gone, it's only natural for him to feel insecure. Understanding Do-hyung's weakness perfectly, he quickly found a way to reassure him. Don't you worry. The deficit caused by the transfer of Sunyang credit card, I will cover the entire amount myself. Please put your mind at ease. Hearing those words, Do-hyung regained his cool and quickly fired back. To be honest, I'm not really sure about Manager Jin's capabilities yet. But do you really think I can just take your word for it and relax? Exactly what he was waiting for. The corners of Do-jun's mouth curled up. You mean you still don't fully trust me, right? Unexpectedly, this expression made him feel slighted. This is no laughing matter, even if you're some kind of investment. Guru, financial resources have their limits. Do-hyung put the question to him directly. How can an individual possibly cover the operating profits of a leading domestic credit card company? But Do-jun, unfazed and even a bit cocky, rattled off the stats. The revenue of this company last year was 1.25 trillion won. He tilted his head and set the terms in a cold, sharp voice. If you need it, I'll transfer 2 trillion to the company's account right now. Are you feeling relieved now? He quickly made a deduction and couldn't help but be amazed by such a calculation. Don't tell me you're planning to take money from fantasy. Do-jun just gave a slight smile and replied to me, how could I just use company funds like that? Upon hearing this, Do-hyung was completely flabbergasted. His face suddenly went pale as a thought flashed through his mind. So, that's your own personal money? With such a massive amount of cash? After composing himself, Do-hyung continued to speak. Since you aren't the type to flex anyway, I'm relieved now. I'll also do my best, so that I don't have to mention the company's lack of money to you. He didn't forget to take the opportunity to size up Do-jun. He didn't trust his ability to see into the future, but rather the assets he actually owned. Do-hyung put his faith in his triumphant smile. Fair enough. Doing it that way makes more sense. Suddenly, the door swung open. Young-jun, having just returned, arrogantly threw shade. Our youngest family member became an A-list star overnight, and yet he's still such a hard worker, huh? But he was met with a chilling silence. Hearing the noise, he glanced toward the door. Meanwhile, Do-jun's heart started to race. I'm sure you didn't come to see me because of that article, just to act as an errand boy for the two uncles. Or are you acting on your own again? But Yang-jun kept beating around the bush. After reading the news, I thought of my little brother and decided to drop by since I was in the neighborhood. Luckily, you're here. Sensing the atmosphere, he quickly prepared to leave. In that case, I'll take my leave first. He didn't reply, only gave a slight nod. A moment later, he casually sat on the sofa. After fumbling around for a bit, Yang-jun finally spoke up. Today is the funeral procession for Chairman Ju. Aren't you attending? Do-jun tentatively answered, yes. Hearing that, he revealed more with an excited look. My dad and the second uncle have already gone. I heard that most of the leaders from the Federation of Korean Industries will all be there to attend. But Yang-jun only received a calm, is that so, from him. Seeing him fall silent, Do-jun asserted with a brief no. Beating around the bush is the fastest way to get Yang-jun to cut to the chase. Yang-jun, getting shut down, immediately tried to change the subject. By the way, I heard that yesterday you had a private talk with Chairman Ju, Wong-sik at Daehyun, right? He had investigated very quickly, which made Do-jun blow a fuse. He caught on to that info pretty fast, didn't he? Do-jun wanted to speak up and push back. Yes, but wait. But he was cut off by Yang-jun. What did you two talk about? Can you tell me? Seeing this, Do-jun didn't show any outward frustration, but secretly provoked him, in his mind. It was nothing special. Let's see who's more desperate. He didn't get the answer he wanted, so he deliberately brought up a few things. I heard that yesterday. That old man Ju Wong-sik suggested you transfer the credit card company to him, right? At this point, Do-jun was completely lost in thought. He's getting more specific now. If so, it's very likely that Ju Wang-sik slipped up, or someone is tailing Grandpa, or tailing me at the funeral. Yang Jun couldn't sit still and kept making wild guesses. Are you really planning to transfer the credit card company to the Daehyun Group for real? A second later, he boldly cut him off. I don't know where you heard this rumor, but it's precisely because of those baseless rumors that Grandpa personally spoke up to warn the Daehyun family. Do-jun pouted slightly as a small reminder. Grandpa said absolutely no transferring any company under the Sun Yang Group into the hands of outsiders. Hearing this, Yang Jun couldn't keep his cool anymore. Grandpa said that? He took this chance to expose him. Yes, so whatever your purpose is for coming here, just say it straight. No need to beat around the bush like that. Yang Jun instinctively backed down and went speechless. A moment later, he had the nerve to make a demand. Fine, let's cut to the chase. Transfer the credit card company to my family. Don't give it to the second uncle. However, Do-jun only responded to Yang Jun with a disdainful smirk. He crossed his arms, acting clueless just to mess with him. Why don't you try stating your transfer conditions? This is a major corporation, not some nickel-and-dime grocery store. Do-jun didn't forget to deliver a fatal blow. So many people depend on it for their livelihoods, and the annual revenue is no small change either. Finally, Yang Jun had to cave and speak the truth. My family decided to offer 10% more than the price offered by the second uncle. He frowned slightly in surprise. Is this a contest to see who has more cash? If that's all they can think of, they are truly short-sighted. But outwardly, Do-jun remained composed. 10% would be around $1 trillion, wouldn't it? Seeing him seemingly wavering, he immediately chimed in. That's a huge amount of money, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Do-jun's questioning tone dropped to a cold low. Do you really think I'm that thirsty for money? He felt weary. Rubbing his ear, he casually dismissed his offer. It's not like I have to sell the company because Sun Yang is short on capital. I just don't like how the credit card business is run, so I want to get rid of it. At this point, Yang Jun didn't want to beat around the bush and impatiently pried, so what? Are you saying even more money means nothing to you? Do-jun didn't answer right away. Instead, he added some cryptic words. To get what you want, you first have to know what the other party actually desires, don't you? He caught his drift, but couldn't help asking, then what? What do you want? Finally, he coolly dropped the punchline. I don't know. These words drove Yang Jun nearly insane, making him scream. What? He was red with rage. But there was nothing he could do to Do-jun. At this moment, Yang Jun no longer maintained his peaceful facade. Are you messing with me? You think you can flex just because you own a few subsidiaries? He shouted directly at him right in the middle of the office. Where did you learn to be so damn arrogant? After he finished his rant, Yang Jun still only saw Do-jun's nonchalant expression. Only then did Do-jun smirk triumphantly. There's really no helping it. His personality is just like that. Do-jun sat with his arms crossed. His lips moved slightly. Actually, I don't have any clear expectations at all. At this, Yang Jun frowned in anger. Stop beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just spit it out already. Do-jun remained calm. Just think about it. How many people go into a supermarket and only pick up exactly what's on their list? When you have plenty of cash, you buy whatever catches your eye right away, without a second thought. He spoke with a subtle smile. That's what they call impulse spending. Yang Jun was momentarily stunned. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Do-jun was really getting on his nerves. No matter how much he talked, not a single word seemed to sink in. Maybe he needed to be taught a lesson he'd never forget. Afterwards, he continued to persuade Vice Chairman Jin Jong-ki. He wasn't the type to be easily pushed around in the business world. Don't just keep using the same old trick of raising the price. Try coming up with an offer. That actually makes me happy. Yang Jun just pursed his lips in silence. Do-jun observed him with a cold gaze. Truly, for those who think money is everything, there's no room in their heads for anything else. Suddenly, Yang Jun spoke up. Do-jun ah! He stood up in front of Do-jun. I still remember the promise. To make you the number 2 power in the Sun Yang group. Yang Jun's eyebrows were tightly knit. Do-jun only gave a composed smile. Then he crossed his arms again. But first, you have to be the one at the very top of this group. Only then will your words actually carry any weight. Yang Jun's face turned red with fury. He roared in anger. If I could reach the top spot on my own, I wouldn't need you anymore. You're supposed to be the one capable of getting me to the top. Then I'd actually be worthy of the number 2 spot. Meanwhile, Do-jun responded nonchalantly. In reality, with my current abilities, I could totally help. The second uncle become the top leader, and then wouldn't it be obvious? That the one holding the number 2 position would be me? He calmly looked ahead. Doing it right now wouldn't be a problem at all. Yang Jun's face showed a flicker of surprise. Do Jun spoke up mockingly. Just keep trying your best. You know, maybe one day, you'll actually be able to stand on the same level as me. Hearing that, Yang Jun was so pissed he gritted his teeth. The door slammed shut. Do Jun looked over coldly. Then he let out a long sigh. The sky was turning colors in the late afternoon. A pizza sat on the table. Do Jun glanced around the place. Is everyone who visits you greeted like this? Wang Sik laughed while chewing. Not a chance. It's only because you're special that I've arranged this kind of exclusive welcome for you. His eyes seemed to lock onto Do Jun. Why, does it bother you? He tilted his head to one side. It certainly is unusual. I've booked out entire restaurants many times. Do Jun's voice echoed in the shop. But I've never booked out an entire pizza parlor like this. Then Wang Sik picked up a slice. I'm a bit embarrassed. But pizza is a private guilty pleasure of mine. Even if it's a bit surprising, I don't think it's something to hide or be ashamed of. Suddenly Do Jun spoke seriously. Now let's get down to business. Or do you have some special plan in mind? Wang Sik acted amazed. You certainly live up to your reputation. If I had a grandson like you, it would be absolutely fantastic, wouldn't it? He smirked and said, I was the one who spread the news everywhere about the plan to acquire the Sun Yang credit card company. Hearing that, Do Jun remained composed. I figured it was you. Wang Sik savored the piece of pizza in his mouth. Then you must have realized it too. I also realized that I don't give a damn about actually acquiring this company. Do Jun nonchalantly replied, of course. Yang Qian's face flashed in his memory. My grandfather saw that clearly too. That's why he staged that whole drama. Just to play the chairman? Suddenly Wang Sik picked up his wine glass. For me? That's hard to believe. Let's just be real with each other. He did that for his favorite biological grandson, not for me. Do Jun pursed his lips and fell silent, while Wang Sik took a sip of his wine. So since the news broke that I'm involved in this deal, has the price budged even a little? At this point, Do Jun leaned back in his chair. Those people are still just eyeing each other warily. No one has dared to make a final move yet. And what about the chairman's brother's side? Wang Sik asked. Did they fall for the bait? He set his wine glass down on the table. They're probably used to dealing with tricks like that by now. Suddenly, Wang Sik spoke up. Ah, right, it's true they were a bit overconfident. Hearing that, Do Jun replied, but we're still a long way off from being able to manipulate them. Wang Sik sat with his arms crossed. After all, they're the type who don't easily trust anyone. Not me, and not you. Do Jun smiled and inquired, all right, Chairman, just say it. What's your next move at this stage? Wang Sik spat a bit when he heard Do Jun's voice. What can I do to help you out? Then he burst out laughing. Wang Sik raised his hand and faked a dry cough. Tears came to his eyes because he was laughing so hard. You're performing so well that I'm starting to feel like I need to watch my back. Is that really okay? After all, we're still rivals in the business world. But Do Jun remained calm. It's fine. I have no intention of competing with the Daehyun group. That's still a long way off. My real opponent won't be you, Chairman, but rather your successors. He stared intently at the person across from him. Competition should be left for the corresponding generation to handle. Each generation should fight its own battles, don't you think? I'm about the same age as your grandchildren, so I hope you'll be kind enough to look out for me. Hearing this, Wang Sik felt a spark of interest. I should have been the one to say that first. You should also go easy on my kids, all right? Next, he drained his wine glass. Wang Sik closed his eyes. Right then, he poured some wine for Do Jun. Come on, let's get straight to the point. Wang Sik chatted as he poured. Within the subsidiary system of Sun Yang Life Insurance, there is a unit that specializes in loss assessment and insurance investigation. It's called Sun Yang Special Accident and Loss Assessment, right? Do Jun replied, that's correct. A train of thought flashed through his mind. Wait, which company is that? It must be so small that I didn't pay much attention to it. It's strange to hear Chairman Wang Sik mention that name. Wang Sik poured himself another glass of wine. It's probably because this company isn't on the list of units that need close monitoring, which is why you don't have a clear grasp on its asset information. It makes sense. Wang Sik raised his glass. This business is actually the result of a merger of 3 companies, including DH Communication, LVPS, and another entity. All of them operate in the insurance industry. Do Jun asked. Judging by the initials DH, it seems this used to be an affiliate of the Daehyun group, right? Hearing this, Wang Sik nodded slightly. Exactly. Do Jun's expression turned serious. Something this important? and I was completely in the dark about it. No one even bothered to report it up the chain. I need to go back to the company and hold people accountable. Wang Sik smiled. As for Daehyun Motors, it's currently holding up to a 2% stake in that entity. This caused Do-jun to widen his eyes in shock. With something this critical, it should have been reported to the top brass by now. Yet I was completely in the dark. Wang Sik smirked, reminding him not to be so blindsided. This just went down a few days ago. Puzzled, Do-jun voiced his doubt. What do you mean by that? At that moment, Wang Sik picked up his glass. A few days ago, Daehyun Motors acquired a company specializing in auto parts. It was simply a merger to lock down the ownership of their patents. Do-jun knitted his brows for a second. So the shares of that parts company have been handed over to Daehyun Motors? Wang Sik brought the glass to his lips. Exactly, since no official word is out yet. It makes total sense that your side hasn't caught wind of it. Do-jun gave a silent smirk. He thought to himself, fired up. I can't believe I just stumbled into such a huge win. I can literally do nothing and still rake in a massive fortune. After that, Do-jun asked in a serious tone, You're trying to scoop up those shares, aren't you? Wang Sik replied, I'm ready to pay top dollar. What do you say? Hearing that, Do-jun crossed his arms. Let me think on it. This is something that needs a lot of thought. Wang Sik was so caught off guard he jumped. Wait, what? He knitted his brows in frustration. Look, to you it's just about the cash, but for me, Do-jun kept his cool and smiled. This is an extremely precious asset, isn't it? He locked eyes with the man in front of him. That's why. Don't just look at the money in this deal. Wang Sik, breaking a sweat, raised his voice. If it's not about the money, then what is it? Do-jun smirked and finally spoke. Let's make a fair swap. I'll transfer my 2% stake in Daehyun Motors over to you. Daehyun. In exchange, hand over 2% of the shares in the electronics company to me. Sun Yang. Wang Sik's eyes widened in shock. A thought suddenly occurred to Do-jun. Based on today's stock prices, the value gap must be at least 20-fold. Now let's see what Chairman Ju is made of. What's the deal with Wang Sik? Wang Sik slammed the table in anger. Why are you suddenly talking such nonsense? He frowned and barked. 2% of Sun Yang Electronics shares? You're acting like you don't know how massive. The price difference is between us. Setting the price aside, how am I even supposed to round up a whole 2%? Do-jun crossed his arms and stared at him. Yesterday's closing price for Sun Yang Electronics was 227,000 won, while Daehyun Motors was only 21,000 won. Wang Sik gestured with both hands while explaining. You know that perfectly well, yet you're still saying this? A gap of over 10 times isn't pocket change. Hearing this, Do-jun felt annoyed. Talking to this old man was going to be a real time sink. He coldly sized up Wang Sik. The value of an item depends on the person holding it. What the majority agrees upon and is willing to trade for is called the market price. The image of a glowing vase appeared. But if that item holds a special meaning to an individual, then valuing it by the market is absolutely ridiculous. The piece was strangely exquisite. Some would gladly pay 10 times the market rate, simply because it's an heirloom left by their ancestors. Even if the item isn't rare, and its market value is only about 5 million. Do-jun's thoughts turned to the Sun Yang Group. If I can take over the Sun Yang Group, then even if I have to buy electronics shares at 10 times the price, or even 100 times the current value, I'd pay it in a heartbeat. Suddenly, Wang Sik heard Do-jun's voice. Let me ask you one thing. He spoke in a cold tone. Between Sun Yang Electronics and Daehyun Motors, which side would you choose to own right now? Wang Sik pursed his lips, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Do-jun smiled expectantly. He silently observed Wang Sik. To someone who wants to control the Daehyun Group, the stock price of Sun Yang Electronics, Do-jun leaned back in his chair, is no different from the stock price of Daehyun Motors. He seemed incredibly confident. Ordinary people might see a price gap of up to 20 times, but for us it doesn't work like that at all. Wang Sik's face flashed through his mind. Because the shares of a key company are the springboard to the position of group chairman. The signage hung on the closed door. Do-jun crossed his arms and looked at Wang Sik. The man's lips quivered. Then Wang Sik cracked a smile. Still, a 20-fold increase is a bit much, don't you think? Do-jun raised an eyebrow. Then what about Chairman Ju Sik? What about your older brother? Does he also think 20 times is too high? Sik's face appeared in his mind. It was a no-brainer. To solidify his status in the company, he would definitely ignore the price tag. Do-jun frowned slightly, thinking to himself. His gaze seemed to lock onto Wang Sik, the man sitting right in front of him. Wang Sik knew that better than anyone. He clicked his tongue. Wang Sik spoke up. To gather 2% of Sun Yang Electronics shares, you'd have to sweep every last share off the market. You know exactly what kind of massive shock that would cause, right? Right? Do-jun replied calmly, "What's the rush?" Wang-sik was momentarily stunned and asked, "What are you talking about?" At the same time, Do-jun crossed his arms. "I'm the one holding the 2% stake in Daehyun Motors, so we can take our sweet time with that other deal." A drop of sweat rolled down Wang-sik's cheek. "So, whenever you need it, I have to hand it over immediately?" Do-jun smirked and replied, "If you're planning to strike back, you're going to need to be very well prepared, keeping a powerful weapon for himself. That's how you truly outplay the enemy." Hearing that, Wang-sik stared in stunned silence, while Do-jun simply smiled with indifference. After a moment, Wang-sik nodded and muttered, "Ah, so that's it. No need to rush at all." Do-jun continued speaking. "It's the same for Sun Yang Electronics shares. Just acquire them bit by bit." He confidently tried to persuade Wang-sik. "When the timing is right, we'll just switch up our play." He raised his eyebrows, staring intensely at the person across from him. "Our nephew really has a knack for business. He's aiming for a 20-fold profit." Do-jun simply replied calmly, "I have no intention of playing that trump card. Just to trade it for cash. So this isn't about making a profit at all." Wang-sik seemed to get his point. He then picked up his glass. Wang-sik and Do-jun clinked their glasses together. Inside the towering corporate headquarters, Donkey spoke with a frown. He demanded to know the reason, while Do-jun replied obediently, "I'm not looking to start an auction to drive up the price. It's not like we're strangers." He gestured while explaining, "As long as the price reflects the company's true value, I'll be satisfied." Donkey remained silent after hearing that. A thought crossed Do-jun's mind. Indeed, even when it's good news, his face doesn't change one bit. That's understandable, though, because this man knows all too well that nobody in this world gives out anything for free. Donkey crossed his arms. "Why is that? Wouldn't it be more beneficial if the bidding price was higher?" Do-jun prodded. "Are you feeling confident, uncle?" Donkey suddenly narrowed his eyes. "What?" Do-jun observed him from across the table. "Sun Yang Electronics currently has a massive internal reserve fund. I'm certain that my eldest uncle will name a price that far exceeds the actual value of Sun Yang card." "Yes." Donkey listened to him intently. "When that happens, it's almost certain that you won't have a chance to win." Suddenly, his uncle raised a question. "And yet, you still chose to transfer the credit card company? To me?" Do-jun calmly nodded. "Yes, uncle." Surprise was written all over Donkey's face. "Why?" Do-jun simply smiled. "Because I'm scared." Donkey's frown deepened as he listened. "Scared? Scared of what?" At that point, Do-jun spoke up. "People generally assume that the eldest son will naturally inherit the entire group, right? If my eldest uncle gets his hands on the credit card company, he'll be even more convinced that the Sun Yang group belongs to him. And then he won't stop at anything, not even the dirtiest, most low-down tricks to steal what is rightfully my inheritance." Donkey smirked, looking dangerous. "Then what about me?" In contrast, Do-jun broke into a smile. "I might be wrong, but in my opinion, there's still a clear difference between the two of you." He imagined Donkey standing next to Tasik. One only cares about owning the group, while the other actually has the drive and the will to run the business. Then Do-jun looked down. "I just want to pick a safe harbor, uncle." Donkey pursed his lips, watching him closely. Suddenly, he frowned and spoke up. "You really did get it wrong. I'm just like my older brother. We both want to take over the entire Sun Yang group." Do-jun calmly replied, "I think you're being very straightforward." At that moment, Donkey crossed his arms. "But there really is a difference. At the very least, I've always seen being the head of a major group as a heavy burden of responsibility." The uncle silently observed, "Do-jun, I've only taken over the heavy industry sector, and I'm already feeling exhausted. The pressure is no joke." He coldly pursed his lips and thought to himself, if this person had become the chairman of Sun Yang Group, scenes of Do-jun's past life flashed before him, and maybe my life in the previous world would have taken a different turn. His face at that moment was filled with shock. Before Do-jun's eyes stood a man holding a gun. A bullet was fired by the man. Do-jun was startled, his eyes widening. Why on earth did such a thought cross his mind? Beads of sweat formed on his cheeks as he told himself to remember this clearly. He must absolutely not have any feelings, or go soft on those people. He stared intensely at Donkey. The time would come when they would discard everything unnecessary. Showing affection for a pig you're about to slaughter was truly foolish. Do-jun's lips parted as if he wanted to speak. Then he spoke up bluntly. "So you've already made your own decision, uncle?" as long as you give me a reasonable justification. I'm ready to support you and hand over the credit card company. To you. Do-jun's eyes were full of confidence. However, if the reason isn't convincing enough, I'll sell it off to the highest bidder. And I'll make sure it doesn't fall into the hands of either of you two, because the first bidder has already shown up. Hearing that, Jung-ki immediately prodded. You mean the Daehyun group, don't you? Do-jun replied instantly. Exactly. Jung-ki smirked and offered some advice. If you actually transfer that company to Daehyun, grandfather might be absolutely livid. Do-jun gave a calm smile at those words. I don't think he'll stay mad for long. I have my ways to calm him down. Jung-ki's eyebrows furrowed. I'm only just realizing this now. But the most formidable person in this family is you. Then his uncle shrugged. Regardless, there's no need for some grand reason. The simplest and most logical way is to let the eldest son of the house take over, the subsidiary. Jung-ki's expression was dead serious. And if that doesn't work, then we'll just have to let the money do the talking. Do-jun just lowered his head and let out a sigh. You can't just settle this with money, uncle. Jung-ki narrowed his eyes and spoke up simultaneously. I'm saying it's possible. Shock flickered in Do-jun's eyes. Why would he say that? A long train of thought ran through his mind. Clearly, the heavy industries sector is facing a severe cash crunch. That's exactly why he's eyeing this credit card company. But if we talk about capital mobilization, Sunyang Electronics is... Sunyang is still number one. At this moment, Jung-ki sat with his legs crossed. You said the credit card...